also say that we are looking at tomorrow's development from the point of view of making cities and human settlement livable. I have lived in Delhi most of my good life, and I've seen how Delhi has grown. When I joined IIT Delhi, the population of Delhi was only 60 lakhs. Today, the population of Delhi is touching around 3 crores. Does not mean that there have been more children born in Delhi. What it really means that we have pushed the population from the rural areas to the mega cities which we have built up. We regarded cities as the growth centers. And because of this, the exodus of population that has taken place also created slums in these mega cities. Today, Delhi may have the pride of saying that they have about 35 to 40% slums. Is that the kind of city we want to live into? Is that the way we need to go about, or we need to think about urbanization far more seriously? I should not hesitate to inform you that as per the United Nations Habitat Report, if everything goes as per plan, India would have 50% population living in the cities of India, which means massive exodus of population from the rural area to the city will take place if interventions are not made of the right kind right now. When we talk of smart cities, we should not hesitate to talk of sustainable smart villages. What prevents us to push much of our economic activity to our rural area? Why can't the educated people go rural with a scientific mind and with high-tech solutions of several problems which we have on our board? These are some of the issues I thought I must put on the table, because I have a very distinguished panel with me. I have distinguished Vice Chancellor from Sri Sri University, Dr. Rajita ji. I have with me Professor Rajan Vedkar, former Vice Chancellor of AU RO Aurobindo University. I also have with me Dr. Yogesh Suri ji, who is the Senior Advisor to Niti Aayog. Take Niti Aayog seriously. They have drawn the strategies for India at 75, almost 4 or 5 years ago. But maybe now they are also revising their strategies because the new world has been created after COVID-19. And each one of us must go back to our drawing board and look at the strategies which we have drawn 5 years ago and the strategies that we will now implement and draw for what we call the new India that is in the making. And that is why Niti Aayog matters. They need to go back to their own basics and look at new India from a very different perspective than it was 5 years ago. Mere economic growth would not suffice creating India of happiness. India which will be sustainable. India where we will be proud of living in a nation and say that Sare Jahan se acha Hindustan hamara. New strategies are required, new thinking is required, and I wish to acknowledge the intervention of Association of Indian Universities for devoting such an important Vice Chancellor's Conference to realization of SDGs through higher education institution, because education matters, and education will matter more as we go to the further layers of 21st century for the realization of creating not only India of our dream, but the world of our dream. With these opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to invite our very first speaker, Dr. Rajita Kulkarni ji, to enlighten us what can be done in the university for realization of goal number 5, number 10, number 11, and number 12. Over to you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajita ji.
Namaste. Good morning. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. सभी उपस्थित गुरुजनों को मेरा सादर प्रणाम. It is a great honor to be part of this very august gathering this morning. Colonel Tiruvasagam ji, President of AIU, Professor Suranjan Das ji, Vice President AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji, Secretary General AIU, Professor Hemant Kumar ji, the Vice Chancellor of our host university, University of Mysore, Dr. Professor P.B. Sharma ji, Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Chair of our session, Dr. Yogesh Suri ji, Professor Rajan Velukar ji, and Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh ji, who is the Vice Chancellor of Shri Shri University. It is a great honor for me to be here this morning. And I want to start off by firstly congratulating and thanking AIU for taking up SDGs as a theme for our discussion and deliberation for this whole year. All the regional Vice Chancellor conferences were also focused on how higher education institutions can play a role in helping India especially meet its goals on all the 17 SDGs as were laid out 7 years ago. As you rightly said, Honorable Chairperson, we have 4 SDGs for deliberation for this session. And my approach will be not to pontificate or preach too much, but to look at some very practical things that can be done. I think if one thing the pandemic has shaken and waken us up to is the importance of action, it's the importance of adaptability, and it's the importance of being agile in responding to the situations. And I think talking about SDGs is not anymore about doing what is nice to do, but I think it has become a matter of survival for us as a global human family. So what I want to do is take each SDG, talk a little bit about few practical things we can do in our universities and higher education institutions, which is born by our experience in Shri Shri University. We are a young university, just a decade old, but I think coming from the parentage of art of living and by Puja Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankarji's vision for a stress-free, violence-free, inclusive, happy world, I think we get in our DNA some very, very, I think we get that as our, in our genes. So a few things we have been able to do. Of course, it's a drop in the ocean, but those are a few best practices I will take the opportunity to share. So as you rightly said, Dr. Sharma, the gender equality, SDG 5. We are a nation, Durga, Lakshmi, Saraswati, all the initial, the main portfolios of defense, finance, and education are with Durga, Lakshmi, Saraswati. So this is the country we belong to. And therefore, to think that we as a nation have a very, very, very imbalanced gender equality ratio. You look at any field, whether it's education, whether it's business, whether it's medicine, whether it's politics, government, governance, the ratios of women's representation are very, very low. In fact, they start very well at junior levels, but as you go to senior levels, they drop drastically. The same is even in the field of education. Only about 37% of our faculty members across the board are women. Only about 35% of our leadership in education is women. And the percentages drop. Only about 25% of our professors are women, though about 70% of our assistant professors are women. So there is something happening along the continuum, which is making women drop off or where we are not supporting women. So there is a lot of data. I don't want to talk about that. Few practical things that we can do. I think number one, we are all leaders here. Number one, I think, is our responsibility of what I call intentionality of leadership. I think we need to display that every single day. What I mean by that is, how are we expressing that we want gender equality? We all speak about it, we think about it, but in action. So does it reflect in the policies of our institutions? Does it reflect in the special procedures, regulations that we make for women in our institutions? In the, of course, competence over consideration. I am always for competence, but if there is an opportunity, what is the special consideration that we are giving women? Because, women have throughout their life need to deal with extremely different physiological and other considerations than men. And that is the reality. So what can we do to display intentionality of leadership? Number two, I think it is important for us to pound the prejudice. Today, still there is prejudice. Some of us have reached very senior positions, but prejudice is there about what women can do and cannot do. So in our language, in our behavior, in our culture, in what we say and what we don't say, we have to reinforce how there is no prejudice in our classrooms and in our universities. And I think that is important in creating that mindset. In Sri University, we have a women's leadership forum. It was the first thing we started, one of the first things when we started 9 years ago, and where we want to create, where this is a platform to bring girl students together with women leaders of the world, urban, rural girls together, to exchange notes, to share stories, and to learn from each other's challenges and successes. So we need to create an ecosystem to pound the prejudice. Our own policy frameworks, how we are including women at every stage and age of life, I think is very important. If all of us look at our own policies, I'm quite sure that there are many areas where we can do these improvements. So policy frameworks, capacity building. I think a lot more we can do to build capacity for women, especially to help more girls in STEM programs. In our university, about 37% of our girl students are in STEM programs. We want to take that to 50, which is what is our other, a percentage for our other undergraduate and postgraduate programs. In our PhD postdoctoral programs, about 35% of students are women. Why are there not 50 or 60%? So creating capacity to encourage more girls to do programs which are cutting edge and which will become the future of the world is important. And what I always advocate, especially for women, and I know many are here in Mysore University in person, is leveraging networks and platforms. And this is responsibility of us as women. We don't become parts of networks. We don't share networks. We don't draw strength from networks. We don't contribute to networks, and we don't leverage networks. The more we do, we are in a flat world today, interconnected, intermingled world. It is very easy to become parts of networks. And the more we do that, the more it strengthens us to explore and expand the world. So in higher education institutions, we can promote all of this. In Shishu University, we have created a women's international network. We have women from about 60 countries now part of that network. Just being part of that network can create that empowerment. And these are slow steps, but important steps to reach a state of equity and equality. At the same time, Dr. Sharma, there is also the need to raise the point of abuse. Data shows that 1 in 3 women, it's a very, very high percentage, have been subjected to some sort of physical or sexual abuse. And, we know in our campuses how we need to put focus on that, create that safe space, infrastructure and ecosystem so that girl students feel that protection, feel the safety to raise their voice, and feel the security to be heard and to live a protected life. So I think that is a very important responsibility for us. Also, education on health and hygiene. We have, for communities around us, even on menstrual health and hygiene, we have started workshops and small programs. So practical small steps possible to do every day. So this is for SDG 5. I'm coming to SDG 10, which is about reduced inequality within and among countries, as it is defined in the SDG, and where every individual is self-sufficient, only then the world prospers. Gurudev often says only when a community is peaceful and healthy can there be prosperity. So I think that for this SDG, the first step I feel begins with health and hygiene. In our university, we are surrounded by many small and medium-sized villages and hamlets. And when we first started our campus, we saw that the level of health and hygiene was very low, the awareness and even the practice. So health and hygiene, I think, is the first thing. We encourage our students also to do small health camps for the villages around. And this is something which we can integrate in a very easy way in our daily life. Make our students firstly aware of their own health and hygiene, and then make them champions to spread that. It's very easy to do small modular sessions where they can then become the teachers and mentors for the communities around. So number one, I think, is health and hygiene. Number two is skill development and vocation. Dr. Sharma, in your opening remarks, you made a very valid point about the population of Delhi. And it's not that so many, of course, children are being born, but there is also this huge migration from rural to urban India. And the data is quite startling in that, in the coming years, it is said that, 7 or 10 of Indian cities are going to be mega metropolises. And where is the capacity and infrastructure for us to support this? So the second point I feel is importance of skill development and vocational training. In our university, the first thing we started was a skill training center with Larsen and Toubro. And we realized at that time, Dr. Sharma, that the boys around the villages, they wanted to stay in the villages if they got good vocations and got a decent livelihood to continue living there, because they want to stay with their families. They want to, spend time in their hometowns, but they don't have livelihoods. So if we can create programs for skill development, there are so many government options, policies now, programs now, Kaushal Vikas Kendras are there, skill development, so many programs are available today. If we can do those where we develop skills and help vocational skills being given to our youth in rural India, I think it will help them find vocations. It will help them stay back in their home locations. So it will also stop this migration, stop putting the load on urban infrastructure, and create stronger socio-economically prosperous rural footprint of India. So skill development and vocation. We have Shri Shesh Kaushal Vikas Kendra in the university. We have a infrastructure skill development program with Larsen and Toubro, with Schneider, and about 2,000-3,000 boys we have trained in these last few years. And all of them, either they get jobs or they are able to start their small enterprises, which allow them to earn livelihoods for their local locations. The third, I think, is importance of promoting social enterprise. Today, I think India is bustling with the spirit of enterprise, and programs like Startup India. In Odisha, we have Startup Odisha, Atmanirbhar Bharat programs are all creating the excitement as well as the ecosystem to enable a normal Indian to dream of his own or her own enterprise. We have a program where we support social enterprises. In the last 3 or 4 years, we have incubated and supported about 82 startups, of which almost 60 of them are in the field of agriculture, agribusiness, food, other social enterprises, energy startups. So supporting and promoting social enterprise and community socio-economic ecosystem. I think each of our universities can take the responsibility to, adopt maybe a big word, but recognize and support communities and villages in our surroundings, if we have that available. If we are urban universities, definitely, as you said, Dr. Sharma ji, there are so many less than, below poverty line communities in our neighborhood. Slums are there. Let us adopt some of them where we can do health and hygiene training, we can do skill development, we can really adopt them in a holistic way. So these are some practical things. We have adopted 70 villages around our university in the last 2 years since we started our Ayurveda hospital. About 100,000 people we have given free diagnosis and medicines even through this COVID time. So it is possible to do. It is small, but it will matter. So this is for SDG 10. SDG 11 is an important one. I mean, all are important, but SDG 11 talks about sustainable cities and communities. I think the effect of climate change is affecting all of us. The effect of degradation of city infrastructures, and therefore what it is doing to our daily living, is impacting all of us. So here I think we have a very important role to play as higher education institutions. A few of the practical ideas that come to my mind. Number one, save, reuse, recycle. I think we need to make this a part of culture, of our cultures in our universities. What can we save in terms of energy? And it starts with simple things like switching off lights. We did a simple thing that we said by 7 o'clock across the university, all ACs will be switched off automatically. And that helped us save so much on our energy bill. So there are so many things. I think some of our universities here are from cooler places, that you have more opportunities there. The warmer places have, little disadvantage in that case. But small practical things to save, reuse and recycle, to do energy efficiency. We replaced all our lights by energy saving LED lights. We saved 20% on our energy bill. Just 2 days ago, we have started lighting all our common pathways with solar lighting. Now that has, that will have impact in the years to come. So how can we save, reuse, recycle? Secondly, I think integrating SDGs, especially here in our curriculum. How can we teach? Like we teach green architecture to our architecture students. It is very vital to include this in our curriculums, so that it becomes not just, first is of course how we live it on our campuses, and second is how we integrate it in our curriculum. So for the SDG 11, I think there is a lot we can do to integrate this in our curriculums, and secondly to on a very, very urgent basis, I think, create an ecosystem and environment for research and innovation. What more can we do? Can we start research centers? We have a research center on water, for example, and natural resources. And it's fascinating to see some of the things coming out of it, whether it is papers, whether it is discussions. So research and innovation, very, very important in this, and integrating it in our curriculum becomes vital for our SDG 11. Dr. Sharma, when we started our Shishi University, the first time I accompanied Gurudev to this campus in 2009, it was a barren quarried land with like just shrubs and stones. And today we have about 150,000 trees. We have 36 types of butterflies, 77 types of birds, and it's a thriving green campus. So I think
may kindly conclude in the next.
Okay. I'll just take a moment. So this is on SDG 11, and SDG 12 is all about control, production and consumption. And I think there we can do a lot by tracking food wastage on a daily basis, banning plastic. Simple thing, I think many of us have done it, but banning plastic. An important element which we generate a lot ourselves as universities is e-waste. I just read a metric that each of us as a human being produces 7.3 kilos of e-waste every day, but only 1 kilo about is recycled. So recycling and reducing and recycling e-waste. And again here, how can we do more research and innovation to find new ways of improving production and consumption? We are now cultivating about 40 acres of farmland on our campus. We eat about a week. We cook what we grow. We grow many vegetables and fruits. So that becomes more sustainable. So I think that is important. And in the end, I will say one thing, that we believe that prosperity and development will result in happiness. I think we need to tilt the equation also a little bit. I think how can we be happy and therefore influence more sustainability, prosperity, and development is the spirit we are looking at. And that is where spirituality and human values, I think, are very vital for us in our educational institutions, so that we help our students and teams be stress-free, happy, so that they feel a connection to themselves and therefore a connection to the world. And unless I feel a connection to my world, I cannot think about contributing and making my world a better place. So I think that becomes the genesis and the foundation. These are the initial ideas, and looking forward to hearing the others.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajita ji. What you said is absolutely right. We are here to make ourselves happy and also everyone around us happy. But I tell you frankly, everybody is happy in this world except God Almighty. God Almighty is not happy because we have not delivered the promise which was made by humans to God Almighty. We were here to create and sustain this beautiful world, the design of God Almighty. We destroyed our water, we destroyed our air quality, which was the pranavayu. We cut down the forest to the best of our ability. We destroyed our mountains also. And now, of course, it's very important, therefore, for all HEIs to think seriously how the agenda of sustainable development goals can be pursued in each of our university, so that not only we remain happy, but God Almighty also becomes happy. Having said this, let me say that Dr. Rajita ji has given 4 very important, valuable points for us to take away to our university. One of them is, of course, integrating our cultural values into our curriculum, so that we keep repeating, not only to us, to all our stakeholders, what we stand for and how do we nurture these cultural values in all our community of the university, including the students. Our cultural values remind us of the Vigyan Bhavan where we are here. This is drawn from Tetri Upanishad. Vigyanam Deva Sarve Brahma Jeshtu Pasate Vigyanam Brahm. That's what the Tetri Upanishad says. The same Upanishad also says Matra Devo Bhava, Pitra Devo Bhava, Achari Devo Bhava. So this particular aspect of culture where we have the dignity and honor and respect for our motherhood as well as for the girl child is something very important. Second point is protection and enabling infrastructure within our university, so that the interest of the girls is protected within the 4 walls of the university as well as outside. I think it's a very important point, and I'm sure each university is conscious of the responsibility, and there is a mandate also from the UGC in this respect. Promotion of women enterprises and startups has become very, very important aspect today to cause what we call empowerment of women rather than just equality. We have to talk of gender empowerment, and the best way to go about is creating capabilities in them and also supporting them to grow stronger through women enterprises, women entrepreneurship. And last but not the least, Dr. Rajita ji also invited us to look at the community around and take them on board in our agenda of educational goals of our university. I now open the matter for discussion. Anyone from the audience, my honorable Vice Chancellors, if you have any anxiety to settle down, please ask 1 or 2 questions and then we'll move further. Move the cordless microphone is have. I'm trying to really work out the agenda and understand the difference between equality and empowerment. SDG has called it gender equality as the sustainable development goal. And in brackets, they have put women empowerment. So is there a difference between equality and empowerment?
Sir, Christy from Prist University. Tagore.
Identify yourself, even eulogize your university to which you belong to, sir.
Christy, Vice Chancellor, Prist University, Tagore. This is a reflection on the SDG 10, which Madam was talking about, Dr. Rajita, skill development. a very few percentage of our universities only are able to get the help from the industries. Now, take for example, a small matter like internships. How many industries keep their doors open? The industries have to really fight for it. I mean, the universities have to really fight to send the students for even internship. Now, she was saying, train the rural students in vocations, and that is not possible without the help of industry. So my suggestion is, put the onus on the industries. The policymakers should make it compulsory for the industries to provide, to handhold the institutions.
We are
Every
looking-
industry in
sure.
their neighborhood, take
Sure.
five universities.
It's a new phenomena, believe it or not. When I graduated, we never looked towards university for guidance for our universities. I was taught in an environment where universities were creating industries and guiding industries rather than industries guiding the universities what to do and what not to do. Unfortunately, because of the market-driven ecosystem which we have submitted to, we are now being guided by the university, by the industry. Industry do not know what the future would be. They would not know what kind of industry would be required 5 years from now. People like us not only serve the needs for today, but we create the future for the mankind. Because as universities, we are supposed to know that we are producing manpower for future. We are not producing manpower for today only. If I take admission in engineering today and graduate after 4 years, as a vice chancellor, I need to now envision what would be the shape of the industry 4 years later. And universities, therefore, are supposed to know better and more than industry. But nevertheless, the support of industry for producing what you call the industry-ready professionals and for meeting their demand for research and development in line with their current need is very, very important.
I would slightly beg to differ from you, sir. So the exposure to the industry is very important, especially for students who are undergoing engineering programs. The exposure to the industry is very, very important. Unless a student walks through the portals of an industry, he is not going to be a successful entrepreneur or even an engineer in the later stages. So
Dr. Rajitaji, you want to answer quickly before we move to the next learned speaker?
put the onus on the industries. That's my point, sir.
Sir, the point made by Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, is very valid. And I think it is about partnership. One of the points I could not make was about, how multi-stakeholder partnerships are going to be important. So I think today we are talking about our role and what we can do as educational institutions, higher education institutions, but multi-stakeholder partnerships are very, very, very critical. Government, private sector, industry, educational institutions, community, civil society, parents, students and their parents, NGOs. I think a very, very important aspect is multi-stakeholder partnerships. And Vice Chancellor, sir, I would like to bring your attention that, today we have education councils in FICCI, in CII, in ASSOCHAM. And I think one of the agendas being pushed there is this, that how can these industry bodies help the industry vertical of these organizations and the education vertical come closer for partnerships. So your point is extremely valid, and there is a lot more we need to do in that.
Yes,
in
madam.
this
Accountability.
field.
One of the pillars of NEP is accountability. Make it
Honorable-
accountable on the part of industries also. That's our point.
I think the involvement of industry is very important, and we will not go without industry for enterprise development or startup development or innovation incubation. That all is already a mandate. Our Honorable President of AIU
Yeah,
wants to.
sir. Speaking theoretically, it is well and good. We speak in the conferences, even leaders of the apex bodies also send circulars. Our accrediting agency like NAC, NIRF also asking us, how many internship? Who is giving internship? See, I'm talking about the Vice Chancellor of Trist University. His university is situated in a rural part of India. Even the Vice Chancellors and universities which are placed in the city, we have a strength of around minimum 5,000. Take it almost, there are 3 lakhs to 3 million students are right now. How we can approach the industry. Sometimes in a big university like one or two, they may be very familiar with the local industry they can get. But getting internship, what NEP tells, starting from first semester till the last semester, it should be industry oriented. Yes, we are prepared to do it. As said by our previous vice speaker, why not? Government can send a notification circular to all the industries, even CAI picky, saying that unless you ensure give internship of at least 1,000 students or 2,000 students, depends upon the capacity of the industry. Your renewal will not be, your license will not be renewed. So that kind of condition alone will help us. All the time showing hands with the academicians. We don't have that much of power to knock the doors of industries. If at all we go, definitely they will not permit. Sometimes they will see that it's a nuisance for them as well. Instead of that, what we do know, we are sending students and asking them to find out internship wherever they want. If it is a case, what will be the quality of the internship will be? So why I would like to request Madam, the President of SS University, please suggest something. Why not we give a recommendation and why not we go to the media saying that when not only Apex body wants, we Vice Chancellors, we are very much eager to send our students. So government has to give a direction, notification and compulsion on any way that whatever they want. That time will be the time of ensuring internship for all our students. Ultimately, purpose will be also undertaken, both NEP and sustainable development goals. Thank you, sir.
Very good. I think we must thank the Honorable Dr. Rajita ji, because what we will do, we'll take the questions toward the end also. In between, I'm just inviting one or two questions to create the heat in the society, in the audience. You should not be captive audience here. I want to involve you so that when we go back, we do much better on the Sustainable Development Goal 5, which is related to gender equality and women empowerment.
So you
30
succeeded in
seconds.
creating the heat.
I would like to compliment AIU. I recall a special session was organized by Dr. Pankaj Mittal and officials on 100 means 100 industries and 100 institutions collaboration. I think I look forward to take the agenda again to interaction with these industries ahead and to make this particular collaboration much more stronger. Thank you.
If I can bring
thank
the
you so
matter
much
back to
indeed.
women,
Thank you so much indeed.
can
The
I
cause of
bring the
dignity and
matter back to
honor
women?
and respect for
Excuse
life
me?
and respect for the gender remains as a very highly desired goal in our country.
Sir,
Madam Vice.
you have certain, I'm Ved Kumari, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Odisha. And I certainly believe that as Vice Chancellors, we have a very important responsibility to reflect on the lip service the Indian culture has paid to women when it says Matri Deva Bhava, and where women reside, the Devas reside. All these are just lip service. We are forgetting Tulsidas, who said, what's that? हमें बहुत सारे सबको मालूम है शूद्र गवार ढोल पशुनारी सारे ताड़न के अधिकारी. That's also our culture. We also have Manu, who said women should always be subordinate to men, as daughters to their fathers, as sisters to their brothers, as wives to their husbands. They never had any property rights. So because they are Devis, they don't require these physical goods which all the men require, even though they are the Pitri Bhava. So I think as Vice Chancellors, we cannot start a conversation saying that we had this glorious Indian past. Glorious 75 years of the Constitution says fundamental rights will not apply to personal laws. This is where women are discriminated against. So I think we need to open our eyes. And before we make such bland statements about women's status in the past or in the present, the millions of daughters who are not allowed to be born, who are responsible for that? It is us, the educated. When you look at the data of girls not being allowed to be born, the second lowest number is educated women, mothers with graduation and above degrees. It's in our houses that female feticide is happening. Our daughters, our daughter-in-laws, our sisters are doing all that. And we want to keep quiet about it. So that was the one point I wanted to make, that I think as Vice Chancellors, it is our responsibility to look at ourselves
do we really believe that there is a problem?
Very well, very
And
well said.
The
very well
second
said.
point, the second point I want to say is that though of course the SDG have got this connection between gender equality and then says empowerment of women. And you did ask the right question, the connection between the two, equality and empowerment, through empowerment leading to equality. That's my short one. But I think today, as vice chancellors, because of this NALSA judgment, we need to recognize gender in India is also no more limited to only women. It is talking about people who do not want to be identified
I
as
think it's
women
a
and men.
very important
So I think
point
it
you
is
have
important
raised.
for us to open our vistas, our vision of how our universities will be inclusive of all genders, not only empowering women. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. I'm looking at the two vice chancellors from the law university sitting in front of me. The Constitution of India guarantees equality for every citizen of India, whether you are male or female. It does not distinguish, if I am not wrong. Equality relates to everybody, whether you are a male or female,
Sir,
everybody is equal as far as the Constitution of India is concerned. Now, when it comes to practice,
no,
when
sir.
it comes to
No,
practice,
sir.
we need to talk more about empowerment rather than equality.
No,
Equality
sir.
is in any case guaranteed. Anybody violate that would be punished as per the Constitution.
Sir, there is an Article 12 in the Constitution, Article 13 in the Constitution, which defines state. 12 or 13 hai? Just 12 or 13? Jaswal. Yeah, 12 or 13. Article which defines state.
Dr. Jaswal or Madam Dr. Jaswal, would you like to say something
12.
on this
Sir,
equality thing?
Article 12 also says that whatever is violative of fundamental rights is unconstitutional. And it says all laws. In the interpretation of that article, the Supreme Court has continued to follow a Bombay High Court judgment in 1965, which said the word personal law is not included in that. And personal law is discriminatory. It does not recognize women as just an example, as an equal guardian to the children, to the children they produce themselves. They're not the guardians, the husband, the fathers are. That interpretation till date is still holding good. And it says that because the word personal law is not included in that article, therefore, any violation of equality is not within the realm of this section.
Law is a very difficult and complex matter for a
I think
person
it is
like
our
me.
responsibility as law
Because I
professors
know that when
to
they made the
educate.
Constitution of India, they forgot to even include the fundamental duties of the citizen. They perhaps assume that a civilization like ours does not require to be mandated with the duties because they are flowing down from generation to generation. After 25 years or so, fundamental duties have been brought in. Tell me, my friends, how can you talk of fundamental rights without fundamental duties being complied with? If each one of us comply with our fundamental duties, rights would be taken care of. I invite you to look at our own civilization. There is no talk of fundamental rights in any of the literature which belong to our civilization, because rights are derived on the basis of compliance of the duties. If I work as a human being, I have a right to go back to God Almighty, and I will certainly claim my right for moksha. If I don't work like a human being, how do I aspire for moksha just as a right? Madam Dr. Jaswal, fundamental duties versus fundamental rights. Are there any duties assigned, and why were they assigned 25 years later when one generation has already passed out of the university after independence? Please move the microphone if possible to Madam Jaswal, please.
So my humble request to the all future presidents and secretary general that whenever we hold such conferences, we must concentrate on the practical difficulties being faced. Like when we are talking about the gender equality, at least you can ask the female vice chancellors here who have achieved this status, but still they face such situations that even the members from bureaucracy, mainly male dominated, when they say that what a woman will do. We don't talk about all these practical difficulties. Similarly, when we talk about the education, national education policy, again, because all of us basically belong to the academics. We are academicians turned administrators. So are we sure that we are to some extent concentrating on the teachers' welfare? So my request is whenever we have conferences, let us talk about the practical difficulties and not ideologies or not merely data as such.
Thank you so much indeed. Please do not forget that in education, landscape is changing rapidly. At a school level, if you go, you will find almost 80% teachers are female. And take me seriously, after maybe 10 years from now, in the university also, you will find 70% female teachers. That's the kind of movement in which we are really moving to. And maybe more than 50% vice chancellors also coming from us. But you have to wait for a time. This transition took some time. Today at the school level, your own children are going to school, not less than 70-80% teachers are really female. There we are not talking of 50-50. You in university also, you will find 70%, even 80% female taking teaching positions. So scene is changing in our concern at the moment is, what do we do to empower our girl child who comes to our university, provide a secure and safe environment for her to grow and make her empowered so that she goes and lives a dignified life thereafter. That's our concern at the moment.
Yeah, my name
Sir,
is Poonam Saxena and I am the Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Jodhpur. You wanted some heat in the audience, there is. And I would like to go back to the opening statement that you made, that we should not forget about our glorious culture. Sir, you cannot be selective about picking what suits people in our glorious culture. There are enough negative points that we do not agree with. That is one. And I will skip the rest of the discussion and then say, there are enough discriminatory provision in law. My specialization is personal law, and I can go on and on with respect to that. Me and Ved are doing, this thing from, a long time. Then the last point that you made, that as far as empowerment of women is concerned, please do not link it with the number of women that are coming in teaching profession. They are not doing it because this happens to be their first choice. They are doing it, majority of them are doing it because they still have family responsibilities. And it is considered a job where they can maintain both the family responsibilities and utilize their education. Why is there an absence of women in leadership position in the industry? Because this is still considered a man's domain. Even in leadership position in higher education, the number of women is very, very less in comparison to number of men that are there, because teaching is one job and managing administrative position is another. Madam said rightly that yes, there is a need for networking, but where is that networking opportunity for women? We have to go back to our houses to look after the kitchen. And remember, kitchen may give you respect, but you need to have a kitchen even to go there. And who establishes that? The economic dependence of a woman on the male, ensures that she is even incapable to set up a kitchen. She'll work there. And the moment she is kicked out of that house, where is that kitchen? And where is that respect? That lip service is so much there as far as women's contribution to the society is concerned. Men would not be there in the first place if it is not for women. But what is the treatment that she gets?
Very well said. I can keep my head high that at least in AIU, we are striking at the gender balance.
Sir,
my Secretary General and my President, sir, at least we have ensured that it happens. In my own university also, I can keep my head high because around 50% female are teachers in my university.
Sir,
in the student community also, this gender balance has been kept. Each of the vice chancellors, my request would be, keep an eye on these numbers and ensure that you are able to achieve gender equality in all our universities in terms of faculty, in terms of staff, and also in terms of students. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, you want to say something?
What I'm saying, sir, that gender bias is clearly visible, because when you talk of AIU, I'm the second woman secretary general in 96 years of history. And if you talk of the vice chancellors, we have around 1,068 universities. So we have 68 women vice chancellors and 1,000 men vice chancellors. So that shows the gender bias.
Vice Chancellor raised by you, by Vice Chancellor Madam. Really,
Sir,
we made a mistake. When we go for 3 days conference of 12 sessions, all along we need not keep on talking about the theme of the conference alone. We have been committing that mistake. Of course, no more conference for me as well. I am requesting the incoming president and vice president. At least a few of the sessions can be exclusive. As you said, the difficulties encountered by the women vice chancellor, women teachers, and likewise difficulties encountered with the apex body separate sections, sir. See here, theoretically, as vice chancellor, we are learned people. We can very well understand what is sustainable development within 1 session and 2 sessions. Am I right? Instead of inviting people from outside, giving chance to them as a chairperson, as a speaker and all, it's a routine thing. Because of that only attendance is daily coming down, participation of vice chancellor. Suppose you put the title, difficulties faced by the vice chancellor in getting grant in aid, 1 session, all vice chancellor will be there even if it's the last session. Am I right or wrong, sir? Yeah, exactly, I'm telling. So I cannot do it, she can do it. But what she is very much interested, no, sir, national education policy is most important. All the 3 days national education policy, all the 3 days sustainable development goals, at least in future, have those themes at least for 1 or 2 or 3, 4 sessions. And we can mix it and bring out problems encountered by private universities 1 session, problems encountered by public university 1 session. Because people may afraid, even Dr. Changas Mittal may be afraid. If I do like that, what UGC will tell, what the government will tell. When they are not bothered about us, why we have to bother about them? We have to place our echo. That's most important as well.
Thank you,
Really,
sir.
AU has some fear. Suppose if it comes the next day. Yesterday also, I was warned by some people here. Sir, when you talk with the press, be careful. Don't talk anything negative about NEP. Something like that. That is okay. As a president, I have some moral responsibility. I should be very cordial. I should be very decent also.
Thank you,
That is
sir.
different story. Sessions should be there for each and every aspect I am telling. I am not prepared to say.
Thank you, sir.
All of us are various aspects.
Thank
Please,
you, sir. We
future president, and I will tell Susan Das also, yeah, permanent general secretary also I am telling, when you plan, because I will be coming to the ensuing conference as a past president. Am I right? That time I will be happy to see such sessions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We are proud of you. Can we move on? Because this is a very important agenda. We'll take some question toward the end because really speaking, I have to keep the time. Otherwise, they will ask me to leave this chair.
Yeah.
So the best thing would be.
Sir, actually, we have been getting
Must go to the next.
request from the online speakers.
One positive experiment I would like to share, sir. I am Shivappa on behalf
Sir,
of our
sir,
Vice Chancellor.
Sir, actually, we have allocated a lot of time for SDG 5. I am thankful for that being a woman. But we have other SDGs to deal and speakers are waiting. They have been telling that they want to, they have to go by the end of this session. So please, we'll request the next speaker to come.
I need
Professor
to
Yogesh Suri.
spend some time on economic inequality. I need to spend some time on creating sustainable habitat. And I need to talk about sustainable consumption. So please bear with us. Towards the end, we'll come back to you for open house if we have time.
Sir, just I would like to share one example of our university because Professor has, Honorable Vice Chancellor has raised university industry handholding and also collaborations. As a experience of our university, we have so many departments collaborated with industries in and around Mysore. Based on our Honorable Vice Chancellor direction and guidance, we have established a wonderful contact with nearly 250 industries and also 150 service organizations,
sure
both social sector and also that as a kind of unwritten agreement, they accommodate our students and in turn we also help them. So they come also take classes here.
I'm sure you are doing. I'm sure you are doing very well. That's why we came here for this conference.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We are very proud of our Vice Chancellor, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Amananda ji, sir.
Thank you.
You are doing so well. You have a campus which is a green habitat already, and you have a campus which is taking care, I'm sure, of the sustainable development goals. And we are here for that reason. But let's move on and take 1 or 2 more speakers, and then we'll come back to you for further questions. Kindly invite the next speaker.
It's a privilege to invite Dr. Yogesh Suri, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog. Dr. Yogesh Suri is a developmental economist and a policy analyst. He is currently Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog, in the rank of Additional Secretary to Government of India, where he is in the charge of governance, research, state finance, and coordination verticals. He is holding additional charge as Director General of National Institute of Labor Economics, Research and Development. Dr. Suri has diverse experience of over 28 years, ranging from planning and development, food security, consumer affairs, fertilizers and chemicals, macroeconomic research to empowering small and medium enterprises, banking, financial markets, risk management, etc. An alumnus of Department of Business Economics and Hindu College, University of Delhi, Dr. Suri holds a PhD from the University of Rajasthan. Over to you, sir. Dr. Yogesh Suri.
Very good morning, all of you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you very clearly, Dr. Suri.
Yeah, thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to thank the Association of Indian Universities, especially Dr. Pankaj Mittal and Dr. Rama Devi, I think, for putting together such an excellent two-day conference. And I think I would have liked to join it in person, but because of office exigencies, I could not come there. But I'm very much thankful that I've been given this opportunity to speak in this this event. So I would like to also thank Professor P.B. Sharma, Professor Rajita Kulkarni. I think they've already covered many of the things which I would have loved to say. I will not go into I will not make a very elaborate speech, but I would like to supplement what they have said is by indicating some specific practical things which can be done to achieve these 5 goals, these 4 goals which have been main theme of this particular session: the gender equality, this reducing inequalities, sustainable cities, and responsible consumption and production. So before I go ahead, so just few things I would like to say. I think I've been hearing a lot of discussion about this gender inequality, and I think concerns being expressed by various vice chancellors. There's a lot of discrimination against women. But let me tell you, as far as the government is concerned, we're putting in all of a whole lot of initiatives to ensure that there is no gender discrimination. In fact, even in Niti Aayog, even while recruitment, we have been taking a lot of young professionals, consultants. And today's situation is such that number of women officers joining are much more than number of men officers. In fact, in my own verticals, about 17, 18 people who are there with me, at least 12, 13 are women. So, and I can tell you the delivery of these women is far, far better than the men employees. So things are changing very rapidly on ground. It's not that maybe it's at least in metro cities, I can say, in fact, if I see my own families and our own friend circles, and at least in the younger generation, we see almost at par. There's no discrimination between men and women. In fact, women are in fact enjoying much more dominance compared to men in terms of, especially in the younger generation when I see. Another issue recently, just now highlighted by our Honorable Vice Chancellor of NLU Jodhpur, she said there are a lot of clauses where women are being discriminated against. I would like to strongly request her to please send us the list of that. I can, from Niti Aayog, I can promise that whichever laws are discriminating against women, so we'll definitely take up with the concerned ministries. If possible, we'll hold a separate session which can be chaired by a Vice Chancellor. We'll invite the Secretary of Ministry of Women and Child Development, even the Minister of Women and Child Development, and we'll ensure that all these clauses where discrimination there, we'll remove that. Now, coming back to the main session, now today is so I see all of the vice chancellors and all the universities as a major transformative agents. I think you are the people actually who are developing the whole generation. So you have a very big responsibilities. And insofar as sustainable development goals are concerned, actually it does encompass almost everything which is required for any country to do. Even politically, this is all which every country does, and already government of India has given this commitment in the United Nations. And so few things, practical things which I would suggest is, first of all, could we develop some sort of curriculum for SDGs in all of this institution, especially for some of the courses which we, in fact, this can be encompassed in covered in almost every subject which you are teaching. You could have maybe a month course, or maybe 1 week course, or maybe one subject. So I think from Niti Aayog, since as you are aware, Niti is the nodal agency in the government of India for implementation of sustainable development goals, we have put in whole lot of initiatives. I think it's there in our annual report and on our website. We have brought out number of publications for sustainable development goals. We have come out with the SDG index, where we try to rank different states, and we have a multidimensional poverty index. We have a special SDG index for northeastern states, special SDG urban development index. So enough material is already available, and we'll be very happy to collaborate. And we have recently given out a research study to Administrative Staff College of India to also develop some sort of curriculum for SDGs. So we'll be very happy to work with the Association of Indian Universities. I've been in touch with Dr. Mittal. Recently, we also, in fact, from Government of India side, we want to expand our engagement with the universities. We had recently a round of almost discussion with almost 100 universities in collaboration with the Association of Indian Universities. I'm expecting that many of you would have also attended that meeting. I think we'll be having such kind of interactions every quarter. So another area where I feel this universities can play an important role is this monitoring and evaluation and implementation of government schemes on ground. So for each of the SDG goals, in fact, government has about, now today we have this output outcome monitoring framework where all these government schemes we have, for each of the schemes, we have clearly defined outputs and outcomes. So can the universities collaborate with the government and ensure that the schemes which the government is implementing, whether the thrust Honorable Prime Minister also said in this in his speech the last Independence Day, and Union Budget also has been emphasizing the thrust of the government is on saturation of all the schemes. So saturation essentially means whoever is eligible to get that scheme must get that benefit. I think because all the university you are firmly placed in all your respective areas and you are aware of the surroundings, and we'll be very happy to collaborate with the university to ensure that the schemes are saturated. Research is another area where I think higher educational institutions can play a very, very important role. We'll be very happy to collaborate with institutions. You can come out with some research proposals also. We can also look at funding of some of the research studies. I had indicated in the last conference which we had with the Vice Chancellor that we have the research scheme where we can do funding up to rupees 25 lakh. If you have any specific proposals on any of the SDGs or even otherwise any other area, we'll be very happy to do it. And I'll not go into details of each of these four because in the interest of time already we have been, I think the session is running late. So some of the things which we can definitely do as part of our own day-to-day lives, and in fact in our own campuses, if you like, especially for responsible consumption and production and for sustainable cities and communities, can we ensure that in all of our campuses absolutely the waste is entirely recycled? We must have solar rooftop energy, and as one of the Honorable Vice Chancellors had said, they switch off the light at 7 p.m. So try to conserve electricity and try to have a better blend of mix where we use more and more of solar energy. In fact, in our Niti Aayog also we have taken a rating of our, there is a rating given for the various government buildings. So our building has been given 5-star rating. So I'll encourage all the universities also to have the kind of ratings for their buildings by incorporating all the measures which are energy efficient. And similarly, when you buy vehicles for your officers, for your staff, why don't you buy only electric vehicles? I think can we do away with the manual or petrol or diesel-driven vehicles? Also have charging stations at your centers, at all your campuses. So I can go on and on, but in the interest of time, I will not go into much details. I'll be very happy to respond to any questions if you have. But as a higher educational institution, I think all of you have collectively very big responsibilities. So we have as a government. So let us work together and try to achieving this sustainable development goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed, Dr. Suri. Thank you so much indeed for giving us the agenda of preparing sustainable campuses for our universities, where we could be energy independent, water secured, of course, safe and smart and intelligent within our campus so that we utilize our technology advancement. This is something good for us. But we also want to give you an agenda for Niti Aayog from AIU. Our thinking is that while you have the strategy for India at 75, and we are already moving into 75th years of our independence, this is the right time to think about strategies for India at 80. Which means 5 years from now, not only to achieve the economic prosperity which has already been targeted, but to ensure that we jump from Sustainable Development Index, where we are at the moment at 120, to top 20 in the world. And we jump from Happiness Index, where we are currently around 130, to top 30 in the world. It's that kind of agenda we need to keep in front of us to redesign our strategies for India at India at 80. And we need to do this by keeping in mind that this is not the age of incremental change. It's the age of leapfrogging. It's the age of even pole vaulting, as Dr. Mashelkar has rightly pointed out. We could jump from 120 to 20, top 20, but we need to have the strategy, we need to have action plan, and we need to have our concrete, actually tight monitoring of our plans so that we achieve our goals and targets. Any thought on this, Dr. Suri, before I go to the next speaker?
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I think you have very rightly said we need to have this continuously reworking of strategies. And let me promise that it's already being done actually. So currently, Niti Aayog, we are working on a vision document which not only covers our goals and targets for 2036-37. You're talking 5 years, we are talking about 36-37. And then there is a next set of goals for 2046-47, which is 100 years of Indian independence. So that's already in the making. I think we have some of the universities also working with us. They have given us some background papers, and in each of the sectors, this vision document is under preparation. So, so your suggestions be very well taken, sir. Already we are working on this, and we'll be happy to seek help of more universities in this regard. Thank you.
That's a great assurance. That's a great assurance. I can assure you all our universities are conscious of their responsibility as far as preparing the campus to be sustainable from the point of view of utilization of the waste, including reprocessing of the wastewater, producing green energy in the campus, and also taking care of the green building design. And that's something which is already there on our card, and I can assure you that Indian universities will be moving in that direction. But if I would have been in Niti Aayog, I would have mandated that all large campuses higher than 50 acres or more should be energy independent, water secured, and those who are 50-year-old or even more, let them draw not a single penny for grant from the government as far as running of the university is concerned. I would have made all IITs to be sustainable. I would have made all NITs to be sustainable. I would have made all central universities to be sustainable financially, so that the burden of exchequer, which is currently about 80-85% to finance higher education in these eminent institutions, could have been diverted toward nurturing state universities and a whole lot of colleges to whom we need to support. But that's something for, of course, Niti Aayog to think. I'm nobody to do that. As far as I'm concerned, in our own university, we are very conscious about our responsibility to be sustainable from the point of view of environment as well as financial sustainability. Can we move on to the next speaker, please?
Shri Drijesh Kumar Tiveri, sir.
In the meantime, if you have the questions, write them down so that toward the end, at least I can recite the questions and allow the panelists to answer.
Shri Drijesh Kumar Tiwari ji. It's an honor to invite. He's left. He's not there, sir.
Mr. Dheeraj Tiwari is not there, I'm told. If he, Dr. Dheeraj Tiwari, if you are there, you can appear on the screen on the computer. We will quickly capture. Not there. Then we have a little bit of time to go to the nitty-gritty of the basics of our sustainable development goal. The first, I give you food for thought. Can we jump from 120 to 20? And if we can, what need to be done to reach there? That's question number one. Yeah, and sir is here. Oh, one more, yes. Invite sir, yeah. Oh, Dr. Ranjan Walker is here. Physical presence, one person. I thought you are co-chairing this session, but please do invite.
We have another speaker, Professor Rajan Velukar, former Vice Chancellor, Oro University. Dr. Rajan Velukar is an eminent academician, has more than 32 years of experience. His career spans Vice Chancellorships, Directorships, Asia-wide officer roles, the National Knowledge Commission, and UGC, NAC, PT, central government and state government bodies. Welcome to you, sir. Sir.
So I came early to save time. I will try to save time because, thank you. Please excuse me, I'm not taking anybody's name. except the chair of the panel discussion and my colleagues, those who have spoken on this topic. Can you upload the? Yeah, and there was a lot of discussion on gender, SDG goal 5. I have my own opinions, but I am not going to tell now. But gender discrimination is not only in terms of jobs. Jobs is one of many other things which are discriminated. It is a question of opportunities and inclusion in everything. That is what we should talk for SDG goal 5, not only the jobs. Anyway, everybody is not going to get the jobs. And industry also is not going to provide jobs to everybody. And the future, when we are talking about the future is very, very different, whether there will be jobs or not, but employment will be there for everybody. And there is a difference between employment and jobs. And therefore, we should change our perspective of looking towards this. Now, the classical universities were based on the unity of research and teaching. The modern universities were based on teaching, research, and the practical applications. But post-COVID, the universities will have to be little beyond that. It is not only the teaching, research, and practical applications, but it is praxis of transforming society and self. If we add this to teaching and research, if we just change our focus, post-COVID universities, and disrupt through praxis of transforming society and self, then only we will be able to achieve. That is what I feel. And I always said that we don't have the difficulties in implementing SDGs are not caused by knowledge gap. Every one of us in this country has a knowledge. And after the WhatsApp, everyone is having every knowledge of every subject. And therefore, what is the basic issue which we all are facing is, problem is lack of political will, whatever we say, and a knowing doing gap. And that knowing doing gap will not allow us to achieve SDGs by 2030, whatever we are talking about. Because I have seen that after 2016 till today, we are in a discussion mode. Though we are doing some or the other thing here and there, but still we are in a discussion mode. We have a lot of potential, but we need to realize that. And therefore, this panel discussion is for how do we structurize whatever we want to do. And therefore, I am going to talk about the structure today, as earlier speakers have spoken about it. Yeah, not going. No, not. You can move the slide. Yeah. Now the picture which I am going to show is going to answer the first question which we have discussed, a lot of discussion which we had. This is what the picture will tell you what exactly is happening. And if reality is this, whether we like it or not, even in the financial sector, even if the rich people of this country and the poor people of this country, you know the income distribution. And if you look at the income distribution, you will see that it is the first slide. That is the reality today. Then equality and equity is different. And then really we want to liberate people. If we are able to liberate people, then only we will be able to achieve whatever we want to achieve by 2030. Or the Prime Minister who's talking about 2047. Now, I know I am not going to tell you because you are already implementing some or the other thing. But if we follow these 5 steps, we will be able to measure what we are doing and what we are talking. The first thing is, I know every university is doing some or the other thing. And therefore, the first thing which we should do is we create a white paper. What we do is map what we are already doing it. That is the first step. Put it on a piece of paper. Then we will know where we stand, where we are. The second step is build the capacity and ownership of the SDGs. Every community, our community, the academic community, the stakeholders should own SDGs. If the stakeholders are not going to own SDGs and only the leader is going to own SDGs, it is not going to happen. And therefore, the second important step which we should follow is build the capacities through various strategies, various programs, and various implementation things, and own of the SDGs. Step number 3 is identify priorities. And priorities cannot be identified by the Association of Indian Universities. Priorities has to be done by us, has to be decided by us, because the local situation is very, very different. We have metros. I am living in metros. My situation is very, very different in Mumbai. But a university in a tribal area, the situation is very different. In Nepal, it is different. And therefore, identify the priorities as per our situation, opportunities and gaps. That is the third step which we need to follow. The fourth step is integrate, implement, and embed the SDGs. This is what we have to do through various things. I will come to that. The fifth is monitor, evaluate, and communicate. We don't communicate. We don't have a sustainable development report of every university. Why can't we prepare a sustainable development report of every university? If we create a report, at least we will come to know the best practices of universities. There is only one university in our country. Recently, just 4 or 5 months back, they came out with a report of sustainable development goals. Whereas in other countries, this is the practice. And through practice, through sharing of the best practices, we learn. So I am putting a structure before you. I am not going to, this is all which I am going to talk. I will save little time. So how universities can contribute to the SDGs? Now, this is a 4-quadrant strategy which we can have. So I call it as a 4-quadrant strategy. Strategy number 1 is research, what we want to do in the research. I'm skipping this. I'll tell in the next slides. Second is education. Whatever programs we are offering, curriculum, co-curricular activities, extracurricular activities, and other things. Second, that is education. The third is operations and governance. Through the governance also, we need to implement these SDGs. The fourth is external leadership. We have to be connected with the society. You are working only if you are networking. Otherwise, you are not working in today's world. And therefore, we have to network. So this is a 4-quadrant strategy which we need to. Now, the first is education, that is teaching, learning. So what can we do? These are just a suggestive thing. This is not exhaustive. Number 1 is provide students with the knowledge, skills, and motivation to understand and address the challenges of the SDGs. This is what we can do in all our universities. Empower and mobilize young people. We need to empower them so that they take the charge of their life. They take the charge of their learning. If you teach, they will not learn. Sri Aurobindo always used to say, nothing can be taught, but everything can be learned. And therefore, we have to create a learning environment. And therefore, we need to empower so that they take the charge of their life, they take the charge of their learning in everything. Third is provide in-depth academic or vocational training to implement SDG solutions. We have to train these children, then only they will be able to do it. Fourth is enhance opportunities for capacity building of students and professionals from developing countries to address challenges relating to SDGs. Next is research. Now in this research also, encourage and promote the SDGs as a topic of research within the university. Which we are doing, whatever supervisors which we are having, we need to give them this agenda. If we give them this agenda, everything. So when we are telling people, then we should tell them that your research has to be responsible. And in European country, in UK, there is a policy of responsible research and innovation. Every innovation and every research has to be responsible. And if we follow this SDG, then our research will be responsible all the time, which is useful to the society. The second is support the full spectrum of research approaches needed to address the SDGs, including interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity research. Something is missing there, that is multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity research. And the Niti Aayog can come forward for providing funds, especially if our teachers are doing research in this inter and multidisciplinary, which is associated with SDG. Support and incubate innovation for sustainable development solutions. Then actively support national and local implementation of the SDGs. Then organizational governance, culture and operations of the university. We need to create a culture in our governance system. Then only it will be a good governance. We should believe in the community in which we are working. Align university governance structure and operations with the aims of the SDGs, and AIU can come forward and help in creating that kind of governance in all the universities. This is external leadership, very, very important. If you don't have the network or connection with the external agencies, then we are not doing anything. Strengthen public engagement and participation in addressing the SDG. We have to go little beyond and engage the society. Initiate and facilitate cross-sectoral dialogue and action on SDG implementation. Even if we give one day a week to have this kind of activities with the external people, external agencies, then we will be connected with them. We will know what problems they are facing, and we will be able to address them through our education. Then play a lead role in policy development and advocacy for SDGs. We as a university, Atlas Skill Tech University, we have adopted the municipal schools. Municipal schools in Mumbai. We are going to adopt the tribal schools to achieve SDG 4. And we are going full out with all sort of technology, skills and everything, and transforming the lives of the school children. Demonstrate, and we are also helping them to create a policy. Demonstrate the importance of the university sector in SDG implementation. They should recognize us. And if they have to recognize us, then every university should be part of the public policy. And if we are part of the public policy, no matter whether it is a local government or a state government or a national government or anything, but we should be recognized by them that these people can help us to create a policy. And therefore, public policy is very, very important. Then demonstrate university sector commitment to SDG, as many of us are doing it. But this is what I am just giving a structure so that it can help us to create. Now, these are some of the examples, of course, for goal SDG 5. Many of us have spoken, many of you have some suggestions on that. These are some of the suggestions which I have given. As I have said that, say providing childcare on campus and promoting workplace flexibility and all those things are there. Many universities are doing it. Say this gender equity strategies also. I will tell you, yet we have not achieved. There is a gender bias in technology. If you just studied the technology, there is a lot of gender bias in technology also. I had done a lot of research on this. We need to understand even the technologies which are coming out are not having, they're not based on equality and equity. That equity is not there, equality may be there. Everybody has been given the mobile phone. But the weight of the mobile phone, if you look at the weight of the mobile phone, or even the Ola and Uber, there are women drivers, but there is a bias against them. A data scientist has done a research on that. You know, in US, say, if your number comes, you will get the customer. But you know, women cannot go to some areas which are dangerous, and therefore they don't go. So even if their turn used to come, then they cancel. If they cancel, then their number will come after so many hours or after giving to somebody else. And therefore they have made a change in their data. They have made a change in their coding. So even in technology, even in the products which are coming out, we need to think from a design thinking perspective, and that empathy has to be there. So this SDG 5, then SDG 10, instituting an equity agenda and plan that commits to equal opportunity and reduce inequalities in all processes and activities, most notably the pay. Even the pay is not equal in many universities. I am saying even some universities, I don't name, they are not paying the salary equivalent to a daily wages. A teacher is available for 10,000 rupees in a college or a university. Is it equality? Is it equity? We need to introspect ourselves. So these are some of the suggestions which I had given. Of course, this can be circulated to you as time is less. SDG 11, all these 4 I have written down here. This can be implemented by us in our university and many more, and design programs around this in all our universities, and committing to the development of and investment in universities, local community, and areas of greatest influence wherever it is possible. And every university has an opportunity to serve the nearby society. Similarly, SDG 12, ensuring safe practice expectations for hazardous waste handling and disposal. Of course, we are doing it. Increasing use of sustainable transport, which the government is talking about. Incorporating sustainability and ethical considerations into purchasing policies, procedures, and activities. Not purchasing policies, it is purchasing, then policies. Now, I will tell you what we are doing in our university. My university is having the School of Design, the School of Film and Animation, School of Digital Media, and the School of Digital Technology. These are the schools which we have. What we have done is, the first thing is we have integrated SDG into our curriculum. But we are not teaching SDG as a separate course. When you teach it as a separate course, what happens? It happens like value education. It will happen like live courses. Students are not interested in doing that. And therefore, what we do is, we integrate this SDG into teaching learning process. So when you integrate, whenever you are teaching anything, physics or chemistry or anything, or design, you need to integrate those SDGs and values into this curriculum. That is what the practice which we are doing. Just examples I am giving you whenever we give the projects. I am just showing you 3 projects. This is the exhibits. Name of the project is exhibits. We had a collaboration with Fab Binel, and we have created the green charcoal. This is a biodegradable construction material of living ecosystems on building walls. Now, this is what the urban crisis is on the left, which you see, and how do we address this urban crisis? So children has been exposed to the nature, air purification, sound damping, then plant life, insect life, they have been given the exposure to all this thing. And then they have created this material, combining material science with computational tools. With the help of these two, they have created the carbon positive and net positive, which is helpful to the global impact. And this is the impact. So we have also measured the impact, and you will see this 4% reduction in cement, 4% reduction of fine aggregate, 21% increase in the air pockets, 90% reduction of coarse aggregate, 40% reduction in weight, and 54% increase in organic matter. This is what these are the kind of projects which we give to them. Then second is Alto Explorer. This is very, very useful. And we have a sea in Mumbai, and therefore this is very essential. And that's why I said local. You have to understand the local needs. And from that perspective, the children have created this prototype. So 95% of the ocean floors remain unexplored. In submarine scientific work and research, people have to face huge challenges of the extreme condition and the very high cost of conducting exploration under seas. And therefore, our children have created this Explorer CCV, to which we call it as a community-controlled remote vehicle that allows people to explore and research into the unknown under the seas. This is what the students have created. This is a prototype, and we are going to make it contact the industry so that this will be. And these are all done by our students. And this is very, very useful. This can go to every home in the entire country. This is the name of the project is Khad. Now, this Khad project, whatever we have done, is whatever garbage which we are getting in the kitchen, that 80% of the kitchen waste we throw away is biodegradable. This is what we do. 80% of the kitchen waste is biodegradable. And therefore, if you put all these things into this machine, then you can get a compost in 2 days. And then which you can utilize in your garden, wherever you want, or you can sell it also. And this is very, very useful. And this has been sent for the patent. We have filed this. This is what we are doing at our university. And this is the next one, last one, the talking tree. There are many, but I have just took out this 4. And this is the talking tree. You plant your tree anywhere in the world, you will get the exact data of that plant, how it is growing, what is the condition of the leaf, whether it is healthy or not. And in this, we have used the IoT, Internet of Things. And you can put that, and then you can see what is happening to the tree which you have. And lot of research which we are doing further on the agriculture 4.0, because the agriculture 4.0 will be very, very different with this machine learning, with metaverse. And now there is one university which is coming up in our country, which is Metaversity, based on Metaverse. That is the university which is going to come in our country. And therefore, what I say, I have just shown some of the examples which we are doing. And earlier I said, develop praxis of transforming the society and self. Now, the next picture which I am showing is very, very essential. If we really plan our universities and our education on the basis of these 12 parameters, this is called as vertical literacy. This is called as vertical literacy in higher education. And these are the 12 parameters. If you follow these 12 parameters and construct your university as per these 12 parameters, we are going to achieve the self-development as the society and the societal development. And that is not only SDG, but beyond SDG. It is the sustainable society, sustainable world. That is what I just wanted to communicate. And therefore, I thought that I will speak about the structure, how we can structure our universities around this, whatever I have presented. If you have a better structure, please let me know. I would love to learn because I am a lifelong learner. So these are the references, because I have been told just 4 days back that I have to be here by Madam and Rama. So I thought that I will just create some structure and examples and then give you. So with this, I thank the
Big thank you to you,
Chairman.
Professor Rajan. Big thank you to you. Thank you.
And thank you for listening or hearing to me, whatever you have done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much indeed. You have kept our audience spellbound. Everybody was clicking their camera to take your slides. Surely the agenda is loud and clear. Go beyond teaching and research and look at transforming the society, the neighborhood, as well as perhaps transforming the whole country and the global world. Lot can be done, but I think the final point we need to take home, create awareness about sustainable development goals. Honorable Vice Chancellor, the students sitting outside, I asked them, what is the discussion going on in this conference? They said, we don't know. So I think the first thing is creating awareness about sustainable development goal and what they mean to us, what we need to do about it and so on. Whatever good we are doing, that need to be communicated. Second one, of course, in our educational and research goal, we have to integrate and embed our sustainable development goal. Very important point. We need to do a lot of research, how to reach to the agenda of taking our country out of 120 rank at the moment to the rank number 20 or in top 20 of the nations of the world. It can be done, but it requires a sea change in our mindset. Incremental development would not help. You have to leapfrog, even pole vault, so that you reach to the summit in your own lifetime. I don't have more than 5 to 10 years to look at my country. Otherwise, the coming generations will curse me that what have you done as the Vice Chancellor or even as a former president of AIU. So I think the agenda has been very well sketched by Dr. Rajan Velukar, and we thank you very much for giving us the food for thought, how to go in a systematic manner. Sir also said that each year when you draw your annual report of the university, draw an annual report for implementation of sustainable development goals and how far you have reached. What sir has perhaps said also that you have to keep your strategies right and your targets so that you move from one ladder to another in terms of achieving of the sustainable development goal. Very important. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular session was in fact one of the most important sessions, I must say, because it relates to our own future. It relates to the quality of life of our people. It relates to removing the economic inequality that we have created. We have not talked about creating millions and millions of jobs for our young people. I'm sure all my vice chancellors are aware that not less than 660 million young people are there in our country below the age of 25. And each one of them would be looking towards higher education. After all, we are setting a target of GER of 50 by 2035. And if we have to achieve this target, we have to also ensure that those who come to higher education institutions are either employed or self-employed and engaged in productive activity to contribute effectively to the nation's advancement and advancement of the global community. So the agenda of job creation and agenda of startups and self-employment is very, very important. That only can remove inequality. I was a poor man when I was born. Today I am the Vice Chancellor. Thanks to education, thanks to the empowerment provided by the education, thanks to the good quality education from school and university level that brought me up to this point. And we need to take this agenda very seriously, how we call intervention in our university through education to build up the communities by which we would be able to empower our people to enjoy the fruits and benefits of a prosperous society to which we are leading to. Economic inequality requires focus on job creation. It does not require merely focus on creating rich people more rich and making poor more poorer. I have data with me to demonstrate that during the days of globalization, the lower 50% of population, which was earlier enjoying 5 to 6% wealth of the nation, has been reduced to 2.8%. And therefore, I think the cause is very serious. We need to depart from our conventional developmental strategies. How do we build in our education to create that mindset? I leave it to you. I'm sure there must be a lot of questions in the audience because the agenda was loud and clear. And we all need to also, I think, percolate this message, what our forefathers called aparigraha, which means consume as much as required and purchase as much as necessary. Nothing more, nothing less. And unless we percolate this message of sustainable consumption right down to every single person in the society by leading by example ourselves, I don't think we will succeed in achieving the sustainable development goal. Currently, we are in a bad shape, but we could be in the brightest shape provided we cause the necessary interventions through a strategic framework with a commitment and conviction of the kind that Dr. Rajan Belukar has presented before us. I leave you with these thoughts and thank you very much, Association of Indian Universities, for giving me this opportunity to chair this learned session. I also wish to place on record my personal gratitude to all the learned panelists of the session who have given their best of the thoughts and shared their wisdom with us in realization of the sustainable development goals. Each one of us want to live in a happy world. We all want to be happy, but I remember what I said in the beginning, ultimately God Almighty should also be happy with us. And God will be happy when the rivers of nectar which were flowing during my childhood are once again brought back into India. God Almighty will be happy when the quality of air in our country was such that we were able to call it pranavayu. And in fact, the quality of life was such that there was no one unemployed. Unemployment was not heard of in the village where I was born. Everybody was productively engaged. And the India that you call the wonder that was India was wonder because everybody was entrepreneur in his own right. And therefore, India was not looking for naukri as we normally do today. They were looking for gainful and meaningful engagement to lead a blissful and happy life. We need to go back to these basics if we can, using the most modern technology and most modern systems of scientific and technological advancement. What Sir, of course, said that science and technology also have a gender bias. People like me always believe that science is neutral and so should be technology. But what you demonstrated that yes, when we design and develop our technological tools or design our systems, we need to be conscious of the gender bias also. Take this message cautiously, but I want to keep the science and technology as neutral as possible, not only to the gender bias, but they should not be biased towards a nation or the other, because science and technology, they are universal in their nature and should remain so. After all, who else can say this with pride other than India, where Jnana, Vijnana, and Pragyana has been so well established as a part and parcel of our cultural, philosophical, and spiritual tradition. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be with you in this session. Thank you, Honorable President, sir, Honorable Secretary General, sir, for this opportunity. And thank you, learned audience, for keeping and bearing with me during this session. I know you had several questions which we could not really take, but it all depends upon Madam Compare. In case you want to generate some further discussion from the audience, I'm open for it.
We wholeheartedly thank Professor P.B. Sharma, chairperson of this technical session, for successfully conducting the session. And I kindly request the president, Professor Tiruvasagam, to come and do the felicitation. Kindly come, sir. Professor P.B. Sharma. Dhanyavad, sir. We also are privileged to honor Dr. Rajan Velukar. Thank you so much, sir. And also we thank all the speakers who have joined online and enlightened the session. Thank you so much.
So we shall continue with the next session. Dr. Asma, can you please come out? Thank you, sir.
A very good morning. We are at the hem of the second technical session entitled Realizing SDGs through HAIs for Securing Basic Essentials of Well-Being. Here, focusing on the SDGs 1, 2, 3, and 6. May I invite Professor P. Kaliraj, Vice Chancellor, Bharatiya University, to chair this session. Professor Kaliraj is currently the Vice Chancellor of Bharatiya University. He is a biochemist and immunotechnologist with specialized certifications from USA, Indonesia, and Sweden. In his rich academic and research experience that initiated in 1981, he has risen to the level of officiating Vice Chancellor of Anna University and ICMR Emeritus Medical Scientist of Center for Biotechnology at Anna University. He has received several accolades and awards in the field of science for his contribution. One of them is J.C. Bose Memorial Award. He has guided more than 42 PhD scholars. He has several accolades to his credit. I would only like to focus, his vision is to bring about a disruptive change in the manner of education and evaluation, to implement it, and also to set new grounds to revamp unconventional examination system that envisages the application side of education. That's Professor Dr. P. Kaliraj. Over to you, sir. Yes. Let him give his presidential remarks. Okay. The speakers of this session are.
You want to introduce them?
Sir, shall I? Okay. The speakers in this session are Professor Jayanthir Ravi, IS Officer, Secretary, Nobel Foundation. Professor C.B. Sanjeevi, Vice Chancellor, Sri Satyasai Institute of Higher Learning, and Professor M.K. Surappa, former Vice Chancellor, Anna University. Professor Jayanthir Ravi will be joining online. A round of applause for the speakers who are joining us on the dais. Is Dr. Jayanthir Ravi connected?
I would like to thank Association of Indian Universities and all the other vice chancellors. And this session on realizing the SDGs through higher education institutions for securing basic essentials of well-being, which is going to cover the SDG 2, 3, and 6. One is no poverty. 2 is zero hunger. 3 is good health and well-being. And 4th is clean water and sanitation. No poverty can be solved only through education. India is no longer the country with the most extreme poverty. In the global poverty ranking, India is slowly sliding down. As per the real-time data from World Poverty Clock, 7% of the Indian population are living in extreme poverty and 0.6 Indians are escaping extreme poverty every minute. Education is often referred to as a great equalizer. Education can open the door to jobs, resources, and skills that a family needs to not just survive, but thrive. Access to high quality education and supporting child well-being is a globally recognized solution to the cycle of poverty. The impact of education on poverty, there are several factors: economic growth, reduced income inequality, reduced infant and maternal deaths, reduced stunting, reduced vulnerability to HIV and AIDS, and reduced violence at home and the security. And if you just look into the SDG 2, which is the zero hunger, and how the education is going to change it to the reality of well-being. The hunger is closely linked to poverty. That is the goal 1, and affects 1 in 9 people, that is 795 million globally. The expertise available in higher education institutions can be used to solve food production, storage, processing, and marketing challenges that prevent partner countries from producing enough food. And SDG 3, that is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all the ages. Education is a catalyst for development and a health intervention in its own right. And SDG 6, that ensure access to water and sanitation for all. Resource assessment, application of modeling software and remote sensing and geographic information system and several other tools, irrigations and treatment technologies, and preferred themes of research for most of the higher education institutions engaged in the research. And today, I'm having with me Professor Jayanthir Ravi, IAS, Secretary, Nobel Foundation, who is going to join with us online, and Professor C.B. Sanjeevi, Vice Chancellor of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in physical mode, and my Vice Chancellor, I'm from Anna University earlier. My Vice Chancellor, the former the Vice Chancellor of Anna University, Professor M.K. Surappa, and he is with us. And I hope the session will be more fruitful.
Thank you, sir, for your opening remarks. May I now have the pleasure and privilege to introduce to you Dr. Jayanthir Ravi. She is joining us online. She is a scientist, civil servant, performing vocalist, administrator, thinker, and a widely traveled development practitioner. Dr. Ravi entails myriad realms of experience in her multifaceted career. Passion for human development and a service to humanity best describe her mission. She holds a master's in nuclear physics from University of Madras, MPA from Harvard University, and a PhD specializing in technology enhanced education, conceptualizing a multiversity from MS University. Her professional repertoire includes serving as DDO in Sabarkantha, collector of Panchmahal, director of NAC in the PM's office, in addition to principal secretary and commissioner, rural development, Gujarat. Her multidisciplinary, innovative, creative approach with sensitivity and a raised consciousness to problem solving has provided results and outcomes that have successfully worked across various sectors. Over to you, Dr. Ravi. Shall we move on?
Shall we start with Professor C.B. Sanjeevi, or
Yes, sir.
we would like to wait for some time? Okay, you please introduce.
Yeah, please bear with us for the technical glitch. We now invite Professor C.B. Sanjeevi, who is currently the Vice Chancellor of Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in Puttaparthi and a senior scientist at the Department of Medicine at Karolinska Institute in Stockholm. He is a senior advisor to the Innovation Office of Karolinska Institute. He heads the Diabetes Immunology Research Group at the Center for Molecular Medicine at the same institute in Stockholm. He is a member of the Nobel Prize Committee for Physiology and Medicine at Karolinska Institute. He has won many awards. Time is short for me to read the list. He has delivered several orations in India and abroad and is a visiting professor in several universities. He has several volumes to his credit. Notable of mentioning is Immunology of Diabetes. May I invite Professor C.B. Sanjeevi.
Can I have my first slide, please? Before the slide appears, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to Mrs. Pankaj Mittal and Professor Thiruvasagam for giving me the opportunity to come and give a talk here. My talk is going to be on sustainable development goals that we follow at Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. And on the request of our President and the Secretary General, I will talk about Nobel Prize in Medicine, how to nominate, what are all the process involved in nomination and getting the award, which many, I feel, may not know the details. So before I start, I offer my humble pranams to the founder chancellor of my university, Sri Satya Sai Baba, and we are in our 40th year of existence. Ours is probably one of the very few universities where we offer education for free. We do not charge any fees from any of our students. This is something very important for many of the universities to know. We not only don't charge fees, but we provide hostel facilities for all the students free of cost and provide food for all the students in the hostel free of cost. So this is a Gurukulam concept kind of university where the students start the day at about 6 o'clock in the morning, end the day at about 10 o'clock in the evening. And the day is filled with activities that include educational, that include spiritual, and that include character building. So this is something that is unique. And next slide, please. If you can move the slide, I can continue talking.
doesn't matter. All I need is the slides to move. That's all. It's okay. Can you manage the slide or is it working? Okay, the point that is it working? Okay. So with this kind of Gurukulam concept, that is what we are following, our activity has been clearly approved, appreciated by the United Nations, Department of Economics and Social Affairs. And the free Satya Sai integral human values-based education model is replicable in India as well as other parts of the world where similar conditions as India are prevalent. We are probably one of the few universities to have got this recognition. In addition, what has happened is that the Mahatma Gandhi National Council for Rural Education has also awarded the District Green Champion Certificate for the where our campus is located. So just to give you brief details about what we are doing in terms of following the sustainability development goals, in terms of well-being, we have body, mind, and heart. So we need a disciplined body, we need a compassionate heart, and we have a mental well-being, which is a mastered mind. So if we follow these three concepts, we will produce the best student that we could produce, and I'll have them leave the university. So they will be professionally sound, socially responsible, and spiritually aware. So in the holistic personality development, what we do is we go for good character, noble attitude and values, social sensitivity, spiritual awareness, and academic competence. So this gives us the wholesome and balanced personality to the students who graduate from our university. So all the points that personify all this is shown here in terms of broadened perspective and enriched worldview, self-confidence and self-reliance that our students carry themselves with when they leave the university, dignity of labor and respect for work, determination, dedication, commitment, etc. So there is a lot of character building that is involved in our students graduating from our university. So this is our college campus, and this is the hostel for the students where in the Puttaparthi where they are studying. In Satya Sai hostel, discipline is the medium of instruction. Love, service, and sadhana are the first, second, and third languages of the university. So when we focus on the physical well-being, what is important is that we have the Gurukulam concept teachers staying with the students in the hostel. So to stay in the hostel with the students, they are available 24/7 to the students. They lead by example. Career guidance and life lessons are available to the students at any time point. So in our physical and mental well-being, we engage our students in sport activities, yoga activities, and several other activities that are important for their development, including the physical and mental well-being. So what is the mental and emotional well-being we are talking about? We organize summer courses in Indian culture and spirituality that all the students participate and take advantage of. Awareness courses, moral courses, and prayer talks. Every day starts with a prayer session in the hostel by the students. So this helps trigger self-reflection and inquiry in the students, sensitizing them to the concerns of society, helps cultivate a broader view of the human condition, reveals the University of World Religion and their underlying spirituality. And all this is a part of every semester that the students go through. So here are some of the festivities that we celebrate where the students participate in, whether it is immaterial or what religion the students come from. All religions are respected and all religions are followed and appreciated. So the students perform many of the tasks inside the hostel where they take part in character building. So they take part in the institute band, academic support, hostel stores, serving food at the food counters, housekeeping, and multimedia. This is all taken care of by the students themselves so that they learn all that they have to learn while they are spending their time in the hostel. So when it comes to the societal well-being and village empowerment program, we have adopted quite a number of villages around the city of Puttaparthi, and we have something called as Grama Seva. In Grama Seva, the students go along with the teachers and serve that Gramam in full way, including the cleaning of the household, cleaning of the streets, disposal of the garbage and cleaning of the toilet, etc. So all this is something that serves humility to all the students, and the skill development and entrepreneurship, health and hygiene, green initiatives, waste to wealth. So we follow all these things and impart them not in a theoretical basis, but in a practical way, so that they have hands-on training and do all that they have to do and learn. So these are some of the examples of the work that is being done in Grama Seva. We also adopt a leper colony and take care of all the people in that colony. And this is some of the things that had appeared in the newspaper as well, where our institute alumni plant enough samplings over a period of time. And this is one event where they had planted 1 lakh samplings in the neighborhood. So we have adoption of 4 villages, cleaning up of the river nearby, which is the Chitravati River, planting of saplings, and patient outreach of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Medical Sciences. So we have mobile clinics. In those mobile clinics, we offer a lot of medical facilities available to the neighboring villages. And those people who are identified to be sick are brought to the general hospital in Puttaparthi and given the treatment. So when we come look at the environmental well-being, we follow what is samasta loka sukhino bhavantu. Here what we do is we are involved. When we say we, that includes the faculty and students, involved in several of these activities that are involved in sanitation, cleaning and restoration of wells, septic tank, and Anganwadi centers, achieved open defecation-free zone in some of the villages that we are adopting and taking care of. So our institution is very much following what we are all saying so far in the meeting in terms of sustainability development goals, but we are doing all of them. And it is the sewage treatment plant, the solar power. We have one hillside full of solar panels installed, and we have many of these buildings on the roof where we have complete solar power installed and available. So water is used for gardening. The water harvesting pits are there. We have a recycling unit, sewage treatment plant, all in-house. That makes it the most adaptable in terms of following the sustainability development goals. So what we do is we also do research that are societal benefit, and many of the areas around the town of Puttaparthi have excess fluoride, and we do enough research to identify methods by which we can do defluoridation with a technique using a tea bag, and we put the tea bag in a water and take it. The tea bag doesn't have tea, but it has certain substances that can absorb all the fluoride and remove the fluoride from the water to bring it down to what is acceptable limit. So we have the same technology available for removal of arsenic and heavy metals. So when it comes to the health for all, we are indulging in a lot of medical research, medically relevant research in terms of diagnostic, in terms of drug development, in terms of medical imaging, and we develop several functional nanomaterial, and all our research is chasing what we call as affordable innovation. We do not want to make profit, but we wanted to make our innovation available at a low price for the societal benefit, which is our focus. So affordable innovation is our mantra. So when we do all these things, we have developed many of these devices in terms of providing the affordable healthcare, with including the COVID-19 rapid detection kit. And ours was the only academic institution to have got the rapid antigen test kit approved by the ICMR. So this is about the sustainability development goals, for which we were awarded one of the highest awards by the United Nations itself. So now coming up to my next part of the talk, as I was requested to give a talk as a member of the Nobel Committee, I can tell you what kind of Nobel related information that you need to know. So the Nobel is given as per the will written by Alfred Nobel for the greatest benefit to humankind. That is extremely important message that you need to have. So anybody who is nominated will be considered for award with this particular slogan, for the greatest benefit of humankind. So when we look at the scheme at which the Nobel Prize is taken care of, in the month of September, assume that we are now in 2022, 2021 September, the process of nomination have already started. Okay, the nomination forms are sent to several heads of institutions. And this is possible by having a list, and some of the universities that might be in India, I could have them included in the list to receive the nomination. I'll tell you what is the problem that we are facing with our own vice chancellors. Then the end of January, which is the 31st of January, is the last date, or the 1st of February is the last date for the deadline of submission of nominations. If you are a previous Nobel Prize winner, you have an exemption. You have 28th of February is the last date for the nomination, if you have already won the Nobel Prize as a Nobel winner. So a short list of the nominations are prepared. All those ones that are defective in terms of not following the guideline are all removed from the nomination list. And sometime in the month of March, we are left with something like 300 nominations. So when we go through the nomination process, there are reviewers who will read the nomination and share the critique to the secretary of the Nobel Prize Committee. And this will go through the advisor review in terms of shortlist. And subsequently, there will be several meetings, and sometime in the month of October, October is when the Nobel Prize for Medicine is announced, followed by physics, followed by chemistry, followed by literature, and then the peace. So the decision, final decision that is made to award the Nobel Prize is made the weekend before the first Monday of October. So this is something very important. And once the announcement of the Nobel Prize is made in the month of October, in the month of December is when the first week, the Nobel week, when the Nobel laureates arrive in Stockholm. And on 7th of December is when we will have the Nobel Prize lecture by the laureates for medicine, followed by literature, physics, chemistry on 8th of December. And 10th of December is when the King of Sweden will award the Nobel laureates with the Nobel diploma and the medal. So this is the entrance to the Karolinska Institute. If you enter the main gate, immediately to the left is what we have as a Nobel Forum. This is where the Nobel Prize for Medicine is decided. What you see as a two-floor, ground floor and first floor, is not just there are two more floors below the ground. That is where all the archives are stored. And right from 1900, when the first Nobel Prize is given, all those nominations are stored in the underground. So this is the foyer once you enter the building, and this is the assembly hall where the decisions are made, who to award the Nobel Prize. And we have the bust of Alfred Nobel there. So just to give a brief view about Alfred Nobel, this is where he was born in October 21, 1833 in Stockholm, and he was the discoverer of dynamite. And what you see here is the patent that was awarded to Alfred Nobel. And this patent and the discovery of the dynamite made him one of the richest person in the world. At that time, he was one of the probably Bill Gates or probably one of the richest guys you see nowadays. So the first patent was awarded in 1863. Dynamite brought him a lot of money. But at the same time, dynamite, which was supposed to be used for engineering and construction work, turned out to be something that could be used in warlike situation also. So that made him very, very sad. And that's the reason why he wanted to create lots of prizes, of which one of them is the Peace Prize. So all the prizes are given based on what he has written in his 4-page will. So the will is the mantra, and this is the rule book that we'll have to follow in order to award and give the prize. And he wrote the will dated November 27, 1895, and he died in 1896. So the most important thing that he had mentioned in the will is that no more than 3 laureates at a time. So only 3 people can get the prize at one time for each award. Then the prize or the discovery should have been made in the preceding year. So preceding year is very difficult. So we take preceding years into consideration. Now from the time the discovery is made until the award is given, there is a gap of 20 to 25 years because some of the discoveries have to be proven before it is awarded the prize. So the time between the nomination and the award of the prize is often correctly considered based on the preceding year. And for the physiology of medicine, the most important thing is that the physiology of medicine is given at the Karolinska Institute for 2 things that one need to remember. We cannot give the Nobel Prize for Medicine to anybody. They must have made a discovery or an invention. If they do not qualify for discovery or invention, they do not qualify to receive the Nobel Prize. So they will be rejected. So he is the first person who was the chairman of the Nobel Prize Committee, and Jans Johansson and Göran Liljestrand was the secretary of the Nobel Prize Committee. And these 2 people were the ones who were deciding the prize in most of the years during the Nobel history. So just to give you an overview, the Nobel Foundation is the ultimate body, which is located in Stockholm. And there are Royal Academy of Sciences, which is located in Stockholm, that decides the physics, chemistry, and economy prize. We have a select committee for each of those prizes. Then we have the Nobel Assembly at the Karolinska Institute, which decides and awards the Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine. And then we have the Swedish Academy in Stockholm, which decides and awards the prize for literature. And we have the Norwegian Nobel Committee, which is located, of course, in Oslo. And the committee is constituted by members of the Norwegian Parliament. And they decide the Peace Prize every year. So except for the Peace Prize, all other prizes are decided in Stockholm and awarded in Stockholm. The Peace Prize is decided and awarded in Oslo. So what about the Indian Nobel Prize? I know many of you will be wanting to ask these questions. These are the awardees from India as of now. So we have Tagore, who won the Literature Prize in 1913. You need to think that this is not something that the literature has to be in English. Tagore's Gitanjali was the one that won the Nobel Prize, and it was written in Bengali. In 1912, they were searching for somebody who could translate Bengali to English in Stockholm, and they found a teacher or a professor in Stockholm University do the translation. The translated work of Gitanjali, I hope they did a very good job, that got Rabindranath Tagore the Literature Prize. Then we have, of course, C.V. Raman. When I visited Alfred Nobel's house, which is now a museum, you could see the biography of Sir C.V. Raman in his bookshelf. So he is really prominent there as well. So we have many laureates who were not Indian by citizenship, but they were Indian by origin. But Mother Teresa was Albanian by origin, but Indian by citizen. So we have had so many people who had won the prize. But you might want to ask, why are Indians not getting the prize? So this is a big question that many of the people have in mind. Is there a bias against India? Why are Indians not very good? But I tell you something, when we send out the nomination and ask people who are heads of the institution to nominate, we don't get any nomination from India. Without any nomination from India, how can Indians be considered for the Nobel Prize? Even for some of the people like Abhijit Banerjee, the head of his university in United States nominated him. And if we send a nomination request to Rockefeller University or Stanford University or Harvard University, the Harvard University Vice Chancellor will only nominate faculty from his university. He does not want to nominate from Stanford, because if Stanford arranged to have the CV. The problem was that he had put the Nobel nomination papers in the dustbin. I said, why did you do that? He said, we are not going to get it. Why did you nominate it? So the point here is,
We have some slides.
That's all.
Which is going to link your institute with the SDG goal 1, 2, 3, 6.
This is the last. I finished my presentation. I have only one slide. Thank you, sir.
I'll be happy if you could just, I have something to tell about that. If you're not sorry, I will cover that. How you will do best.
Okay, very good. So this is the question that I wanted, the last point that I wanted to make was, if you receive a nomination form, please nominate. Don't rush. And if that happens, then we are really not going to help anybody in India with the prize. So with this, I end my presentation. I have a slogan from Sri Satya Sai Baba. Thank you, slide. That comes that I want. Sorry? I do it.
Excuse me. The Tanjali was translated by Tagore himself. Tanjali was translated by Tagore himself. To which WB leads to the
Nomination. Tanjali was nominated.
I understand, but Tagore himself translated the Gita.
employees of the local university. Because the committee is very confidential, we will not share anything with anybody unless there is a confidentiality agreement, which should be with the members of the board. I'm sure you're right. But you know, to say that the translator must have done a great job, but what did a great job? The translator did a great job. I don't have no question about it. He definitely deserved the prize. That is different. It's not Yates whose translation was used by the committee. Did not translate. Yates did not translate. Yates wrote an introduction to the translation. They don't translate. So the any questions, I'll be happy to read. The power supply comes, I can show last time.
My question is, please, I have answered, but I want to use that. Will be leading towards no poverty and zero hunger. It is, several milestones
Yeah,
have to go.
it's like knocking off me. If I could get the slides back, I could go back and tell you.
It's okay.
But
Any
maybe I could
question
take
from
this
the
up in the
audience?
discussion.
Sir, we will call the next speaker.
Thank you.
So with the permission of the chair, I just want to inform the House about one thing. Since you have spoken about Nobel laureate, and I could see the name of Dr. C.V. Raman, it was Dr. C.V. Raman in 1917 that who mooted the idea of Association of Indian Universities, and in 1925 it was established. And we are going to have our 100th year in next few days. Maybe Association of Indian Universities can take the lead of sending the nominations. I don't know how it happens, but maybe we can do that. That we have very eminent people in the country and who deserve a Nobel Prize. So maybe you can take it up. Honorable President, sir, and Secretary General, Madam. Yes. Oh, yes, C.V. Raman is the product of University of Madras. Yes, Presidency College. Yes, yes. Yes, sir, yes. So maybe that is one thing which we can do through this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeevi, for taking us through the journey of Nobel Prize and also to give us a glimpse of what happens in Satya Sai University. What I could understand is humility is the essence of education. I think that should be the motto for everyone. We now invite, I have the pleasure of introducing to the august audience, Professor M.K. Surappa, who was the former Vice Chancellor of Anna University, Chennai, and he is the former founding director of IIT Ropar. He has made outstanding R&D contributions to the science and technology of metal matrix composites. In his role as a Dean of Faculty of Engineering at IISc Bangalore, Professor Surappa was highly instrumental in stimulating, invigorating, and amplifying the quality and rigor of evaluation process of the research output by scholars. As Vice Chancellor of Anna University, he has worked passionately to transform Anna University into a high-impactful institution. Recognizing his phenomenal contribution to the society, Government of Karnataka has bestowed upon him the highest civilian award, Suvarna Karnataka Rajyotsava Award in year 2006. He is also the recipient of Sir M. Vishweshwarya Senior Scientist Award for his lifetime contributions to science and technology. And I would be failing in my duty if I don't say this. You have, sir, served as a visiting professor in this university in the Sir M. Vishweshwarya chair in 2003 and 4. With this, I invite you.
Whatever the first speaker, he is online or?
Yes, yes. She's online.
She prefer the last one? If she would like to talk last?
Maybe we can ask.
No, if she's losing the link, there will be problem. That's all. Okay, sir.
Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Vasan, the President of the Association of Indian Universities, Secretary General Dr. Pankaj Mittal, for inviting me to be here and to share my thoughts on SDGs, its implementation through the universities, my own perhaps insights that I have gathered over the last 3-4 decades in higher education and working for the Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology. Thank you very much for inviting me once again. In this presentation, what I would do is, the genesis of the SDGs, how the SDGs were born, how they came into the picture, and the reasons for it, and what you call the spurt in the momentum to bring this SDG to the higher educational institutions from Association of Indian Universities made a big effort. How suddenly they are bringing here. And perhaps in my own reasons, I would like to allude, why this sudden thing happened, because SDGs were postulated in the 2015 for a period of 15 years. Exactly in the mid of this program, in 15 years, 7.5 years, 8 years thing, this suddenly it's amplified and there's a momentum to bring this one to the higher educational institutions. And perhaps I will share my thoughts on how easy or how difficult it is to bring into the curriculum and to make use of this higher educational institutions in implementing the SDGs. In which I allude to the yesterday's speech by the Tirumurthy, the UN ambassador. He said that this SDGs now being what you call localized through the district centers. He has given an opportunity to amplify how the district centers are contributing to the SDG goals. I think as an extension of this one, the India with 100,000 universities and 50,000 colleges, I think this SDGs, if they can be again localized for the implementation through these 50,000 institutions, I think it will have a great effect, perhaps, which nobody thought about it. If you look at this way in which is until this AIU brought in, I did not see much of importance from our higher education authorities, either by the UGC or by the AICTE. I don't know if somebody knows about better it, but I did not see much emphasis on all their circulars, programs, scholarships, and all these things. They were not talking about it at all. Now suddenly this has happened. That also I will tell you the reasons why it has happened. This happened because there was a global ranking of the universities by the Times Higher Education, QS, and all these things. And when in the global ranking, when none of these research-intensive universities were able to come within 100, then I think there was a skepticism on even in the participation of this so-called our national iconic universities, these central funded institutions, IITs, central universities, where suddenly they dropped out because they were not appearing within 100 or citing their own reasons. So then the 10th higher education came out with 3 years back. It was the 2019 is the first ranking, the impact ranking. And we achieved some success, great success, and in the impact ranking, some of the institutions, I will allude to that one. And especially when many of the well-funded public institutions would not appear within 100. Yesterday, again, I will allude to the talk by our politician, our president, vice president, our Venkaiah Naidu. In fact, he amplified his aspiration to come within 10, not even when we are not even coming within 100. Okay, I don't know what is the basis for our vice president to amplify the procedures. We are very good in rhetoric, talking that we would like to achieve that one, we would like to achieve the quantum jump. But if you look at this one, our institutions, some of our iconic institutions, which were figuring in the 250, 200 and 250 region, they have a sliding to 300, 350. So when we are sliding, whereas the vice president is aspiring to become 1 in 10. Fortunately, he did not tell number one. Okay. So I think it is a very great, it is not an easy, I think you have to think very carefully. Our strategies should be very thorough, and you have to discuss this thing in a greater depth. And if you have to really achieve our at least a respectable thing. In fact, I would like to tell you, the China, which was much behind us in all these things, in the last ranking, they have achieved number 11th ranking in the Times Higher Education. In fact, now there's a greater discussions in the Times Higher Education Council. It is Phil Bate, who is leading the whole show. How soon China will enter number 10 within 10, and which is the one university which is coming number 10. So it is a very interesting thing. And when our research intensive university did not participate, and whenever many of our private universities and state universities, which have been, completely neglected, whereas fund-starved universities, they have done a great job. So I'll tell you, this is some of the things. First, I'll tell you what positive things they have done, but I will not stop at that one. You should also share the ground realities where we have to still improve quite a lot, and we cannot just put it under the carpet and not to talk about it in the media and things and all. I'll tell you that one. So in this SDG goals, many of the private universities have done very well. In the very first 2019, out of the 17 goals, IIT Kharagpur became number 4 in the SDG goal number 6. That is the clean water and sanitation. And I'm very happy to humbly submit to you, in the same year, the Anna University during my tenure achieved number 7th goal, is the only public university to get that rank in the number 7th rank in clean water and sanitation, despite all our other problems that which the state universities normally encounter every day in all the things. And so, yeah, you have some question, Dr. Pankaj Metal? Anything? Yeah. So this happened. Not only that one, subsequently, one of our private universities, Amrita Vidyalaya, has achieved number 81 rank in the 2020 ranking. So it's a great thing. In the much well-funded and fund which is given to the indigestible level to the central institutions, which as IITs are struggling in the 600 range or 400 range. In this overall ranking, this private university has been able to achieve. This shows you have a potential to achieve, provided we strategize all our thinking and energize all the thinking and do right things in a very great fashion, with a great passion, you should be able to achieve that one. So you have a potential to achieve, what we could not achieve in the ranking in the intensive research institutions, what you call based on the citation, based on all the things, but you are able to achieve in the impact ranking, which is very important, which is directly connected to the societal life. So we have the potential to do that one, and this needs to be done in a great way, in a concerted efforts. And not only that one, in fact, yesterday I was looking at these goals, SDG goals, I think 4 and 5, this Amrita Vidyalaya has secured a 4th rank in one of this one, in the entire world, a 4th rank. So it's a very commendable achievement, in a private university, private university to do that one. So basically we have everything to do that one, but we need to do with a different mindset and what you call it, a great resolve. And what Dr. Tirumurthy said, India has to rise to the challenges, and that by staying to our resolve, to stay with the resolving the power, okay, then only we can do that one, and this can be done. So now I'll come to that point. One of the goals that is the number 1, 2, 3. I was looking at the number 3, SDG goal number 3. It talks about well-being, about health and well-being. Okay. So I was looking at what is the meaning, definition of the well-being. I think many of the distinguished vice chancellors here who are connected to the sociology, I think they understand this concept of the well-being much better, okay, than I do. But well-being is not as the well-off. I think all the vice chancellors are well-off, but I don't know how many of them are well-being. Maintaining the peace of mind, happiness, purposeful life, and all this is a question that I leave to that one. So, okay. So well-being is an experience of the health, happiness, and prosperity, and includes the good mental health, high life satisfaction, sense of meaning and purpose, and the ability to manage stress. I think these are some elements which talks about the well-beingness. So okay, next one, please. Next one. You have to push. Next one. Yeah. Now I mentioned to you, why this, why did we end up with the SDG thing and all? In the early years, the GDP was a measure of the prosperity of the nation. But subsequently, that GDP is not really a true measure of the happiness, well-being of the people. It is something else. Okay. So in fact, from the GDP, I think Jimmy Carter or somebody thought about the green GDP, but it did not work because there's a coal industry mining. They put it under the carpet. They did not go much further. So next, they came to what you call the Millennium Developmental Goals in the beginning of the century, 2008 Millennium Developmental Goals, but that were not sufficient enough. So that were evolved in the 2015 into the SDGs. There are 17 goals, and these goals are measured in a different way. I know this way in which SDG goals are done it's much different from the regular, especially SDG goals in the Times Higher Education ranking. It gives a different scores. That is based on the evidence, based on the other practical usages. So now, that is the 2015 to 2013. Now, in another 8 years left for us to achieve the goals. But I would like to say here, and SDG index report and the HDI, which is also a measure of our living standards of the people. If you look at that number, 120 is the SDG report, and 131 is a HDI. In both things, India, other countries, if you take any, for example, even in the SDG and the report, Sri Lanka is much ahead of us. And Sri Lanka, to whom Indian government recently gave a credit of $100 million. Credit, it means Sri Lanka borrowed money from us, but they are ahead of both in the SDG report, much ahead, and in the HDI index. So this kind of irony, you have to see why we are not able to reach, why we always remain in the 120, 130 region. Not only in this one, even in the quality of the publication also we're 130. Okay, so this if I have to achieve this one, this needs a very paradigm shift in both the regulating bodies, both the universities, and both the students and the staff. It needs enormous efforts. So, and however, I would like to point out, in the SDG goals number 6 and 7, India has done very well. In the recent past, especially the sanitation and all these things, taking this recent attempt by the, giving all the Swachha thing, free toilets and all, you have done well. In fact, you are scoring very high marks in this one. I think almost about 69, 70, and in both the goals. I hope you do that. Not only that, Kerala has achieved a very ahead of the goal in the what you call the maternal mortality ratio. It's achieved about number 30 against the national average of 103, and that target has been met a year ahead of the United Nations target. So this again indicates, if the government can do, some governments can, private institutions can achieve that one. But again, how this is not replicated across the institutions, 1,000 universities, 50,000 colleges, if this can be done, I think we can be certain that able to achieve this one. In fact, if I was reading the reports, many things recently, there is a skepticism on whether the entire world, all the 193 nations or so which have signed this one, goes for the SDG, were able to achieve this one. So this is a question. We have to keep trying, work hard to see these goals are achieved. Okay. So this is the reason why. Now, Times Higher Education and the QS coming into this impact tracking, I think that is what the connections between the AIU and this our participation in the recent meeting, which I also have participated, is given an added momentum to bring this SDG goals to the higher education curriculum and all the other things, how we can do that. The next one, please. Next slide. Yeah, so this is already I have told about it, okay. So here, although it is mentioned, okay, the SDG goals has to be achieved in 2015 when formulated in the government, business, media, institution of higher education. It was said as early as in 2015. but it did not figure out, it did not come to the picture at all. Okay, until the AIU now has been giving a renewed impetus to bring this one. So at least now in the 8 years left now, let's see how we can achieve this one. The next one, please. Next one. No, you have to listen to them. No, it may not work. I think other person has not. Okay, fine. Okay, good. So now integrating sustainable development goals into the higher education institutions, which includes the universities and colleges. How do you integrate research, innovation, education, outreach? Now you are already burdened in integrating our curriculum with the NEP. At the same time, you are also burdened with changing the curriculum in our the technologies, the disruptive technologies, innovations that are happening, like artificial intelligence, machine learning. So how do you accomplish this one without disturbing the framework of the syllabus of the UG program, PG program, where there are limited number of periods and the syllabus has to be done with an understanding of the fundamentals? But how do you integrate the contents or the syllabus related to the SDG, related to the new education policy, related to the high technologies, which gives the students to work in a modern era in the new age, what you call the new knowledge economy? It is a very difficult task. I have seen even NEP syllabus. I have seen way in which people were struggling hard to revise the syllabus. Suddenly they were given 8 days time to revise the syllabus. I think this is not the way of revising the syllabus and content. I think we must be very careful. You must take a much longer time, deliberate meetings, then you have to do it. You cannot do abruptly, just go and change it and all. And if you have to do this one, how you bring a HEG, maybe I will allude to that one little bit, and in all these things, without sacrificing the fundamental understanding of the PG courses, whether it's engineering, whether it's medicine, all these things, we need to be very careful. See how we can bring, my point is, you can change the syllabus in such a way how these technologies, whether the artificial intelligence or machine intelligence and all the other things, that flexibility that you provide, this should be brought in such a way where this research and innovation components, how it can, and the learning components and the teaching components, how we can bring them into the SDG goals. What is the objectives of the SDGs? Okay, the poverty, hunger, clean water, sanitation, energy, and in each of these things, there is innovation is required. Now, using this innovation, how these colleges and the university, the students and the faculty, how they can spend their time in creating awareness, demonstrating these technologies, and this can be done by, in my opinion, where the student bodies, like in the courses, NSS, NCC, and the outreach programs, I think they must use all these things to achieve these objectives, and in such a way, I will talk about it a little bit. How we can do it. It is, for example, a poverty. It is basically creating what you call the livelihood for the people of the state, for the state. First, you should start with the livelihood of the university. University has students, make the students employable. So you must ensure in your teaching program, the students who pass through this UG or PG program gets their jobs. So once they get jobs, their livelihood available for the families. And how about the other one, supporting workers? How do you do that one? So you must develop skills for them and employ them. And even in many of the things that can be done. For example, the university can also create a scholarship to the, what you call, the non-teaching faculty, non-teaching people's children. I did this one at the Indian Institute of Science. We created a scholarship to who score well. But I think this has to come now because of the increased participation of the CSR, corporate social responsibility, and many other philanthropists are coming. You must use them, alumni of the institutions, create a sufficient number of scholarship to their children so that you can ensure that not only the students get graduated, the employees are given a sufficient jobs. They're given these days it's all contract jobs. They are given what you call the regulated, publicized wages, and their children are also being done. So and in addition to that, you can also create for the students especially the students who don't have sufficient funds, a student assistant program. They can be involved in many of the university activities. For example, in running the messes, in running some other activities. For example, in our own students, when they go abroad, they work in various other institutions to supplement their income. So this is where our thought process should work and create sufficient income generating, what you call supplementing the income. They cannot give them. So this has to be done. So next one, please. I'll do that one now. Done. Yeah. So these are the goals which this session is supposed to discuss. Numbers 2, 1, 2, 3, okay, and 6, okay. 6. Now I'll come to the 6 at a stage where how the Anna University were able to implement the clean water and sanitation and able to get what you call the rank of number 7 in the world, where the 336 universities participated in that particular goal. How you did that one during my tenure at the Anna University. I'll also share that one. Okay. Pardon me? How many? No, students were all sent out, but we did not stop salary for anyone. Students all went home during the pandemic for much longer periods. No, you see, in state universities, this is not, I don't think, I'm not Satyasai Baba University to give a food. And let me tell you one thing. In the state universities, I don't think you can give free food. There is a lot of conflict. There's a legal issue. So you cannot do that one. But I'll tell you one thing. I will answer your question. In the state universities, we get the students from the what you call SC/ST community. Their scholarships are completely covered by the government. So that takes care of it. Indirectly. Okay, university doesn't have a funds to
Surabha sir,
give.
you have another 10 minutes.
Okay.
And we can have more of discussion because,
Okay. So maybe, sure. I'll try to see that, I'll do that one, okay? So I think, yeah. Pardon? Yeah. So, okay, now let me take 5 minutes, then 5 minutes to my own views on what can be done using a technology, okay? So basically, I think many of my predecessors have used this one. It's basically an integration of the SDG concept in a few relevant courses. I'm developing SDG focused education UG program. Yeah. Again, we're talking about the multidisciplinary collaborative research, especially in an application like this. I'll think about many of the devices. For example, now these days, artificial intelligence has pervaded everything in the country world. Starting from the fake news to the fake, detecting hundreds of things. So perhaps the university students and the faculty should be engaged to develop devices. For example, in the dairy development, milk dairy and all these things, how do you detect the adulteration? How do you do the food adulteration? How do you detect using the sensors and the artificial intelligence, they detect the adulteration, food products. This artificial intelligence has become a very powerful tool in many of these things to detect. Either it's alone using a software algorithm or in conjunction with the various devices. For example, when the drug reaches the neurons for a very mental things, they use both sensors, lots of very expensive devices and algorithms. So it's combination of the devices and the algorithm. But here in the mundane things applications, where you can use these algorithms to detect, just like, this fake news is detected by these various algorithms. Similarly, we can use many of the socio-economical problems, identifying people below the poverty line, understanding the people's behavior, understanding the mental reasons for the mental, what you call the mental health. Now these days, these are abundantly available. So our students and the faculty should be trained on those packages and see that to go and take it to the villages, take it to the neighborhood, take it to the community and detect all these things. I think this is the way I think it should be done, where the technology, not only the highest technology can be used at highest level, as well as the mundane affairs or requirements of our society, public people who need this one for early detection, so that their lives becomes better. Okay, that is the thing that can be done. And faculty members are encouraged to participate in a state government policy formulation, especially in the SDGs, how how do you measure the SDGs? How do you measure the effectiveness of your programs? How, these are the things, perhaps new parameters, maybe assessing the things. These are the things, a lot more will come with, when students and when they participate, when they discuss with others, with, various stakeholders, especially this SDGs is a universal phenomena. Many other countries have their own issues, how they are using solving the problem. It's an environmental problem. It's artificial intelligence used in the climate change, in the food adulteration. Hundreds of things can be done. This needs enormous collective efforts, and the students and the faculty must be passionate, not only in publishing the papers in the high impact journal, but also using this one as a tools to improve the lives of the people. This only can be done. Next one, please. I'm doing that now. This is again in international research collaboration. I think it's very critical. I think this, the more the collaboration, more the effectivities, it has proven repeatedly, and this has to be done. And one of the things, I think somebody keep on talking, told about the two things I would like to mention, the gender bias. I think previous speaker also talked about the technology gender bias. I want to tell you, because I'm also in an MIT Technology Review Board, I'm there, I read lots of these things regularly. What they are doing now, US has woken up on the racial as well as the gender inequality and the biases. Okay. In fact, they have found out, if you read the Nature Index, there is a paper submitted by the women faculty are likely to be less chances of acceptance compared to the men, because the reviewer thinks that is not sufficient. So there is a greater efforts to make a course corrections, and perhaps to give added marks to the women faculty to make sure all that biases, inherent biases that creeps in even the reviewer about not accepting the publication, that has to be sorted out, has to be relieved. Not only in this one, the racial biases, even the Secretary of State of the United States openly declared, even in this, what you call this, their foreign affairs postings, people, the US citizens of the Asian origin, they get a lesser postings compared to their own people of the US people. So even the Secretary of State admits. But in our country, I don't think the ministers admit many of these failures. They don't come. They are now humility to accept the things and make a course correction. So this is an inherent thing. We have to make an effort to understand how we can solve the problem with these biases. Okay. So this has to be done. I think I just mentioned this one because of somebody mentioned in the previous one. Just give me 3 minutes. Okay. I'll give you one more thing. And 16, I wanted to refer to the goal number 16. It says what you call creating a peace, justice, and strong institutions. Now you have to ask ourselves the questions whether the universities are strong enough, okay? Are they independent enough? Are autonomous enough? Okay? I think their autonomy is only coming down, and added to this NEP's burden, I think very difficult. Examinations are decided by the secretariat offices, okay? The grants are decided. I think unless AIU, while submitting to the ministers and the NEP authorities, you make a collective efforts and take it as a challenge, and change these processes, how we can maintain the independence. This independence of the institution is very critical for excellence. I have seen this one, in fact, in the Stanford research ranking, the fund comes from philanthropist. He states very clearly, I will not ask the question how you spend your money on the ranking exercise. I will not directly involve. But here, the taxpayers' money is given by the government. I know how much is harassment, how much it goes through the problems and all. So this all needs to be corrected, and then only we'll have the thing. Now, lastly, I'll just finish off this one. I talked to you about this artificial intelligence. I'll tell you, I told you also, I'll repeat again. This artificial intelligence in healthcare, our number of doctors are less, number of clinics are less, number of hospitals are less. How do you locate this one in a place that is required? So the artificial intelligence will help, rightly locating in the decision-making process. Okay. Supply chain, how do you provide the supply, this all your COVID vaccines and all the other things that is required. Again, this will come. This is all simple algorithms. The students of the university and the faculty can work together and provide it to the local authorities and supply chain that this will be ensured. And even especially in the rural areas, the mental health is very neglected because people don't go to the doctors. They feel shy about it. But this needs to be done, but with much more care now. I think this now, in fact, people go to the what you call the mental disorder, whether it's big euphoria, anxiety, or other the getting a loan from the daughter's wedding. These are all various issues. Unfortunately, in our in Indian society, it happens. People become they get into the poverty because of the getting off their daughters married, paying a lot of artificially they have become a poverty things and all. So all these things needs to be addressed.
Sir, shall we continue after the other speakers?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
I think we can go for the next one. No, sir. So after, she is struggling to get
Thank
into
you,
the
sir.
lane. After that, you can talk.
May we hear Dr. Jayanthir Ravi now?
Should I start? Am I audible? May I start? Am I audible?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So right at the outset, I want to convey my special greetings to all of you there. I was really looking forward to being with all of you there in person. But I think there were some commitments here suddenly last minute that emerged. And so I'm not able to physically come there. At the outset, I want to really appreciate the excellent work that the Association of Indian Universities, currently headed by Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam and Secretary Dr. Pankaj Mittal, whom I have met
I don't know whether you switched off
in the education department as well. I want to specially appreciate the work that Dr. Rama Pani, the editor of University News, and who's also the nodal person for this entire meet, she's also contributing to this. And of course, the chair, Professor Kaliraj, Professor Sanjeevi. It was very interesting to hear what you had shared about various aspects of the Satya Sai University, including the Nobel, the rubric, and why is it that Indians don't seem to do so well, and Professor M.K. Surappa. I have put together a presentation and was wondering if you can, yes, thank you so much for putting that up. We could probably play it in the slide show mode, or if that is convenient, because certain slides are hidden, so that may be easier. Thank you. So we would like the slide show mode to be centrally there, or if that is not possible, the normal thing will also do. So here, the topic today was about how SDGs and how is it that we can integrate it with the higher education institutions, the students there, the faculty there, the wide range of disciplines that we have. And in that context, I wanted to share some of the things that happened in Gujarat. I belong to the Gujarat cadre, and for about 4 years, I have been the Principal Secretary Health, looking after this. And I want to, again, go back to one particular, the SDGs, all the 17 of them are important. I've also had the privilege of working some time back on SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation specifically. And, in taking Gujarat towards becoming an open defecation-free state in the definition of what is meant as ODF. And I must say it was a beautiful experience because it was also something that seemed like an impossibility. And it was not about a physical construction of toilets. It was not about brick and mortar and gravel, but it was more about social and behavior change, because you had to first make toilets in the heads of people and then make sure they followed those. So in a similar way, similar vein, subsequently in 2017, I was posted in the health department, and I want to share some of it and also see how we can link it up with higher education institutions. And there's some phenomenal possibilities that we have. Next, please. So what are the parameters in turn that define good health and well-being? So we do look at maternal mortality, neonatal child mortality, infectious diseases, then NCDs. Now the maximum deaths that occur are not because of maternal deaths. If we look at the global disease burden report, it's more, even in India, in the context of India and our states, It's more about NCDs, the non-communicable diseases. Ischemic heart disease is probably one of the biggest killers today, even in our country. Then, of course, substance abuse, road traffic accidents. And then we also have sexual and reproductive health, universal health coverage, which now under the Pradhan Mantri Arogya, you have the full Ayushman Bharat scheme, PMJ and Ayushman Bharat again. So this is also of great help, which really gives a coverage for almost every citizen of India, not only within their state, but also gives mobility. If they were traveling either as an unorganized worker in a state other than their own home state, and God forbid if they were to fall ill, this really gives them the kind of security and coverage to immediately be attended to at one of the empaneled hospitals and so on. And of course, environmental health too, because there is, with a lot of industrialization, the hazardous chemicals and water and soil pollution, contamination. Now, these are also things that we have to be very careful about and sensitive to. Next, please. So here, I just want to show you a success because I'm a bit of a diehard optimist, and I heard the preceding speaker with complete reverence to him that it is imperative. I repeat, it is imperative to have a very, very high aspiration. Of course, the aspiration need not necessarily be about being in the first rank or the second rank, but that would be a spin-off if we really put in our efforts. And we were not really looking at this chart in this manner, but then with the efforts, with our nose on the ground in Gujarat, which traditionally, historically, has not been a state with a very good, shall I say, historical presence in the health sector. We have done very well in the industrial sector, but we were at the 18th rank in 2018 in the NITI and the United Nations independent ranking of SDG 3 across all the states. Now that improved in 2019-20 to the 8th rank, and 2020-21, I was there till July of 2021 for about 4 years. It was a beautiful gift, I would say, a result of the hard work of the entire team, because the strength of a chain is the strength of its weakest link, as we say, and also the consistency, because I've always believed that it's not about some kind of spasmodic brilliance on one day, but this consistent daily efforts. Gujarat took the first position in the health SDG 3 ranking of NITI and United Nations. Now, as I said, this is not something that we were aiming at to be at the top, but we were certainly aiming at all those parameters and trying to figure out where are the gaps, metrics, what are the interventions, how do we build about a kind of change management regime, what are the kind of interventions in terms of team building, capacity building, capability building, and also documenting all of this. Next, please. So this also shows us the scores of India as a whole, and what was the score of Gujarat. The ranking was 17th in 2018. It went to the 8th rank, and then we came to the first rank. The score has also consistently improved as we progressed across all of these. Next. So what were the strategies? So it was essentially, a lot of times we tend to be in our offices and different meeting rooms and believe that reports, studies, etc. alone may give suggestions, but often, it's the proof of it, or the pain points are often known by people on the ground. So we started having, if you see on the right side, for the strategy to have a bottoms-up approach, we started an initiative called Action Seminars, which is also something used at the World Economic Forum, but we tried to adapt it and adopt it in a very localized manner. What it meant was nothing but basically huge whiteboards with coasters at the bottom, where all the different players, right from the Ashas are the last mile accredited social health activists, the women, many of them may not even be 10th class pass, but these are the women actually delivering the health services at the place where the tire touches the ground at the village level. And so we had them right up the structure, which is hierarchical, all the way to the, for example, the obstetric ICU heads, the top gynecologists in the government medical college or the private medical colleges. So we had all this entire ring of people with people from other stakeholders, from other organizations such as UNICEF, WHO, academicians from different sectors connected with health, which is health specific, and those that are also indirectly connected with health. So we had all of these as an action seminar where nobody would be sitting. It would be a standing seminar where you really point out some of the issues of concern. So we had taken 11 core areas, starting with maternal mortality. And actually we were monitoring these. We had a digital tool to actually make, that comes on one of the bullets here that you see, called TECO Plus, Technology Enabled Community Health Operations. So we were having a digital radar, so to say, to really drill down and know how many how many deaths happened due to a case of at the time of delivery, and whether it was a primi gravida, which one was it, what happened, and things like that, of the granularity of each ASHA. So we had these action seminars where all of these people could participate and actually say what was the pain point. For example, in the middle of the night, if there was a lady mother who was expecting a child and developed a complication, even if the ASHA was with her and had taken her to the first referral unit, and if it required an inter-facility transfer all the way to the highest quaternary care facility at the state headquarters, would the ASHA be comfortable enough to take the mother all the way there? Because for her, it's like you and me possibly trying to go to a very unknown hospital in Japan, where the language is different, the culture is different, and we're trying to grapple with it. So we organized things like maternity picnics for the ASHAs to go a priority to all these referral units according to the hierarchy. If there is a greater complication, where do they go to? And keep them ready a priori, so that in the event of, there might be out of 100, there might be 80 cases where there's no complication, maybe another 19 cases where there is some complication, but one case where it really requires the ASHA to go all the way to the quaternary care facility, the obstetric ICU. So she shouldn't feel very, very apprehensive about going there. She doesn't know someone in the middle of the night. So we had organized all these simple, actionable points. Similarly, there was also this whole approach of a targeted and accelerated achievement of health outcomes. So we had identified that not all geographical units have similar problems. So you had to parse it, understand it, analyze it differently. A tribal district may have a sex ratio which is a more a favorable one. On the other hand, a district which is so-called more progressive in terms of industry and other things may have a very relatively poor sex ratio. So you may not have the same size fits all kind of approach. I mean, you need a very nuanced, different approach. So this helped us identify which are the key problems out of the 11 parameters, which in turn relate to everything else for each district, for each block, and identify that. And then the communitization of services, because a lot of health, I would say that about 80 to 90% of health, sanitation, and in fact, many of the SDGs, it's about behavior change. It's about adopting certain practices. And so it was about social and behavior change, communication, and also started a full cadre of urban ASHAs, because urban health, again, is not something which has been very well attended to, particularly in the slum and other marginalized residential areas, because the rich or the well-to-do can often afford it, but it's the poorer segments and the marginalized ones who don't have access. Their health facilities sometimes are worse off than what you find in rural areas. Similarly, a holistic approach. So Gujarat did take a lead. We feel that there's a lot of value in the Indian knowledge systems as well. So when Ayushman Bharat and health and wellness centers came up, it was not about just branding and creating these sub-centers and primary health centers with the painting and calling them an Ayushman Bharat center. But we felt if we could really fortify our doctors, the patients, with choices of whether they want to take care from an Ayush kind of treatment regime or go to an allopathy for certain things. I mean, if it's an accident and an emergency casualty, definitely it may not be at all possible to give an Ayush, but there are certain chronic conditions for which Ayurveda and homeopathy, etc., may have better options. So fortifying them with these choices was also something that was done through a special program called Arogya Samanvay. And what was good was we roped in not only the top class Ayush or Ayurveda, homeopathy and other colleges, but also some of the top medical colleges, and brought all these colleges, whether they were government, grant in aid, private, deemed universities, started bringing all of them under a common umbrella so that there were these forums available for people to share and learn from each other. Similarly, a lot of emphasis, just as we have the NAC and NBA for accreditation of colleges. Similarly, we have the NQAS and Lakshay accreditations. We push this in a very big way. And something like the Indian Public Health Standards, which does seem a little, shall I say, aspirational for some of us in India still, because we are still grappling with a problem of resources. I wouldn't say a scarcity, but still. So we also came up with our own state-specific Gujarat public health standards so that at least there is a differential stepwise approach to reach the eventual ideal IPHS. And that helped us also in getting most of our facilities, getting this kind of an attestation or accreditation using NQAS, Kayakalp, and Lakshya. So whether it was primary health centers, whether it was community health centers, sub-divisional hospitals, all this was possible. Digital healthcare technology, because I think metrics, measurement, real time, and this was a major program which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister specific to Gujarat, and it's now being rolled out in many other states of India, including Uttar Pradesh, parts of Telangana, etc. So this also gave us a lot of, because it empowered, it was not a job ad, but it became a job aid for the Ashas, because they had a small smartphone in their hand and they could actually figure out what is the schedule of tasks for the day and so on. And of course, a lot of public-private partnerships too for augmenting services. As I said, it was more inclusive, not just banking on the government or the private, but getting in everybody, and also community health insurance so that the coverage, and in a very big way, having camps for covering all the population. Next, please.
You might have to conclude in another 2 minutes because we are going to have afternoon session.
Sure. So I will now, I think let us then, so we had these plans, which was a complete, as I said, this activity-based action seminars. These are some of the pictures of how they all worked. But I think we'll go to the next slide. This is more of details here. And anybody interested, we're very happy. We also used our SATCOM facility. So we had a centralized studio in Gandhinagar, and all our Ashas, there were as many as 50,000 of them across the state. Every Saturday, we would have a program for them, which was broadcast from there. We would also call some of them doing outstanding work to the studios and get them to talk, share their best practices with role plays, dramas, case studies of specific instances. And similarly, Mission Niramaya, what I talked about, Tahoe. I mean, all of these also help the quality. Next, please. Similarly, with Ashoka University, and here I want to again invite all the esteemed vice chancellors and heads of academia who are here assembled here today at Mysore to really reach out to the health sector, the people at the state level, also people at the district level, block level, because your participation makes a world of difference. Like we had done this entire IPC, interpersonal communication toolkit with Ashoka during COVID times, sitting with them like this on Zoom calls, several mornings. I mean, we had spared something like an hour in the morning in spite of our busy schedule to really work out something which was of immense use later on. Next. So Saptadhara, again, is something that we've rolled out incidentally across all the colleges of Gujarat. So this is something that might ignite and earn the attention of all the vice chancellors. It was nothing but something like a core scholastic activity. So as it was said often, children have, or young people have a lot of talents in them, a lot of energy. Their talents have to be expressed. So we had given a platform which was in the choice-based credit system too, the possibility of choosing an elective course under Saptadhara, which meant it could be Jnanadhara, as the name says, knowledge-based. It could be music, Nritya, and a Sangeet Nritya Dhara. It could be about music and drama, Natya Dhara, theatre, dance, and then Rang Kala Kaushalya Dhara. It could be about fine arts, craft, and then Samuday Seva Dhara, and Yog, Vyayam, Khelkud Dhara, about sports. So in the midst of all of this, there's also something called Sarjanatmak Abhivyakti Dhara, which means you could also do something creative, document. So under this umbrella scheme, which was there in all the colleges and universities across Gujarat, I mean, earlier in my stint as the Commissioner Higher Education, Commissioner Technical Education in the Education Department, we had really made funds available for all the colleges to really encourage their students to do this. And this got linked also with the health. Next, please. Because a lot of these health facilities were more about behavior change. So I said, as I mentioned, the State Quality Improvement Program, this is absolutely a third-party neutral assessment of the quality of the facilities. And this is again a place where a lot of people from academia, for example, the vice chancellors of different universities could have their department heads related to various disciplines that are connected with community health, public health, or with any of the SDGs, the 17 SDGs. I mean, they could really volunteer, or even the NSS programs, and go and help audit and assess the quality of the facilities there. Next, please. So as you see, we got a whole lot of awards here. The numbers went up. And of course, as we said, technology enabled. So we have a complete, I would very, very strongly urge all of you to go and search for something called TECO. TECO in Gujarati also means support. And TECO is something that was done with an NGO based in Seva Rural at Jhagadia. And this is something that even today, you can actually drill down to the granule. It's in the public domain. You can know how many maternal deaths happened today in the last 1 week, in the last 1 month, how many children have not been immunized. So there are all these, what is the sex ratio, as in for every entity, how many boy and girl children were born, etc. So all this is available in the public domain. Next, please. And then these are other initiatives that I spoke about. Next. The comprehensive primary health care and behavior change, universal health coverage, all this is important, and therefore the role of higher education institutions. Next. And in this context now, I would also come to, regularly we were monitoring this, and we would have this traffic light diagrams using TECO. So if there was red, that means that district was on the red in the radar. So you had to immediately ensure that more attention, whereas in greens meant they were doing better in those parameters and so on. Next, please. And a competitive framework always helps. Now, this is, I think, the most important slide for us. So I strongly feel these are some ideas I would like to really place for your kind consideration and request your indulgence. If all of you, it's a formidable force that you have. You have university news. I'll be very happy to, handhold and help and coordinate with you. Also, in the context of my current assignment, I'm posted as the secretary of Auroville Foundation, which is also an institution under the Ministry of Education in Delhi for unending education. So it's about not just SDGs, but going even beyond to a state of humane compassion and really helping a new state of raised consciousness for every human being in addition to all of this. So if we can really start working on elective courses on SDGs, including through MOOCs, the Swayam platform, if some of us can come forward and offer these, I think we can allow and we can offer these courses and allow children from all institutes of the country to choose this if they so desire. Partnering with the state and district health teams, offering this possibility of cooperation to the district collectors, district development officers. They'll be very happy to grab this kind of support that you give. Action seminars, as I said, the World Economic Forum method, well, we've adapted it. And this is really, it would be great if you can help hold these seminars, hold these spaces. Saptadhara for social and behavior change communication in respect of all the SDGs. Metrics, because as the former speakers also mentioned, it's important that we use AI and we use digital technology hackathons to really identify what are the problems, what are the interventions, digital toolkits for it, capability building. Now, during the Swachh Bharat mission, which I was heading in Gujarat, we had as many as 21 interns from IIM Ahmedabad who chose to work with my team. And I must say they did a fantastic job because they brought in immense energy, creativity, sincerity, and authenticity, and were very honest and frank. They would be like little auditors without being in any way, without creating any kind of insecurity in the people, but do give us a real time audit feedback of what is happening on the ground so that we can intervene real time. Similarly, volunteering at the village, sub-health center and the primary health center levels by young students. We have, I'm told today, millions of students. The number of students in our higher education system is nearly 40 million and 1,000 plus universities. It's a formidable army of very, very dedicated young people who could be unguided missiles if they're not properly channelized. And I think that leadership of all of you and your faculty members, if that can be channelized to all of this, it can do wonders. And documentation. And last but not the least, an integral yoga approach to education, because education is not just about honing the mental, the physical and vital abilities, but also something beyond that, the psychic being, the spiritual being, which is India's gift to the whole world. Next, please. Last slide. Next, please. The last slide. Just one more slide. So this year, I also want to make a special appeal to all of you. This is the 150th birth anniversary also of Sri Aurobindo. And he too had a great deal of emphasis on really developing sustainable development goals, but not just stopping with health, education, livelihoods, and all of these 17 parameters that we speak of. But he spoke of course, this was necessary, but not sufficient. He also spoke of really all of life being yoga, where the mental stress that was alluded to, why is it that our children should have these kinds of stresses? Why is it that we cannot train them on spiritual practices too, in a very, very friendly way right from the beginning? So this year, there is a high-level committee chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister with a large number of members. I too have the privilege of being a part of it. And I would like to welcome and invite all of you to think about these 3-4 suggestions. One is, if you can all, in whatever way you think, if your students can be a part of this, weaving the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, with this, a Sri Aurobindo chair in every university. We have the Sardar Patel University in Gujarat, which has a Sri Aurobindo chair, but it would be a great idea. There are scholars of Sri Aurobindo, practitioners of the Sri Aurobindo direct action and philosophy in almost every big city and town of India, district of India. If you can invite them, even as an emeritus part-time person, to be a part of it, and in the real spirit of synthesizing spirit and matter, that, you know, this rat race, more money definition of success needs to be modified in the minds of our youth, in the entire consciousness of our young people, to say that we really have to work for something far bigger, far more important than that, and realize all life is yoga. And I would also share a secret that while we were not in the SDG ranking for health, as I mentioned, we in 2018, we were at the 17th rank, which improved to the 8th and 1st rank. We were not really looking at the rank, but we were having our nose on the grind with our socks pulled up, so to say, really focusing on all these parameters, working with the team, because it's like the dance and the dancer. You can't separate the two. It's the ashas, all the team members, 150,000 team members who had to be energized, trained, and also make sure that utmost importance is given to transparency, honesty, delivery of services. So in that paradigm, a spin-off was that we also got the 1st rank from the 17th position. And on this note, again, want to thank all of you for giving this invitation to me. And I will be very happy to invite all of you to Auroville. This is a personal invitation to all of you to visit Auroville. And this is a very unique experiment happening there. It is about 54 years old, where we are. It's the Center of Unending Education. And we look forward to welcoming you and also having MOUs with your universities to see what is it that we can do together with Auroville. Thank you. Namaste.
Sorry, there was some technical problem and you were able to comment to that. I don't think we'll be able to go for question session. If there is any question, you can send it by email. You want to ask her? Okay, okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There is a simple question. In all these lectures which I have heard, I think so there are 4 words. One is research, second is innovation, third is higher education, fourth is sustainable goals. Now in the 21st century, whenever we are addressing the issues, we should have a systemic approach. When we are talking of a systemic approach, you are talking of a sustainability which is almost 4 decades old, and it is a system now. And it has 3 subsystems, namely economics, environment, and society. And they are in the dynamic equilibrium. How this system will have an effect on the higher education institutes, which is also a system, and how you are going to just make the higher education institute as a source of knowledge producers. When you are talking of a knowledge producers, you also mentioned, Dr. Surappa, when you are talking of a knowledge economy, you also should mention that higher education institutes are knowledge producers. And in the 21st century, we are placed in a very awkward condition, particularly more so for India, that we have to talk about the knowledge-driven economy. In this case, you will have to talk knowledge as a tool, knowledge as an asset, and knowledge as a promoter. How you are going to bring a mechanism of this higher education institute for the sustainability goals, I am at loss. Can you give me a defined mechanism how we can, higher education institute can address the issues of the sustainability development initiatives. When you are talking of a development, one has to be a bit careful. According to many school of thoughts, development is a multidimensional aspect compared to the growth, which is unidimensional. In this context,
Sir, make the question very brief because
no, this is the whole thing was in a confused state of confusion. I had to give this preamble to make you understand. Give me a definite mechanism how these three aspects, all these aspects, could be in a defined mechanism. That's my simple question.
This can be answered by any one of you.
Very at a greater pace. At the same time, the technologies that are being developed, what you call the disruptive technology or cutting edge technology, they're also coming at a faster pace. Before we can even put one technology, another technology is emerging. The question of integrating the concept of innovation, research, and SDG goals, it's a very complex thing. It is not easy. That I told you in the very beginning. I'll give you one example. You should take, for example, water. Now, water conservation, water reuse, water purification. So all these things can be done, a little bit, in the content of the curriculum in the environmental engineering subjects in the university, where you bring water purification, the various technologies that have emerged, and ask the student to take those technologies, local requirements, in the villages, in the ponds, tanks, and things like that, how you can make use of it using a different degrees of technologies of different levels of technologies. And water conservation, what you call that various methodologies used to conserve water, rainwater harvesting. Okay. In fact, there was a worked with the head of the Science and Technology Council for the state of Karnataka. We brought in this rainwater harvesting thing so much to the attention of the government. In fact, we would put up a rainwater RWH on the top of the Vidhana Saudha. My people did that things. And recognizing our efforts, rainwater harvesting not only provides the water required for the terrestrial use, but also recharging of the ground. Okay, that Bangalore Municipal Corporation made it, this rainwater harvesting is a compulsory thing. It was one of the efforts of our state council when I was there. So, it cannot be done at one stroke, let me tell you also, from my experience. It has to be evolved. How do you bring, one of the example I'm giving you, water. Many other things can be done like that. Campaign, arranging a meeting, how do you conserve water? How do you reuse the water? How do you optimum use of the water? All these things has to be coming to the syllabus, and the people working in the Center for Water Resources, Civil Engineering, Environmental Engineering, people have to come together and organize a syllabus. And this is how this only can be done like that. But it's a complex process. It is a difficult exercise, but it can be done.
Thank you, sir. So ultimately, all the three speakers, they have done excellent job. Professor Jayanthi has given the successful model of Gujarat and how this model can be useful for as a model, because when you talk about some SDGs and all, you show some model. The same thing even with our Professor Sanjeevi. He has not linked because there was some technical problem. So whatever the activities they were having, it is matching with all the SDGs that we are focusing today, promoting towards poverty, poverty-free, zero hunger, good health and well-being, and clean water and sanitation. These are the one which is main ambition of Satya Sai Baba, and the institute is doing well. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor M.K. Surappa, he was talking about the digital transformation. And when in 2019, Honorable Chancellor of Tamil Nadu, he wanted to introduce digital transformation in all the subjects, including arts, science, commerce, management, engineering, and all. So all the universities, we prepared the roadmap, and also during the pandemic period, the faculty members of our Bharatiya University, about 67 members with other universities and other technical experts. We have written textbook on digital transformation like artificial intelligence and innovating with augmented reality, IoT with the blockchain, big data, and artificial intelligence theory, models, and applications. This book has been already published by Taylor and Francis. We released in the South Zone Conference, and I have circulated the copy of this particular form. It is very expensive now because it is a global edition. It is coming around 8,000 to 10,000. And they go for the Asian edition or Indian edition only when they are having sufficient number of books, the trend of selling the book. So I request you, if you feel, you can use it for your library. And the book covers what are the parameters, application of all these components in commerce, management, languages, then engineering, medicine, and all those things. Then how we can prepare the syllabus for that, and what is for the teachers, what is for the student, and what is for the other authorities for making use of that. So I once again thank all the speakers who were able to give the meaningful information to the audience. And also I thank the AIU for the effective implementation of this. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Kaliraj, for giving us an overview on this. This was a very invigorating session addressing SDG 1, 2, 3, and 6 to mitigate hunger and achieve good health and well-being. In this context, I would just like to present one small effort which is being made under the able leadership of Dr. Katoj, the former ICMR DG. I'm a part of this initiative to devise health and nutrition guidelines for women, keeping a life cycle approach, because so far we have only focused on maternal and infant, this one. So this is something which is an initiative by Digital Health Academy, New Delhi, and I implore upon our president of AIU, if it could be connected with that, then it will really, help us achieve all these and leveraging HEIs. We have had a rare combination of biochemist, immunologist, nuclear physicist, a clinician with diabetes and immunology, and not to forget a chemist in this session. May I invite our President Thirusagam and Dr. Pankaj Mittal on stage to give them a token of appreciation. And this will follow our immediate goal of having lunch. This is served here. We assemble at 2 o'clock. Lunch is served here in this venue. It's, around. Yes, sir. That's what I'm told.
Hello. Non-vegetarian food is served in the first floor and vegetarian food in the ground floor itself.
जो 2 बजने में 5 मिनट पहले रजिस्टर साहब लोग आपको शिक्षा प्रमुख साहब ने बनने से इसलिए ऑन करने को लाई 2 बजने में 5 मिनट पहले शिक्षा योग ग्लास में ऑफ करना
very good afternoon to everyone. I hope you have had a good lunch, and that is, we satisfied our immediate hunger. Let us also think of those hungry mouths who go to bed without any food, and let's not waste food in future. Let's also teach this to everyone in your own institutes and home. Me being He has had a very successful career in the field of academic administration, and he has also served as the Vice Chancellor at Bilaspur University, founder Vice Chancellor of Atal Bihari Vajpayee Vishwavidyanilaya, former Vice Chancellor of Nagaland University, and the former Vice Chancellor of Assam University. He has several accolades to his credit. He has also told me not to make it too elaborate. So with this, I hand over the session. Please say a few words and then we will introduce the guests. Okay. May I invite our first speaker, Professor K.S. Rangappa, our own pride, former Vice Chancellor of Mysore University. He has also served as Vice Chancellor at KSOU. He is basically a chemistry person, medicinal, with an interest in medicinal chemistry. He has been awarded the DSc degree and an elected fellow as Fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry, Fellow of National Academy of Sciences, Fellow of Biotech Research Society, and Fellow of Karnataka State Science and Technology. He has a huge biodata to his credit, but I would just like to bring to your notice about his publications, which really is a benchmark for all of us faculty in the Mysore University to follow, with a scientific citation of 9,800, H index of 52, which I think every academician will look forward to having such a high H index. And he's also ranked among the top 2% of the world scientists, published by Elsevier BV. As I mentioned, he has served as Vice Chancellor of 2 universities, and he has been he is the General President of the 107th Indian Science Congress and UGC BSR Faculty Fellow. We have another speaker, Dr. Vibha Dhawan. She's joining us online. So I will complete this ritual of introduction and then hand over to the chairperson. Dr. Vibha Dhawan is the Director General of India's premier research institution, the Energy Resources Institute, TERI. And she's been associated with TERI since 1985. She's involved in research as well as policy development at the national and international levels. She has held several leadership positions as being Vice Chancellor of TERI School of Advanced Studies and currently serving as Adjunct Professor, Consul General of South Asia Partnership, Michigan State University. She's the winner of Indian Women Achievers Samman by NRI Achievers, Women Leadership Agriculture Award 2016 by Indian Council of Food and Agriculture, first Biotech Product and Process Development and Commercialization Award of the Department of Biotechnology. The third speaker is Dr. Anup Mudgal, who is also going to join us online. He is the former High Commissioner of India to Mauritius. Ambassador Anup K. Mudgal, a member of the IFS, Indian Foreign Service, retired in May 2016 as India's High Commissioner to Mauritius. As part of his diplomatic career spanning 32 years, he served thrice at headquarters of the Ministry of External Affairs, handling relations with India's neighborhood, that is ASEAN region, Russian Federation, and some countries of Central and Eastern Europe, as well as issues relating to human resource development. As part of his 8 assignments abroad, Mudgal, sir, has served in different capacities at the Indian missions in Mexico, Peru, Yugoslavia, Belgium, Austria, Germany, and Mauritius. Post-retirement, he has been engaged in several voluntary assignments, and the most important one being member of the FICCI Task Force on Blue Economy, member of the Steering Force on Blue Economy under PMEAC. So over to the chairperson.
Good afternoon to every one of you, our Honorable President of AIU and our Honorable General Secretary and Honorable former Presidents, both Professor Chauhan and Professor P.V. Sharma sir, all Honorable Vice Chancellors and our Honorable Speakers. So without taking much time, I would only like to say, an honorable our host, so the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mysore University. Because of you, sir, we are here. Yes. So I would like to say that it is because of AIU, all these 17 SDGs have been taken up on priority basis, because somebody rightly said, in many of our universities were not knowing what is a SDG and all these things, though it came in 2015. Because generally we know the things when a circular comes from UGC or if it is AICT. So if circular comes, immediately we implement. If circular comes, modify your curriculum, we immediately modify. If the circular will not come, there are many universities which are using 10 years old curriculum also, because model curriculum has not been developed, suppose by UGC, they will not change. Because it is easy to say to students, we are following strictly UGC rules. That is the thing. So SDGs here, I would also like to say that all these 17 SDGs have already been discussed in detail in 5 zones. These 4 SDGs, which we are going to discuss now, were discussed in Eastern Zone, online, virtual mode. But I was present with Professor V.K. Jain, because this was hosted by Tejpur University. So in night he called me that at least you can come. So we said, okay, we will come. Hardly 2-3 hours journey. We'll also have analysis of our own, because we would like to do analysis on each presentation. So what I'm trying to say, that 2 full days were given to all these to discuss in details. But today we are getting only 1 day. But we are trying to give the exposure together, how these 5 days discussion took place. So it is simply an exposure. Let us take in that way. And in 1 day, that too 1.5 hours, out of 1.5 hours also 20 minutes are taken by the introduction and other things. So hardly you have 1 hour. It is not possible to discuss in detail any one of them. But important thing is that which has been given wide discussion, as well as many universities have been proactive, and we have seen they have already introduced some of these SDGs. And many of us, though not in the name of SDG, but we are already working certain issues, outreach or plantation or all these things. But now we have to work as per the number, which SDG and what is the measurement and what is the outcome and assessment, so that it can be submitted as a report. So these SDGs 7 and 13 are quite related about the climate impact, and also renewable energy, the quality energy, and most important thing is how higher educational institutions can take part in this, because there are players world over. The technology is there, the government policies are there, and NGOs are there, and involvement of public is there. But what could be the role of the higher educational institutions, which could be research, innovation, and improving the technology, making cheap technology or accessible technology in each SDG. That is the main thing. So without taking much time, what we have seen that we are staying in hotels, sir, in Southern Star. Our rooms are having AC. So the use of this AC and all these things, they have fixed the temperature 23. And in night, I am using quilt, but AC is running. This is the common thing that AC runs throughout the day and we are using quilt. If we can have simple thing that AC is not required, the quilt may not be required during summer. So if we can also bring these kind of the awareness, simple things, then it will automatically reduce the energy intake, because nearly 38% energy is used by the corporate hotels and in this vehicles, etc. So more important, particularly for a country like ours, is awareness and also feeling to that. Because though we have been evolving transitionally from our traditional system to the modern, particularly the Western systems, we are shifting. And we feel always comparing the things. If we have a small vehicle, we always say that person is having big vehicle, I should have. That feeling has to somehow to go. And in morning we have seen that Sai Baba University or the Gujarat University, the simple living, simplicity bringing into the education system has helped a lot. So if we can just bring this awareness among our students, involve them, the Indian ethical value systems, as well as how environment can be changed, how the village itself, again we go to village-based economy and smart village development, harvesting of water, natural water, conservation of natural water, and also making local usage of the resources, particularly biodiversity, because one of the hot spots, 12th hot spots of biodiversity we have in India, particularly Northeast is one of the hot spots where nearly 80% food is coming from this biodiversity. Medicines are coming from this biodiversity. So if we can take all these things, I'm sure that we can contribute much more in the progress and implementation of SDG. As a government of India, we have seen that the present government has also taken lead in certain things, that 100% electricity supply to villages, to rural population, especially in the hilly area, tribal area, rural areas, and lot of success is there. Providing drinking water, we also got this project, and we have seen that a good progress has been made. The places where the water was not available during the summer, means the dry season, now this water harvesting has helped a lot. So small things which can be done by the university and our affiliated colleges can bring big change. And I am sure that with this introduction, not taking much time, because what I have thought that chairman will not take more than 10 minutes. Speakers also will give 10 minutes, 3 speakers, and 30 minutes for discussion. So this is the time schedule I have planned, and I will try that by 3:20 we complete. Thank you very much.
May I now invite Professor K.S. Rangappa?
Eldrigu Namaskara. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm extremely happy to be here as a part of the University of Mysore. And also I welcome all the esteemed Vice Chancellors to this meeting. The esteemed Vice Chancellors, Office of the AAU, and my colleague, a good friend of mine, Professor Hemant Kumar, ladies and gentlemen, media friends. It's indeed an honor for me to be here on this occasion to share my views on the topic realizing the sustainable development goals through higher education institutions for clean energy for creating sustainable ecosystem. I thank the organizers of AU and the University of Mysore for giving me an opportunity to share my views today. As I said, I'm delighted to be the part of this international conference on realizing the sustainable development goals through higher education institutions for clean energy for creating sustainable ecosystem. I congratulate the organizers for choosing the right concept as the theme of this conference. You know, the Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the Global Goals, were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, so that all people enjoy peace and prosperity, possibly by 2030. In 2015, 195 nations agree with the United Nations and join hands together to change the world to be better. This is being accomplished by bringing together the governments, businesses, media, institutions of higher education, and local NGOs to improve the lives of the people in all countries. When you look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, at the specific target for each goal, it is a steep mountain to climb looking at our present practices. From eradicating poverty and zero hunger to gender equality and climate action, you may wonder if it's even possible to achieve these goals. While each goal matters on its own, they all interconnect, incorporating social, economic, and environmental sustainability, or as the United Nations put it, it's a global blueprint for dignity, peace, and prosperity for people and the planet now and in the future. Higher education institutions have an essential role in sustainability. They are the key agents in the education of future leaders that will contribute to the successful United Nations Sustainable Development Goals implementation. The geography of Sustainable Development Goals and its implementation is very heterogeneous, but it's clear that higher education institutions contribute decisively in creating a mindset that facilitates the dissemination of the Sustainable Development Goals principle. Given the prominent position of academia in sustainability studies, sustainability science, it's natural to look into the universities as a model for sustainable practices, including practices related to energy consumption. Universities in general tend to starting points for change. People who are most interested in higher education also tend to be passionate about the bigger picture and the famished for the novel technologies. The passion carried by today's generation combined with the expertise of the most experienced people in their fields means that breakthroughs can be made even in areas where others might fail. Higher education institutions can contribute to the achievement of the sustainable development goals through learning and teaching. This method is aimed at equipping students with the necessary competencies required to address the multitude of sustainability challenges. The world is making progress towards affordable and clean energy with encouraging signs that energy is becoming more sustainable and widely available. Access to electricity in economically backward countries has taken a quick pace and are witnessing continuous movement in the growth of energy efficiency and renewable energy, which is impressive mark in the energy sector. Nevertheless, attentive focus is required to improve the access of clean and safer energy technologies for 3 billion people. Expanding the use of renewable energy beyond the domestic sector and bringing it to commercial sector is a great feat to achieve. The Energy Progress Report provides global dashboard to register progress in energy access, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. These three are the three pillars to assess the progress made by each country and provide a snapshot of how far we are achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals targets. Global warming is one of the biggest demands the world is fighting today. The increased emission of greenhouse gases has been a major contributor to this. 2019 was recorded as the second warmest year and the end of the warmest decade ever. Carbon dioxide levels and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere rose to new records. The climate change is infecting every country and every continent. It's disrupting national economies and affecting lives. Whether patterns for changing sea levels are rising and whether events are becoming more extreme. Although greenhouse gas emissions are projected to drop about 6% in 2020 due to the travel bans and economic slowdowns resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, this improvement is only temporary. Climate change is not on pause. Once the global economy begins to recover, the pandemic emissions are expected to return to higher levels. Saving lives and livelihoods requires urgent action to address both the pandemic and the climate emergency. This is only possible when the countries abide by the plans set by the United Nations on improving our energy habits. The Paris Agreement, adopted in 2015, aims to strengthen the global response to the threat to climate, whose goal was to limit global warming below 2 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. The agreement also aims to strengthen the ability of countries to deal with the impacts on climate change through appropriate financial flows, new technology frameworks, and enhanced capacity building framework. The use of fossil fuels is still increasing due to population growth and slow progress in rolling out renewable energy. Global energy demand is expected to increase by 50% over the next 30 years as a result of population growth and economic development. Economically stronger countries must lead the way in transitioning to clean fuels and support economically weaker countries to do the same. The ocean resources, on the other hand, plays a vital role in making the Earth a habitable planet for humankind. Rainwater, drinking water, weather, climate, coastal lines, much of our food, and even the oxygen in the air are all ultimately contributed and regulated by the oceans. Careful management of this essential global resource is a key feature for sustainable future. However, currently there is a continuous deterioration of ocean resources which threatens our existence. This ocean is majorly responsible for the renewable energy that we are harnessing today. Without ocean's existence, the environmental survival is like expecting moonwalk with a rocket's shape. In order to achieve these goals, the higher education institutions must promote sustainability as a topic of research among researchers of various levels of skill and experience. Reward research and helps in attaining the sustainable development goals, identify key research areas that the institute can contribute to, and also participate in global research initiatives as well as the recruitment of researchers with an sustainable development goal focus. In addition to this, it's also necessary that a holistic multidisciplinary approach is taken to sustainable development research, and this requires collaboration within the institute and beyond. The higher education institutions can serve as a focal point for stakeholder collaboration and also can include the workshops, seminars, and conferences. Moreover, universities can also perform the role of policy advocates using their legitimacy. We all live in a global environment, physical, economic, cultural, technological. To paraphrase an English saying, no university is an island. Globalization requires global cooperation, not only among universities, but also among national and transnational institutions, corporations, and businesses, as well as local communities on a wider scale. Colleges and universities can and must help students to understand the complex connections and interdependencies between the environment, energy, resources, and the economy connections that underpin the concept of clean energy, green economy. Only then a broad segment of the population will begin to pull in the same direction as those who are leading this transition. With great challenges come great opportunities, and the great opportunities in this transition is to build a more stable, sustainable, and secure economy. This will mean new jobs, jobs for which colleges and universities as well positioned to prepare workers. Higher education institutions are vast societal contributors and high impact influences on their communities. Moreover, the conformity of higher education institutions, strategies, and future plans with the sustainable development goals will ensure wider reach of its influence and impact. They should create a clear, common definition of clean energy. They should provide systematic education and energy processes and technologies to youths and adults. They should encourage interdisciplinary education of energy systems. In the secondary education, find ways to convey knowledge about energy systems to less technically minded individuals. And also they must fund energy fellows who would provide workshops and classes to communities. And also they should expand the role of the national and governmental funded laboratories to educate and train teachers through institutes. Finally, they should also create and offer online courses and curricular materials, including the models and simulations. I would like to conclude finally, only when we work all together from different countries and cultures, from different disciplines and capabilities, we can make our universities leaders in global change. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my views with you, before you, and I thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
I think we have Dr. Vibha Dhawan connected online.
Are you able to connect with me? I'm Vibha Dhawan this side. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You are audible.
Okay. And my video is also clear?
Yes, yes. Please
Perfect.
turn to the slideshow.
Perfect. So thank you so much for confirming this. And at the outset, I want to thank the Association of Indian Universities for inviting me to speak in this national seminar of Vice Chancellor on the topic Realizing SDGs through Higher Education Institutions for Clean Energy for Creating Sustainable Ecosystem, that is SDG 7. I must apologize as well because I should have come personally, but then Mysore is it's not that well connected that I could have done this trip in a day. So my sincere apologies. When I'm sure some other time I'll have the pleasure of meeting most of you. Now, my presentation, if you would just go to the next slide. So my presentation, can I have the next slide, please? Well, maybe, I don't know, there's some problem with the presentation, so I'll just speak otherwise.
Are you sharing the?
No, it is from your end. I can't do it.
Okay, okay, sorry.
Yeah, so if you just put the slides again. Next slide. Okay, okay, doesn't matter because I can speak otherwise, because if it's not working, we can't help it. So what I thought of talking in this presentation was that the ways and challenges to realize the SDG 7 in India to its fullest potential. And this also includes strategies for higher education institutions to adopt and realize SDG 7. And secondly, the presentation will also include challenges and opportunities of the energy sector in India and what role can HEIs play in meeting these challenges. And finally, it will also cover the various strategies for ensuring an efficient and affordable energy system with low carbon footprint. Next one. Now, if we look at Sustainable Development Goals and SDG 7, it talks about universal access to modern energy. And when I talk of modern energy, it is clean energy as well. And as our Prime Minister has also said, that the part or the renewable energy by 2030 will constitute 50% of the total energy. So therefore, the percentage of renewable energy is really going to go up many folds. And what is also required, because once you consume energy, energy efficiency has to come as a big factor, because energy saved in a way is far more better than energy generation. Because whatever method you will follow, there is going to be some carbon footprint. So therefore, all efforts are to be made that you conserve energy as much as possible. And while we are working on this, it is also that we need to do research. And that is where I see a very important role to be played by higher education. Because these are new technologies, and therefore we need a different kind of manpower, both in research, technology development, and then taking this technology to the masses. There is also, we need leaders, we need people who will convince the investors to invest in the clean energy. And once you have done all that, let's also take it that India is a developing country. Really, we use almost half of world's average in energy usage. We are just 50% of that. So if we look ahead, our energy requirement consumption is going to go up many folds. And therefore, there is also scope to expand and upgrade energy services in the near future. Next one. Now, I'll also like to talk about COP26, because see, COP, and you all must, in last November, everyone was talking of Glasgow and the COP26 summit, and our Prime Minister making very ambitious, setting very ambitious targets for us. Now, as I said, that the non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatts by 2030. And by 2030, this particular 500 gigawatts, that is that it is 50% of the energy requirement. And this will result in reduction of carbon emissions by 1 billion tons. And by 2030, India will reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by less than 45%. So and the last one, when we say by the year 2070, India will achieve target of net zero, which means that all our energy produced and consumed, we will not have any impact, no emissions, so net zero. So that's a very ambitious target, and that forces us to think 10 times. What are we going to do in research? How are we going to take the new technologies to the masses? Solar, you all must have seen in last few years. Solar panels, they are everywhere. We are talking about wind in a big way, in a smaller way about hydro power. We are still not talking about geothermal, and or rather I should say a lot of discussion on hydrogen, and we are saying that it is going to be the future fuel. Now, definitely hydrogen is extremely important. And if you look at the energy needs, and last few days, we are also witnessing the unfortunate war between USSR and Ukraine, and see the impact it has on our energy requirement. The petroleum prices are going up. As a country, we also have to be very careful from where are we going to get fuel? Where are we going to get petroleum from? So therefore, when we look at energy self-sufficiency, it becomes as important as the national security. Next one. Now, the status of SDG 7 realization in India, if we talk about that, the Sustainable Development Index 2021 was prepared by a team of independent experts at the Sustainable Development Solution Network and Bertelsmann Stiftung. This index ranked countries by their overall score, measuring countries' total progress towards SDGs. And the score can be interpreted as a percentage of SDG achievement. A score of 100 indicates that all SDGs have been achieved. But unfortunately, in this particular one, India ranked at 120th position with a score of 60.07 out of 100. So, of course, we can put the blame, we can say that it has arisen because of COVID or whatever, but the fact remains we are lagging in terms of achieving our target. Next one. Now, if we look at where are we, track report, electricity excess in India, goal realization is pretty good. We are talking of 99.6%. And we all are aware of various schemes of the government of Prime Minister, where it is ensured that all the villages of the country, they are connected to the grid. So therefore, that is what takes us to achievement to 99.6%. Universal access to clean fuels and technologies for cooking, 71%. But I'll say that this is not really true, because while we have given them means, we have given them gas connections, but affordability remains an issue. So how much of it they are actually using, that is a question mark. But when we look at the renewable energy in India's energy mix, it is pretty low at the moment. And in terms of achieving our target, we have covered only 38%. Next one. Now, I just want to share this slide with you to give you an idea that where are we in terms of meeting our targets or growth of renewable energy in India. And you'll see that when we are just talking about 20 gigawatts national solar mission target till 2022, it was so small being set up till 2022. But the way, based on the progress made, we are now talking about 450 by 2030 or 500. Because earlier it was 450, now the Prime Minister made an announcement of 500 gigawatts. As on date, non-fossil fuels accounted for 40%. Generation capacity, 40% generation capacity, and 60% of capacity is from fossil fuels. And there was a lot of discussion. Developed world also wants to put India a curb on use of coal. And there was a bit of debate phasing out and phasing down of coal, but that's the only fossil fuel that's available with us. And therefore, for some time to come, we will keep on depending on coal to meet our energy needs. Now, if we look at what is the mix we are aiming at by 2030, solar is going to be, and India as a country, we are very fortunate because we have a lot of sunshine, a lot of days when sunshine is there. And therefore, solar will be more than 50%. It will be 280 gigawatts. We have also seen in last few years, there has been a tremendous progress in solar, and the prices of production from solar has come down even below that from the coal. Of course, it is the price, and one is hoping, and there are many hidden factors, I'll put it that way, because as you increase scale, then it will also be that you will like to transport solar over long distances, and transmission costs and other things are not included. So when we say solar today is little over 2 rupees, when we talk of very large scale production and transmission, it may come little higher. But it may go even little lower as well because of economy of scales. But by and large, solar will remain a very important component of energy production. One is also working on decentralized energy production so that you are consuming where energy is produced. So on one end, we are working on models which are at the village level, which are at the regional level. But on the other hand, if we look at the international governments, the way we are working, there is International Solar Alliance, and they are working on one sun, one grid, which means that we will do away with the storage of solar. Rather, we will develop transmission so well because somewhere or the other sun is always there. So the excess capacity of one country, one region perhaps can be used by the other countries. But then definitely wind will also play a role, and so will biomass. And really speaking, biomass, one is not saying that you burn the trees, you burn the wood. No, one is saying that the waste biomass, that is what should be used for creating or generating energy. And it's already being done at the village level, also in dhabas and so on. So they also burn a lot of wood. So one is in a way suggesting that rather than burning that biomass, and of course you all know about agriculture residue burning, you convert it into pellets and have a cleaner fuel. So that is what the biomass, which altogether it's a small component. Small hydro is also very small, but one is also looking over a period of time that we will also work on geothermal. So the heat which is trapped below the earth, if that can also be used. Next one. But I'll also like to mention that when we are talking of 500 or 450 gigawatts by 2030, what one is saying is that we are talking of 45 gigawatts to be added every year to our energy generation. Now, what are the problems? Why we are really not moving towards renewable the way we should have? There is a challenge. There are some challenges to achieve this full potential. And most of these, if I just say what is the main challenge, I'll say it's the high cost of capex, because you have to set up that infrastructure and that kind of money is not available. And that is one of the talks which also is taking place at COP, that we all want a cleaner planet, but then, and we all also realize that cleaner is better and maybe cheaper, but the initial capex is very high, and therefore some money has to come where you say, okay, you gradually pay. You pay for the electricity cost for next 5 to 7 years, but this electricity will be generated through other means. And therefore, that's how it will take care of the capex that you have spent. The other problem is that renewable energy, or like the solar, what happens is that your requirement of energy is more during winter months. And there are days when the sunlight is very low and days are short. So therefore, you also have to generate or store this in batteries. And sometimes when there is a peak solar generation, your grid does not even have capacity to take that much of electricity from you. So somewhere you also have to generate market for the energy that is being produced. So therefore, if we are talking of energy transition, there are a lot more infrastructure that need to be developed, and also a need to have enhanced power system flexibility. And as I said, one of the things will be that you are able to transmit it over long distances. Next one. Now, since we are discussing about the role of higher educations, I put it this way, that this generation is far more responsible than us, largely because 2 decades before we were talking about threat of climate change, but today we are saying climate change has occurred. And therefore this generation basically is looking for suggestions. What is sustainable lifestyle? Are we aware? Like I'll say, where are the studies? We are talking of electric vehicles. We are talking about to reduce air pollution. The 10-year-old petrol diesel car or 15-year-old petrol car should be discarded. But isn't it somewhere the students, and I'll say that there should be well-studied papers. What is the total footprint of producing a car? Is it really worthwhile that someone who is perhaps, there are so many owners who don't run their car more than 1,000 kilometers in a month, or no, 1,000, yeah. And therefore, if their annual running of the car is only 10,000 kilometers, and after 10 years, they have only run maybe a lakh or 1,20,000 kilometers, and the car is in perfect shape, what is the carbon footprint in terms of producing steel out of it and other things? So we require the entire analysis. What is sustainability? Sustainability is not throwing and buying a new one. Sustainability is how do you reuse it? Now, this concept of that, okay, you get these cars converted into electric, that makes sense because you are not throwing the entire thing. Then when you talk of electric, then how is that electricity produced? Is it solar? Is it, what are the means of generating that electricity? So the entire LCA has to be done. And therefore, these are to be with the academic rigor. The second part is that all of us, and especially students, this generation, they really want to be the, I should say, the change agent. But are we giving them enough knowledge or we are creating enough awareness in terms of what is sustainability? Now, dashboard, which is now coming up by or developed by various institutions, which will perhaps also tell them that, okay, we all want to be in fashion, but then how much does carbon footprint it's leaving on the earth? If you buy a t-shirt, how much of GHG emission is that causing? So that kind of awareness is to be brought to the students, and the calculations, how those calculations are to be done, so that it becomes that they are calculating their own carbon footprint and they are then taking it forward. And to bring that kind of awareness, maybe because they also, when they are agents of change, they will also have to take those messages to the rest of the society, and thus our old methods of doing by street plays and other co-curricular activities becomes important. I have already discussed about that research capacities which are required. And again, I'll say, because what we were teaching to our students few years back, like how many of the students on universities curricula has hydrogen as an important subject? How many of us are teaching about the life cycle or the battery research which is required so that we are not polluting our environment further? So all these things are required, and I encourage that academic institutions, they must work with corporates, and so that while they are working, they are researching, they develop a technology, innovative technology, which can be adopted by corporates. And over there, I'll say corporates also have to play an important role. They have to fund that kind of research. They have to take interns from the academic institutions and do research. For success of any technology, what you require is not importing technology from overseas, or rather developing technology, or at least working on that technology to fine-tune it to Indian conditions. And thereafter, no technology is perfect, and therefore to keep on working so that you bring it more closer to perfection, much cheaper, and what we always talk about, made in India. Next one.
Madam, kindly conclude, because we are having next.
Sure. So I'll just like to continue on this very subject, and that is when we talk of hydrogen.
Slides and presentation.
Yeah. So then, so these technologies, we require serious research and taking them to the end user. So that is what is required. Next one. And this is the last slide. And what I'm talking about, that no one is going to go for the technology change unless and until that technology is cheaper, more reliable, and cleaner. So the youngsters, they are going to play a very important lifestyle, a very important agent for sustainable lifestyles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. Such a nice presentation. And the best part, you have also given how the universities can have your suggestions incorporated. And in fact, we are from the same region. And I know that people from Northeast, they always give solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving the roadmap. I now invite Ambassador Anup Mudgal to share his views.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to know whether you can hear me out, because am I audible?
Yeah.
Great. At the very outset, let me join other participants in thanking the Association of Indian Universities and the host for today's function, Mysore University, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with all of you on the issue of sustainable development goals and the role that the higher education institutions and education per se can play in helping achieve those goals. I, in fact, have been dealing with sustainability question for almost 25 years now, in different ways, in different manners, in national setting, in bilateral setting, and in multilateral settings. After my retirement, I have been working on sustainability issues, but more importantly, on blue economy. I, as in the introduction mentioned, as member of the FICCI task force on blue economy, we have produced some documents for Indian industry and business, how to mainstream sustainability into what they do. Then, as member of the steering committee on Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council on blue economy, we produced a draft policy framework for India on blue economy, which basically is, I would say, SDG 13 and SDG 14. At the Tagore conference, I made a pretty detailed presentation on blue economy, which was SDG 14. So I would not repeat those arguments. I have shared 3 reports produced by us on blue economy, and I will request AIU to please share with the participants specific to SDG 14 and partly SDG 13. In fact, the previous 2 speakers have really made excellent presentation. They have already tried to lay a roadmap for the contribution of education system, particularly the higher education institutions, in helping the international community and India achieve the sustainable development goals. I have been discussing the SDGs with a very large and very diverse interlocutor class, both within India and internationally. As Dr. Dhawan mentioned, a few years ago, we found it difficult for making ourselves understandable to the audience when we were talking about sustainability. But today it's the other way around. In fact, we find the audience wherever we go, even youngsters in colleges and schools, they are getting more and more aware about the importance of sustainable life, of the sustainable development. So there is a great degree of awareness and people telling us, yes, there is a need to be more sustainable. They want that this should be done. All the activities of development, economy, industry, technology, transport, energy, as we've listed, must become more sustainable. So there is now a much greater understanding and agreement that sustainability is absolutely essential if the human society has to progress and has to avoid any major disasters in terms of, say, climate change or its impact on other aspects of planetary functions. I will not go into the details of what can happen in terms of those implications and those impacts. But when we discuss what to do, everybody agrees. But then when we discuss how to do, who will do it, who is responsible, then the issue becomes much more complicated. And certainly we discovered the sustainability has a political aspect, it has an economic aspect, it has a technology aspect, it has a public opinion aspect, it has an aspirational aspect, it has international aspect. So how to go about becomes much more complicated. Because then I'm sure, as Dr. Dhawan mentioned, at COP26, or even, for example, during the COVID crisis, we found that, we were counting on the global solidarity. But we discovered that solidarity was more or less skin deep. We did not see that solidarity. I'm sure if you have followed the speeches at COP26, there is a clear indication those who are sitting on resources simply are resisting sharing those resources with those who do not have access to those resources. I think this mindset has to change. This mindset has to change. But the question is, how do we change the mindset? Because the mindset is carried by a large society, a very diverse society. They have their own problems. They have their own challenges. I remember when we first time discussed this few months ago with Secretary General Association of Indian Universities, that how to mainstream the SDGs with the higher education institutions. I think we probably didn't know the magnitude of the challenge we were talking about. And today when I hear the chair saying that there was no circular to work on SDGs from the UGC, or they were all waiting for the circulars, believe me, the sustainable life or sustainability emergency will not wait for the circulars. I think we are already late. Now, I personally feel, having seen the world, I personally feel if we really want a changed attitude towards sustainable development, I think we have to begin at the level of colleges and schools. Go back to the basic education and train the young minds into the need for sustainability, into the desire for sustainability, and into developing capacities for living a sustainable life. You see, it's very easily said. Sustainability, saying is very easy, but doing is going to be very complicated. Now, it looks very simple. There are 17 sustainable development goals, and there are some 165 odd targets, and there are some 240 indicators. But the point is that all these things are not only connected within themselves, but they are also connected to the most complicated part of the ecosystem called the human beings. Because the human understanding of things keeps changing, keeps evolving.
Sir,
As the challenge, what we agreed a while ago, today we may have a very different opinion. So I would in fact, I would submit, I would request, though it's a bit late, but it's still, I think, possible to meet the targets by integrating the SDGs into our higher education and higher education institutions. It's going to be heavy lifting, not simple. Please, I would suggest if I sit with you, with your, say, a curriculum. Now, can we look at each and every element of your curriculum and examine its sustainability and see how it will help us achieve sustainability? What change needs to be made? Because it's a complicated thing. It's a multi-sectoral approach. So therefore, I think we need to seriously sit down and adapt our teaching content and methodology so that sustainability becomes an integral part of our curriculum and the teaching practices. The universities will have to create that essential awareness. You will have to create the minds which get convinced about sustainability, and you will have to then provide solutions for achieving those objectives. But please, we have to also look at, for example, we all talk about solutions, but what about the sustainability of this solution itself? We can't forget most of the problems we are facing today were seen as solutions yesterday. Now, I think I can understand in those days, our understanding of the technology, our understanding of the pathways, our understanding of the feedback loops was inadequate. And as a result, we were not so well prepared in assessing the sustainability of the solutions we were suggesting. But I think today we are much better prepared. Today we are much better prepared in assessing the sustainability of the solutions that we are suggesting. For God's sake, we should avoid finding solutions today which will become problems tomorrow. And believe me, nobody else will do it. Only the universities can do it. Because you have that brain power vested in you, and you have that detached capacity of assessment vested in you, and you have the responsibility of building the future way of life on this planet. I think, therefore, I would request universities, please do it, and please take it back to the schools. Let a child grow up with a mindset in favor of sustainability. Otherwise, we will be trying to short circuit. I'll take just 1 minute. we will try to bypass the right solutions, because it's not only the target which is important, it's also the pathway which is important for achieving those targets. We grew up reading Mahatma Gandhi's talisman. There is a talisman for sustainable development. Please, every child should grow with that talisman. When you think, when you act, when you do anything, please ask yourself that question: will it be working with the environment, or it will amount to working against the environment? And if the answer is you are going to work against the environment, please go back to the drawing board, find another solution, and again ask the same question: are you going to work with the environment, or you're going to work against the environment? Let me tell you, unless we grow up, unless we create the minds which think pro-sustainability, this is a very, very complicated matter. We will not be able to achieve sustainable sustainability. And 20 years from now, 30 years from now, we will discover what we thought was a solution today would have become a problem tomorrow. So with these words, I thank once again AIU and the host, Mysore University. Maybe if there's an opportunity, we could discuss this later in a much greater detail, how the universities can play this role step by step along the entire pathway of sustainability. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mudgal sir, and very well taken, because you have given very good roadmap, and universities will certainly, those which are located on the seashore and other things, they will certainly take up some of these SDGs in their curriculum, and also creating new ecosystem of innovation and research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor G.D. Sharma, for having wrapped up the session. And I also thank the earlier speaker, all the speakers, in fact, for having given their thoughts on mitigating SDGs 7, 13, 14, and 15, because it is not only life on the floor, below the water also is important. On behalf of the Association of Indian Universities and the organizers, I invite Dr. Pankaj Mittal to kindly hand over a memento, token of appreciation, to the chairperson. Please, sir, our Vice Chancellor too.
He is coming inside, no break.
Kenu logina? May I have your attention, please? We now move on to the last session of the day, technical session 4, realizing SDGs through higher education institutes for promoting industrialization, employment, peace, partnership, and prosperity. also important goals of SDGs. This session will be chaired by Professor B. Timmegoda, who is the Vice Chairman of Karnataka State Higher Education Council. May I invite Dr. Timmegoda on stage? He will join us shortly. We have 5 speakers: Dr. Abel Kane from UNESCO, who's going to join online; Dr. Arjuna Chaudhary from UN, who will join online; Professor Rajendra Shende, Chairman, Terre Policy Center and former diplomat, United Nations; Dr. Ashok Khosla, who will join online, who is the founder president of Development Alternatives; and Dr. Sudesh Kumar Sohani, who is the Vice Chancellor of RKADF University, who will join online. May I invite Professor Rajendra Shende and Professor B. Timmegoda. Professor Timmegoda, who's going to chair this session, will join us. However, respecting the time, we will proceed with, I have the permission. May I introduce Dr. Rajendra Madhav Shende, who's an alumnus of IIT and former director in UN Environment Program, who is now currently serving as chairman of Terre Policy Center. He was the head of Ozone Action Branch of the United Nations Environment Program. He served as review editor for IPCC Special Report on Technology Transfer, and he has been involved in the UNEP program, and he was the first in the UN to bag an award from the United States Environmental Protection Agency. He was also felicitated by our former late Dr. Abdul Kalam Azad, who was the president of India, for his role in development of solar vaccine cooler for the poor, rural and remote communities. He is a member of the steering committee of key UNEP reports on interlinkages between ozone layer protection and climate change. He has adopted a village, Rahimatpur, to develop it into a role model and a social laboratory for the sustainable development. May I invite you, sir?
Next is here, right? Good afternoon. Probably I have made a record, the speaker without a session chair. So I'm very happy that there is no rules and regulations, so I can go free. So the liberty and that kind of pleasures I can have now. First of all, thank you to AIU for inviting me. And it has been pleasure to be here in the University of Mysore, which has shown a very exemplary way of organizing the event. Particularly, I like to thank Professor Hemant Kumar, Vice Chancellor, and AIU's Thiruvasagam, as well as Dr. Mittal and the team. Can't proceed without telling how well the volunteers are working to bring the audience, which I'm sure they are taking tea outside. That's why we see a very selective people still going out for making a tea. Let me start by saying that we are talking about few SDGs. And I think each session has a cluster of SDGs. And we all know that just fulfilling one SDGs may not help, or even fulfilling cluster of SDGs only will not achieve the overall goal of sustainable development. For example, we have localized the SDG number 2, that is a hunger. And thankful to University of Mysore to take care of our hunger very well. So we have made that goal. But what about the other goals? And we are going to look at those things. And my presentation is not informative in terms of SDGs, but what actions we can take to get going on a job. I pointed to you here. That doesn't work. Yeah. Change the slide. So that PEI, which you see in the title, is what we call it as a peace, employment, and industrialization. So I took a pie, saying that that is a pie of all the SDGs, which I believe is a very strong indication. This explains about the complexity. I use this or this? Oh, okay, pointer, right. This explains the complexity of SDGs, which strengthens my statement that only cluster or one SDG is not going to help. So NEP 2020, that is the best point to start with on what we can do in India for this. So I said it, the whole NEP can be explained in 3 A's and 2 Q's. So the A is access, affordability, and accountability. And 2 Q's are equity and quality. And based on that, the whole educational policy has been devised to make the Indian society vibrant. And a vibrant knowledge society, which is a great grandiose aim of becoming what is called as a leader in the world, a knowledge leader in the world, or we call it in our ancient knowledge system, Vishwaguru. That is what Swami Vivekananda had said. Quite ambitious, but let's see how we can go ahead in building the skills to achieve that ambition. So we are talking about 3 pillars: environment, economics, and social. But based on that, and based on 3 A's and 2 Q's, we are going to talk about certain solutions of how to achieve that and accelerate it. So there is a project, a global network of universities which is being run by their policy center, which you see the logo on the left-hand side, and Smart Campus Cloud Network, that is SCCN, is the logo which you see on the right-hand side, on the top. This is a global network which is not about changing the curriculum in the universities, neither about talking the MOOCs program for developing the courses on SDGs. It talks about just doing the work in a campus so that we can develop the models which can be repeated at the marketplace when the students go out of the campus. So it is an action-oriented program, does not underestimate the classroom, but it puts the learning by doing ahead of the classrooms. And it also accelerates by sharing. The university should not be working in silos, but they should be networking with each other. And the digitalization has helped us in making the networking possible by creating a dashboards, which we have developed, which I'm going to show it to you. Monitoring by digitalizing. There is one more thing, that whatever the work which we do for SDGs related activities in a campus can be monitored, as well as data can be collected to see the trends so that we can match it or compare with the targets and indicators of SDGs. Reducing by recycling. And that is basically talks about sustainable production and consumption. We have been recycling the ideas which have been decades old. We still talk about waste minimization. We still talk about waste from the bioenergy by agricultural residue. But those are the ideas recycling. What we can recycle now in a new way, the electronic waste, that we need to start doing it fast. Innovating by co-creating, and I will come to that when we proceed, and reimagining by partnering. And that is the last goal of 17. So our objective of that network is make a tangible contribution to SDGs, enhancing employability, international recognition, cooperation, positive competition, and social entrepreneurship. So 16, 17, 8 you do not see here, basically on a what is called as innovation and infrastructure. But these are the 5 which have been talking about those which are closely related to what we can do in a campus. And why campus? Because it can create a models very fast. And I think unless we start talking about the frontiers of knowledge, we cannot move faster. If we still keep on talking about renewable energy restricted to solar and wind, I think we are still going to be lagging behind, and we should need to go beyond solar and wind. So we are talking about incubating talents, leveraging positive competition, and deploying ABCD for SDGs. Those are the alphabets for the new digital technologies. A is artificial intelligence, B is a blockchain, C is a cloud networking, and D is a big data. We launched it in 2017, and 400 universities and HEIs are registered members of it. 15 are international, including the Beijing University, including those from the Latin America, and also in Europe. Out of 400 universities worth telling you in this gathering is Nalanda University. We have SRM, the oldest deemed university, Ferguson College of Pune, and a cloud dashboard which helps in networking with the university has been launched. The example I will give you in my slides. There is a latest initiative of making the campus carbon neutral. Is in line with what Prime Minister Modi has declared, that net zero by 2070. And we believe that we can definitely show that in case of universities much ahead of 2070. That would probably inspire the industries and the civil society. So peace is a result of sustainability industry 4.0. The industrialization till now has not contributed to the peace, but we have hope that industry 4.0, which talks about internet. Sorry? System, there's a spelling mistake. So industry 4.0, we are talking about digitalization. in terms of not just internet, but co-creation or robotics, that two robots interact with each other. Robotics was taken as an industry 3.0, but we are not talking about the machine-to-machine interactions. And then humans are probably monitoring it to the desired extent. So there are 250 colleges, HEIs, who has taken a pledge of carbon neutrality, and the work has started. And I will give you some of the examples here. These are some of the partners with the carbon neutrality, to the Smart Campus Cloud Network. And worth explaining that the whole initiative in the advisory board is led by the former United Nations Under Secretary General Eric Solomon and the Honorable Prakash Javadekar, who was a former minister of HRD as well as Information and Broadcasting. Achievements so far. So it's just not a network to say that how many are part of it or how many members are there, and just telling that they have developed the course and passed on some examinations or filled a questionnaire. Ferguson College, which is a deemed university, has become the first college in India to go single-use plastic free. And as you know, 2022, this year, by end of December, the whole India has to go single-use plastic free. So we are now trying to see that most of the universities go single-use plastic free. AICT has designed, with the help of Ther Policy Center, my organization, a Clean and Smart Campus National Award, which is basically linked to the SDGs. There are 54 questionnaires which have been designed, and based on the questionnaires responses, the universities are shortlisted for verification. And then after the verification, the ranking is done, and the first are given awards. UGC Satat guidelines are basically for SDGs in university campus. And those Ther Policy Center, my organization, is working with UGC to develop that. It's already out. We are amending it now this year. MIT Academy of Engineering in Maharashtra, there was the first campus where e-waste program has been launched. And e-waste is not just telling people that our e-waste is collected by the contractor. That seems to be the way of going ahead with the e-waste management. But the students are researching where that e-waste is taken by the contractor, what happens to it, and whether we can develop a model to extract the valuable elements from it. And then I talked about carbon neutrality, and the pledge is called as Not Zero, Net Zero. This is sort of a gimmick because the university students don't like zero. Nobody wants to get 0 marks in exam, but we are talking about net zero. Achievement 2, 6 universities selected with the help of EESL, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, and AICTE to develop a model of not zero, net zero, and that has been launched. Air Quality Index Monitoring Station has been done in one of the college universities in MIT WPU, and it is on a national portal. So it's the first university campus on a national portal called Suffer India, where you can see online on a real-time basis what is the air quality in the campus. And I was informed by Dr. Sharma of Amity that he has similar one, but not yet on a national portal. Carbon emission was reduced by 60%. So we are coming very near to the carbon neutrality in one of the universities there. So the actions are going on very fast. 5 international e-internship programs. We talked about a lot of internship programs, and the credits are given to the interns and certificates and all that today in last 2 days. And we have launched that with the help of China. So number of Chinese students have nearly 100 of them have taken an e-internship programs on that. We join hands with UNESCO on what is called as open access data. This is a new emerging field, saying that universities should not keep the knowledge to themselves, but start sharing it. Then only we can accelerate the SDGs. Then we have what is called as a students to community web portal developed by AICT early in COVID-19. What it means is those students who are in need in COVID-19, for example, somebody asks how much food you are given to the students. They can go on a portal, register, and those who want to give it can do it. So it's a business to service model that was developed, and it helped a lot of students. And their policy center through Smart Campus Cloud Network has promoted to that. 5 universities from the Peru, that is Latin America, have joined SCCN, and they are doing a magnificent work. United Nations ESCAP has put on their website, the way UNESCO has put on their website, the Smart Campus Cloud Network. The international advisors from 9 countries are advising SCCN. And the 2 global mentors I mentioned about Eric Solom and Honorable Prakash Javadekar. Before I start on the guidelines, let me tell you about some of the innovative ways that the universities are doing. Just now I saw Dr. Sunil Rai entering now here. He is the Vice Chancellor of UPES, normally called as a Petroleum Institute. Whenever you call UPES, they say we are speaking from the Petroleum Institute. And I keep on wondering how the Petroleum Institute can survive when nobody wants a fossil fuel. So he has started what is called as a Center for Energy Studies for Future Energies. So look, just like Middle East countries, or just like Ambani's, people are thinking about changing from fossil fuel to the non-fossil fuel. So industries are getting inspired by the university's actions, like what is happening in UPES. These are some of the guidelines, awareness booklets we have done, and I will go very quickly through it. There is a toolkit to start what is called as a jump start for the Smart Campus Cloud Network. And this is a water conservation guidelines for. These are the COVID-19 guidelines based on what UGC and IICT has done. And people talked about sustainability report. And somebody made a statement that no university in India has done it. This has done it already 2018. And we are the main one who gave the formats to do it. And now this movement of preparing a sustainability report is now spreading fast. We have the baby steps for the bold future of carbon neutrality. We also called our Smart Campus Network Pathfinder Future Succeed to Sustain. These are indoor environment quality guidelines as well as carbon neutral guidelines. And let me tell you about indoor quality. We all talk about outdoor quality. We talk about air pollution. Now the human society are getting confined indoor. And we all feel that because the air condition is on, the indoor environment is safe. It is not. The equal number of human beings die due to the outdoor pollution as well as indoor pollution as per WHO. 3.5 million each, indoor as well as outdoor. 3.5 million people. So I think it's very important now for the universities in their buildings, in this auditorium, or in their classrooms, where you are going to get confined, or the homes of the faculty and students, to concentrate on what exactly is the quality of indoor air. This is a dashboard. If you know the username of the university and the password, and if the university would like to give you the access to it, that is a condition, then they can see, you can see their dashboard. The dashboard consists of their key consumptions related to SDGs and their success stories, their opinions, their blogs. You can see there, and there is new research which is going on. And once you put that, this is what appears. You can get their energy consumption at this time on a real-time basis online on your mobile. You can get the emissions of carbon dioxide. You can get how much amount you have spent in terms of Indian rupees on energy consumption. And I think that is shared. And then it is not only this page. If you run through the scroll through the pages, you will see their weekly, monthly, annual, cumulative consumption of your campus. And that is done through the IoT and smart meters. This is just an example. You can do the same thing for water consumption, and you can do the same thing for your waste management, or how much fuel you are using in your kitchen and how much renewable energy. This was a board which is on a India Suffer portal, Suffer India portal, on air quality index in what is called as air quality index monitoring station in a university campus. That is the inauguration of it, starting. And here is what exactly you see on a Suffer India portal on your mobile, even just now. And you see the last one, Kothurud MIT. That is the only campus in whole India whose air quality can be measured. People may ask, so what? The measuring is the first step, so that the students start understanding it. Next step comes is the solutions, what you can do it. Then comes electrical vehicles, your transport, and all other things. These are some of the examples of C.V. Raman College of Engineering. We have SRM University, Chennai, and you see those parabolic ones which are used only for kitchen, cooking the rice. So some of the potential projects, and I'm coming to the end of it. These are some of the projects which we have found the universities would like to undertake on priority. And based on that, I get a feeling that universities understood SDGs well. Look at that, carbon neutrality. You have 3 or more than 3 goals, because today we have seen that renewable energy job creation is faster than the job creation in a fossil fuel industry. Not many people know about it. So that takes care of the employability. And renewable energy does not stop at solar and wind. It goes to the hydrogen. I think some people have talked about it. And we have launched what is called as a hydrogen research network among the universities. And I discussed with Dr. Sharma of Amity universities. And we are taking a lead in making sure that other universities start a research on hydrogen. But there is something beyond hydrogen also. I don't know how many of you as a vice chancellor have heard about neutrino energy. See, one of the problems with the solar energy is in the night, there is no sun. Neutrinos, which come from the sun, they come even during the night. And we can harness that energy, and there's a lot of research which is being going on, even in the defense sector of India. Some of them is quite confidential, but why not neutrino energy is taken up by some of the institutes like University of Mysore. I was told by Professor Sharma that instrumentation of University of Mysore is unparalleled. He has not seen that even in his own University of Amity. Now, if that is the power that we have over the resources, what stops us from going beyond solar and wind? Why not start research on hydrogen and neutrino particles and the energy which is, and we are pioneers in a number of things, not only in supercomputer, but also in space technologies. We have been doing exceedingly well. Yes, we have bad news about our ranking in SDGs. We have bad news on our innovation index, peace index, but we have good news on a technology front. So we should probably harness that in order to improve our standing. That's what UNESCO has said about their policy center, Smart Campus Cloud Network. I don't have to read that, but they find that this particular network is a skill building tool for the universities and their students going on a fast track on SDGs. So, yes, you can change the curriculum. It will take time. We are already halfway in SDG implementation. 7 years have passed. Only 8 years are remaining. Now, if you just spend your time in changing the curriculum, well, you can do that. But we have to start acting and implementing. Maybe the parallel stream can continue curriculum change. But I think unless we act based on whatever we already have, I'm not talking about only instrumentation laboratory, but we are talking about our software power and technology potential, then we can go ahead in doing it. Talk to us. That's sccnhub.com. Go to that website, get our details, and we will connect you globally with universities which are part of our members. This I'm going to read it, though you can read it also. This is Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General. I worked there for 2 decades in United Nations Environment Program in a Paris office. and I have experience in working for the most successful program of United Nations, that is a protection of the ozone layer. Today we are gathering here is mainly because the ozone layer is protected. There is no adverse impact of it. But I also have an experience on working on a failed program of climate change. We have not taken yet action on a climate change. He says, today, if we don't take action, to waste this opportunity would compromise our last best chance to stop runaway climate change. It would not only be immoral not to act, but it is suicidal. And I like this statement because hardly anyone feels it, because we are in a nice auditorium, nice green campus. We are getting our SDG number 2 localized in Mysore University is achieved. No hunger. We are getting good food. And I feel that we are definitely wasting this opportunity if we don't start acting. Many people will say, have you started acting? Yes, we had. Our Ter Policy Center has an activity center where we do rainwater harvesting, where we use solar energy. We have organic farming. We have a tree plantation, and that activity center is a carbon neutral. Because whatever remains carbon dioxide emission is absorbed through the trees. The whole Agenda 2030 of the SDGs says that no one should be left behind. It is not only rich universities like Amity or maybe University of Mysore, but even a university in a tribal area or rural area. We have selected about 5 or 6 for demonstration, and part of them are tribal as well as rural area. And one of them is also UPES for Dr. Sunil Rai, who is here. But we need to help those poor universities as well. So in fact, AIU probably can do something of developing whatever their convening power or their resource gathering power to help the poor universities to achieve the SDG goals, not for anything else. And I think that is what is seen here. I think that slide is gone. Thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to a partnership with AIU. And I talked to Dr. Sharma saying that this particular conference should not end by writing a report to be submitted to United Nations. I think United Nations loves reports. Having worked 20 years, I know that they want to gather a report and then publicize it and all those things. That is not going to solve the SDG issues. I feel that this particular event should have a short description and declaration which should reach Niti Aayog and PMO's office, that this body, which has a maximum number of universities and vice chancellors, have resolved today to carry out a carbon neutrality. At least take one subject. You cannot take all subject of plastics and waste management and all that. You can take that we have resolved to make the university campuses carbon neutral much before 2070. Thank you very much.
Council Higher Education in the State Higher Education Department is looking after the NEP programs. And Professor Timmai Gowda is from the chemistry background. And he has served as Vice Chancellor at Bangalore University. in order to implement solutions as global citizens for peace and sustainable development. He has worked in the past with the government of Fiji and UNESCO headquarters as a program specialist, during which he created UNESCO's new Youth Mobile initiative. He will be joined by Archana Chaudhary. Both are participating as a team, and I'm given to understand Mr. Abel Ken will join us online.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, I'm very proud, very privileged to be presenting to the Association of Indian Universities Annual Vice Chancellors Meet. And I'm based here in New Delhi, together with my colleague Archana Chaudhary. We are both at the UNESCO Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development, with very generous funding from the government of India. We are based in, we are headquartered in New Delhi, but we're a global institute. The specialty of our institute is research and the development of pedagogies, particularly digital pedagogies, for the area of education that is called social and emotional learning. We have developed and researched the implementation of digital pedagogies. I'll keep stressing digital pedagogies for social and emotional learning, built on a framework uniquely developed at MGIP, a unique SEL framework that is based on the teaching of empathy, mindfulness, compassion, and critical inquiry. So empathy, mindfulness, compassion, and critical inquiry. Our framework is called EMC squared, a wonderful take on the great Einstein formula for energy and matter. My presentation is very short in order to maximize, hopefully, Q&A time. I'm just going to share screen. So again, thank you very much for the privilege of presenting to the AIU meeting today. The context of our presentation is about the great calamities that are facing the entire world and India as well. There seems to be massive disturbances with riots, general strikes. The very tragic conflict happening between Russia and Ukraine is an extension of that. COVID, the global pandemic that has ripped through the entire world, has caused a lot of job losses. But before COVID, there were job losses anyway. And these two factors, plus many other factors, are contributing to great mental anguish, particularly amongst the young and many of the youth. 800,000 are manifesting this mental anguish through suicide. So at UNESCO MGIEP, what we have done in order to bring calm, to bring resources, emotional intelligence resources to not only the young learners, but also the youth, in order to prepare them for the great world that is out there, a world that is riven by climate change catastrophes, so nicely pointed out by Dr. Senge just prior, global pandemics, conflicts and chaos. We at UNESCO MGIP have designed, together with Life University in the United States of America, we've designed a university level course that provides university students with 21st century skills in emotional intelligence, emotional resilience, training in those areas that I had mentioned before: empathy, mindfulness, compassion, and critical inquiry. This course helps to build interpersonal skills. It helps to develop systems level thinking amongst workers. And like I said before, it's based on our EMC framework. It's also based on a platform that we have developed at MGIEP that we call Framer Space. It is an extreme implementation of the European Union GDPR regulations for data privacy. We don't get to see the personal identifying information of the students, and they also don't get to. I'm receiving text messages saying I'm not audible. Move your slide. I'm very sorry. Dear colleagues, Dr. Alok Mishra, I can...
Hello, sir. You're audible, sir.
I'm audible, but can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Make it
All right,
Hello.
super.
screen, sir. Full screen.
Yes, Mr. Ken, we are able to hear you and see your slide.
All right, okay, so... Okay. I have moved my slides on my Zoom, but it seems it's not appearing on your side. So I'm wondering if...
Are you all seeing just one slide, or can you all see the entire presentation that Abel is making? I see one slide frozen. I don't see the next. Yeah, now I see them, Abel.
Okay. Oh, I think I know what is happening.
Sir, please share your screen.
I have shared my screen. On my side, it's screen sharing, but it seems on your side, it's not screen sharing. So I don't know. No, that's not going to work.
Please go to presentation mode.
Okay, do you... Okay, I can see what you are seeing now. Do you see a green slide?
Yeah.
All right. This is my work now.
Slide, sir.
Okay. So
Close the slides and please reshare that.
well, I think you're seeing what I would like to present now. So for example, bullet point number 3, UNESCO's framework on EMC squared. And it's hosted on our GDPR compliant Framer Space platform.
Yes, sir.
All right, super. So I'll just follow this one. Just to summarize again, ladies and gentlemen, we have made a course. It's a digital online course. It is a self-directed course. This course is made up of 10 skills that are given in 3 sections. One on self-cultivation, where we try to teach you mindfulness, calming your body and mind, ethics, in order for you to be compassionate to yourself. Part 2 is about taking that compassion and relating to others. And as we all know, in a great and diverse country like India, there are many others. And the attempt of this course is to teach people the modern versions of what are very ancient skills in a great country like India. We're backed up by the latest research in the neurosciences and the sciences of learning, where we teach impartiality, forgiveness, empathic concern, and compassion for others. And then finally, we try to apply the critical inquiry skills, particularly, and I hope Dr. Schenker will appreciate this, we use systemic methodologies here developed by the great Peter Senge in talking about inputs, activities, and outputs relating back to inputs to create systemic feedbacks. All our students have to upload a systemic map of the environmental issue that they're most concerned about, any of the SDG related issues that they are concerned about. In this presentation that I'm very happy to share with the organizers of the conference, you will then find detailed descriptions of each of the 10 skills that are contained in this course. We sincerely believe, but we're happy to have our course critiqued by the great audience here today. We think it's a very well-designed course that incorporates all of the advanced latest pedagogical techniques for grabbing and holding on to the attention of the students from start to finish. I'll just digress a little bit. One of our best deployments so far has been at Chandigarh University, where they've given us 5,000 students. Now, most of the online courses around the world have completion rates that are terrible, only say 2%, 3%. But at Chandigarh University, we've got completion rates up in the high 70%. And when we've talked to some of the students, they've said this course was just great to do from start to end. As soon as I started, I just couldn't finish. It was almost like Netflix binge watching. I just had to finish the course. So we're very glad that the students at some of our universities are finding this course fantastic. We've got some amazing testimonials from students from Manav Rachna University. It's because it's made up of interactive activities, videos, accountability. We've also got discussion forums and many other features in the course. Ultimately, this course allows you to build a better relationship with yourself and with others, and how to position yourself as a modern 21st century young Indian person, not only within India, but a globalized world that we live in. When the learners complete this course, they receive a certificate from MGIP and from Life University. This course has been endorsed by the University Grants Commission. And on the side there, you will see some testimonials from some of our students across the world. We deploy this course in two ways. For any individual student anywhere in the world that has a laptop, they have good internet, and this course is only in the English language. If they do this individually, it's free of cost. But what we have done as well is we've entered into partnership agreements with universities, and we have 9 so far with Indian universities, with a plan to enter into partnerships with at least 100 Indian universities this year and 300 in the Asia Pacific region to deploy this course. When we enter into these partnerships, we provide branded versions of the course, we provide advanced facilitator training, we provide a dedicated rapid response system for the students of the university, along with special tutorials. And we enter into an agreed very small price per student with all of our partners. In conclusion, what we would like to achieve through this course, in order to make the Indian student much more ready for the environment that is out there when they leave university, is the ability to have excellent short-term decision-making and long-term behavioral change. Indian universities are fantastic at developing cognitive technical abilities. There's no doubt about that, evidenced by the industry taking all of the students, and also even the global companies around the world taking Indian students. What we would like to see here in India is where emotional skills, social skills are treated equally ranked with cognitive skills. That's the purpose of our course. And we believe that this is very trainable. All right. We've been doing our cell courses with our EMC squared framework for some time. We've been conducting research, but we're a very young institute, and our courses have only been out there for about maximum 1.5 years. And so we hope to gather more data and to show, we want to show to ministers, secretaries, we want to show to vice chancellors, we want to show to students, and we want to show to parents that there is a very positive ROI, not only in their academic work, grades, etc., as well as their personal behavior. I thank you very much for your time and your attention this afternoon, and I'd be very happy to take any questions. The organizers have the email addresses for myself and my dear colleague Archana, and thank you very much again for this. Okay.
There's a quick question from Dr. Shendit.
You would make an announcement. Before that, you can thank the speaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Sir, there's an announcement.
Yeah, there is an announcement.
Please.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think it was an excellent presentation by Abel Kane. And the way he described what a mind and a peace of mind responsible for the peace in the world is an excellent one. I just want to make an announcement now. The Vice Chancellor of University of Mysore here, Dr. Hemant Kumar, that University of Mysore, just when I started my presentation, had joined the network of Smart Campus Cloud Network. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the registrar along with some students, and both of them were quite impressed with whatever we are doing. And they said that before you start the presentation, we will become a member. And they really did it. So it's not just your campus and your organization and your instrumentation lab, which is so impressive, but I think your speed is also impressive. Thank you very much.
Okay, we now move on to the next speaker and perhaps the last speaker of this session, Dr. Ashok Khosla, who is the chairman of the Development Alternatives Group. He's a pioneering environmentalist based in New Delhi. He has a PhD in experimental physics. Today, we had a lot more people with physics and chemistry. What a wonderful combination from Harvard University. And he has set up and headed India's largest Office of Environment and then UNEP's Global Information System, Terra. Subsequently, he founded Developmental Alternatives. He is internationally known for pioneering and contributing to the concepts and practice of such sustainable development. He has been awarded with several awards. To name a few, the UN Sasakawa Environment Prize, the Sheikh Zayed International Environment Prize, WWF's Duke of Edinburgh Medal for Conservation, and UNEP's Award for Lifetime Contributions to the Science Policy Interface. Over to you, Dr. Khosla, online.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I trust the screen is visible to everyone. Can I get a little feedback that you can see the screen?
Yes, you are audible and we can see your screen.
And you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Wonderful. So I was thinking that it would be nice to take you through a series of concepts that relate to how higher education institutions, universities, can play a more solid role in the lives of a much larger number of people in our world and in our country as well. This convention, this annual meeting, is focusing primarily on SDG 8 and SDG 9, but as we all know, all the SDGs are related to each other. They're not only interlinked, but they synergize each other. And it's very difficult to imagine creating jobs or industrial products if you don't have people to give them to. So you need to get rid of poverty, you need to get rid of hunger, and all the other SDGs actually become both enablers as well as beneficiaries of SDG 8 and SDG 9. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, more or less, how do universities help to meet all the SDGs? Why do we need them? Well, we need them because the Earth is in crisis. Earth has pollution, unlimited population growth, poverty, extreme hunger, biodiversity, climate change, social breakdown, terrorism, violence, financial breakdown, and it goes on and on. Today, the world's seeing more breakdowns than possibly ever before in history. Some of these outcomes and impacts of our conventional development solutions are life-threatening, are threatening to life on Earth, like climate change, like biodiversity loss, like species extinction. And in our own lives, we have to face chaos in our urbanization, in our pollution that we breathe and drink. And also, don't forget, about 1/2 of the population of the world is basically forgotten, lost to the world. The ecological footprint of today's patterns of development are so high that we have very, very little chance of being able to leave behind for our next generation a decent life. So we have to understand that both from the point of view of environment and from the point of view of equity and social justice, the world is no longer a very good place. UNDP in 1991, its first Human Development Report, had on its cover this champagne glass. The sharing of, it was for the world, but it turns out that the Indian shape is pretty well the same as for the world. And it showed that more than 80% of the world, India's income basically goes to about 10 or 20% of the people. Now that was in 1991, which is 30 years ago. About 10, let's say 2005, 15 years later, that champagne glass had actually become a bar stool. Instead of 20% and 80%, we're now talking about 1% and 99%. Within 15 years, the distribution of income and wealth in the world and in our country in India had gone completely askew. And it continues to get worse. Now, people even don't talk about 1%, they talk about 0.1%. This is a graph taken from government statistics. The red line is my pictures are covering it, so let me just get rid of it. The red line is the number of undernourished and hungry people in millions. Today, around 200 million people in our country go hungry or malnourished. The number of millionaires is represented in the blue line, which is in the thousands. And as you can see, while we've done very little to bring the number of hungry and malnourished down, the millionaires have gone up exponentially. And in fact, over the last 2 years during COVID lockdowns, the number of billionaires went up from around 130 to 180. 180 people in our country have more than $1 billion, and some of them much more than $1 billion. And why is this? Well, it's because of our neoclassical economics, the kind of economics that is taught in our universities and institutions of higher learning. It's all about GDP is king, growth is all that counts. We need more FDI, we need to raise the stock market index, we need to turn up the growth rate, we've got to have more earnings, rising foreign portfolios. It's basically an economics based on hit and run on resources and on people. Resilience. What did the future do for us? What does nature mean and why should it count? These are things that no economist today seems to worry about. What does human happiness and well-being mean? And what does the community mean? Well, what can institutions of higher learning and education do to create a better future? Well, you know, the hallmark of a good university is excellence, excellence in all that it does. But the hallmark of a great university is excellence and relevance. And I think we've got to now recognize that the greatest universities, the one, for example, I went to, both at Cambridge and Harvard, were universities not only marked by excellence, but they contributed to the world around them, the community around them, the nation around them, and the whole world around them. And I think it is now necessary for universities to understand that they have a role to play not only in nurturing young minds, but in making the world for those young minds a better place. I believe that the purposes of higher education should be learning of values and goals, like the previous presentation, Mr. Ava was able to tell us a little bit about, to generate and share knowledge, to build skills, and also, of course, to also establish networks to get to know people. And ultimately, of course, it must lead to some kind of livelihoods, jobs, improvement in living conditions, and so on. Today, however, the purpose seems to be the other way around. What counts is jobs, placements, and often campus placements seem to be so important that almost everything else is forgotten. Networking, so it's in reverse order. And values and goals seem to be more or less forgotten in many, many cases. I'm sure there are many universities represented in Mysore who don't don't fall into that trap, but there are many, many that I know that do. Today, everything is changing incredibly rapidly. This graph shows what has been like in the last 10,000 years, how many revolutions have taken place. And now today, revolutions are taking place literally by the decade. And the kind of rate of change is phenomenal. But when I ask about relevance, relevance for whom? It seems to me that India, the part of India, of our country, the 400 million people in the middle class and the upper middle class, have done very well for themselves. They live as well as people in Europe or in any developed country. The paradox of this privilege and plenty is that there is also a great deal of poverty and pollution. The other side of the coin is our country, Bharat. They both exist together, India and Bharat, in the same place, the same time, but they have very little interaction except as cheap labor, maybe, as ways of making new consumers in the long run. But the 800 million people in Bharat sort of got left behind. And frankly, I don't think that the institutions of higher learning have done as much as they should have done to bring a convergence between these two countries in one place. So I'm going to talk really a little bit for the few minutes I have left on what universities can do for Bharat. This is Bharat. This little girl and her two brothers, the one in the lap and one sitting next to her, have a right to ask, what have you, great people of learning, done for my life? You know, povertitis leads to despair and alienation and violence, and it's not even in the interest of the rich, frankly, to have such pervasive poverty. What did our scientists, our great engineers do for the 300 million people who have to bring water like this home every day, walking several kilometers and not being able basically to do much else? What have they done for helping them improve their cooking, where 4 million women, according to WHO, die prematurely every year from indoor air pollution in the world. In India, it's about 1/4 of that. And then there is, of course, both affluenza and povertitis, which lead to various diseases, usually affluenza to lifestyle diseases and povertitis to infectious diseases. But the idea basically is, what can great universities do? And it seems to me that they need to promote and enable learning and creativity that can help us tackle these issues. Today's most urgent need is for great universities to produce innovative and socially oriented minds, to go from a linear economy to a circular economy where we don't massacre Mother Earth's resources just for the immediate gratification of a few people. We need to develop whole new areas of science and engineering, industrial ecology, urban mining, and getting rid of the idea of waste, the 5 kingdoms of nature. There is no such thing as waste in nature. Animals, their waste becomes the food for fungi and algae. Animals, plants feed on those algae and fungi to create food for animals, and so on. So there is a need for the people of Bharat, which is, in worldwide terms, some 3 billion people, solutions that we might call frugal that are affordable but are high impact for their lives. Solutions like water management systems, filters of clean water, briquetting machines, cook stoves, compressed earth for building materials, high efficiency brick kilns, energy systems using biomass and solar and wind, and livelihoods, lots of different kinds of livelihoods based on mini and small and micro enterprises. My own organization has been doing a lot of work on this. We're not a university, we are an NGO, but we've been, over the last 40 years, developing various products. This one, the low-cost, low-carbon cement, is actually the 5th cement in history. After the Babylonian and the Roman and the Pozzolanic and the Portland cements, this is actually the 5th major breakthrough idea in cement, and it's basically 40% less carbon intensive than the best previous cements. These are land and water management systems with some incredibly high rates of return on investment, and a variety of other things, like converting weeds into electricity, like making livelihoods with micro and mini enterprises, and recycling plastics and paper and so on, like this little factory, which creates jobs for 25 women to create recycled handmade paper, and as a byproduct of reducing their birth rate by a factor of 12. This is our headquarters in Delhi. It's made entirely out of materials and technologies that our organization, Development Alternatives, developed over the last 30 years. And essentially, it is probably the greenest, certainly the least impactful resource from a resource point of view, building in probably this side of Suez, maybe anywhere. I show you that because we really now need to think of the Sustainable Development Goals as a way of designing better educational methods which create meaningful jobs, but also deliver basic needs and services for better futures for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok Khosla, for your excellent presentation. I appreciate your commitment and dedication, even with a death in the family, relative circle. You could make it up and make an excellent presentation. It was a learning experience for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Khosla, that was an excellent overview. And I think the new mantra, what you have told us is excellence with relevance. That should be the new mantra for all the HAIs. I'm sorry for the small mistake I made. I said he would be the last speaker. We have Dr. Sudesh Kumar Sohani, who's Vice Chancellor, RKDF University, joining us online. May I introduce Professor Sohani. He is currently the Vice Chancellor at RKDF University, Bhopal. He has a good experience of planning and executing complete project of opening new educational institutions. He is very well versed with academic approvals and accreditations, including AICTE, UGC, NBA, NAC, ISO, and NABL. His background is he is an ME in civil engineering from College of Engineering, Gundi, Chennai, with distinction and with scholarship. Later on, he has completed his PhD from IIT Delhi. He's a licensed engineer, of course, of IMC, and is also a consulting engineer and a construction entrepreneur as well. He is now serving as VC. He has a widened horizon, which he has proved himself as an effective academic administrator. So over to you, Professor Sohani.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Yeah, thanks a lot, ma'am. Am I audible, sir? Hello?
Yeah. You are audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Great. Thanks a lot. Honorable Chairman, Honorable all the present Vice Chancellor and all the learned attendees, ladies and gentlemen. It has been great pleasure being here and getting opportunity to be having interaction with this big galaxy and the learned attendees. I think there has been some kind of the pause was there, and still what I was wanting to communicate that the whole day was quite exhaustive, and I have been listening various presentation and deliberations, and excellently things have been analyzed and then presented, and then there has been a kind of line of action could have been created based on the interactions and the discussions so far we have already had. And of course, it has been quite exhaustive, and it has been the last session, and I may be the last speaker. I think there was an announcement that Dr. Khosla was the last speaker, but anyway, given the chance, I'm happy. And then, of course, I'll not be coming in the way to be to all the attendees who are right there at Mysore. They must be eagerly waiting to be visiting a beautiful this Vrindavan garden. And I'm sure that it is going to be a great experience. And the water resources projects, being civil engineer, I can guarantee that people will be enjoying that visit. And certainly, as a faculty members and as a teacher, most of the time we are on this side of the hall, and then we have not been very used to be listening, but still, let me have some few points highlighted for the benefit of the entire galaxy of the learned attendees, so that things can be further taken up, and then we can target our best possible efforts towards achieving these fulfillment of the targets of SDGs. So there are various ways of describing this. Once when it was thought of, all the 17 SDGs, it must have been a great exercise, but still there are certain universities and some centers around the world, they have categorized various ways of further categorizing these 17 SDGs. And I would like to take up only the last SDGs. Of course, this group has been discussing all 4 SDGs, 8, 9, and 16 and 17. The 17 SDGs partnership for the goals, that is for the prosperity, already mentioned in the plan and the program appropriately, that when we say it is for the prosperity, of course it is for the prosperity. All the 17 goals have been set for the entire world. And when we say sustainable, it is meeting human needs within the ecological constraints. That is the basic thing. And therefore, one beautiful studies have been done categorizing these all 17 SDGs and calling it this categorization as a wedding cake. The wedding cake has got 3 steps: the base, round base, and then another step, and then another step. And they have very appropriately categorized that the foundation of it, which should have been environment. And environment has taken, means they have categorized 4 SDGs under this environment, which is foundation. The environment has been incorporating the clean water, life below the water, climate action, and life on the land. These 4 aspects of the SDGs can be categorized under the environment, which becomes the foundation, and then next is the society, and then next is the economy. So these broad 3 categorization can really serve entire SDGs or the goals of the SDGs if we critically look at them. Number 2 step of this wedding cake, society. It contains no poverty, 0 hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, peace, justice, and strong institutions. These 8 aspects or the goals have been categorized under this society. And remaining economy, further 4 goals: decent work in economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, responsible consumption and production. So that way, if we really look at, critically try looking at and trying analyzing, when environment becomes the foundation, and then that foundation supports the society, that is step number 2, and then society supports the economy. So it has been wonderfully explained in this particular steppings of the wedding cake. When I say what should be the targets for the educational institutions, because we all are the universities, and under that banner only we have been discussing. So how these objectives can be best possibly achieved through our efforts. Like for this society, when as a university, RKDF University Bhopal, we have taken up 2 big major projects. They are R&D projects, and they are all funded by MNRE, Ministry of New and Renewable Resources, and Ministry of Power, another project. These projects have been targeted for the clean energy. Of course, it is falling under the society because these efforts have been done by the society. And the environment, we say those 4 aspects are different. So under this projects, which are almost on the completion of it, we could test it and validate our data for two purposes. One is solar thermal energy power plants, which that solar thermal energy, we are trying to utilize it for the purpose of running the turbines and generating the electricity or the energy. And then this energy can be stored in some halide salts, for which we have the collaboration with the RPI University USA, one of the oldest, one of the top universities of the USA. And they have been providing, and that was a patent, but we are also trying to domestically produce that halide salts at a much cost-effective manner, so that we can retain that energy for more than 48 hours or so. So that is the aspect which has been really badly needed for the society or for the energy aspect of the life. And we have taken it up, and we have successfully demonstrated, and halide salt also with the help of another institution here, ICER, we are able to have some kind of small production also done. So that can also be scaled further for the industry. And these projects are going to be the real breakthroughs in the research for the energy. Another project is carbon capture and sequestration. These thermal power plants have been having huge pollution, and that pollution, if can be stopped or can be minimized, and then after that minimization of that thermal CO2 and other kind of pollutants coming out of the thermal power plants, we are able to have those processes done, successfully validated, and then the CO2 produced out of it, we are able to have that CO2 used for generating more or speeding up the algae formation, and that algae is being used for the organic fuel. So there are sequence of all these stages for the energy conservation and the stopping the pollution out of these plants, the thermal power plants or so. So these steps are going to be successful, and this is a miniature plant, and now we are going to be installing at an actual plant of 500 megawatt. For that also we have submitted the proposal. So these are all the things we would want, that all the educationists and the technocrats, if can come to our university, we would be able to show them, and the similar kind of projects can be taken up by other universities and the other educationists in the country, in the world. It will help a lot. And the fourth goal, which is economy, there are industry, innovation, and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, responsible consumption and production. On this aspect, let me say, when we were trying to rank our country in the world list, so I think it is falling, I think 130. It was, I think earlier it was 126, or means whatever is the actual ranking, that I'm not very sure, but we are much behind the list of the world. And the beauty of that list is that most of the developed countries are topping that list in terms of fulfilling the SDGs since 2015 onwards. But what happened? Because they have the resources, but at the same time, they are the largest ecological footprint. They are leaving the largest ecological footprint. They are exploiting the resources like anything. And that cannot be balanced up with the fulfillment of the SDGs, which they are really topping the list. So that balance has to come up, means that has to be solved, and that kind of awareness or kind of follow up with those countries, because Earth is one. If the pollution takes place other side, so it will affect the other part of the country, other part of the Earth as well. I remember when I used to be working with the Ministry of Environment and Forest and one institute of the Himalayas, GB Pant Institute of Environment. There, I think in 1992 at Rio Janeiro Earth Summit, our environment minister used to be Dr. Shri Kamalnath, and he raised this point that these countries, many countries are exploiting, then who will stop them, right? So that was very much highlighted, and then there were some kind of guidelines created, and those kinds of efforts are also required if at all we are really serious about achieving the goals of this SDGs. So those aspects, if can be taken care of, I'm sure that these things can be really achievable. Else, it is going to be tough time. It is that 2030, of course, is a target looking that there is enough time, but 2030 will again pass on, and then we are not going to be in actual terms achieving the goals. And one thing, of course, I'll say that partnerships, when we say, so partnering is a kind of requirement for every institution, every college, universities, or anywhere we have these kind of teachings or grooming the youngsters. We must have these kind of partnerships at every level, whether it is industry or the society or NGO, when the students are really imparted some kind of formal education, the conceptual education, and they must be sent for a day, for a week, for a month, for a fortnight, or for a few months. They must be attached with actual scenario of the life. They get trained, and for that, every university can have a partnering resource center, and that resource center tries having some kind of collaborating or invite some kind of supports from various organizations who are all actually in living, or actually they are all functioning. That will certainly help the new generations to have these kind of ideas, and they can well do it. I recall my one case of my son in 2013, because these things have already been there in many top, all developed countries. The Rotterdam School of Management, Erasmus University also, they have an exclusive partnership center. And likewise, there are many centers they have. In construction, Michigan State University, my son was sent to San Francisco for the airport development. They have been wanting some kind of development or some kind of renovation or additional alterations in the airport. And when they went there, along with the professor, it was a great exposure to the newcomers or to the youngsters. They are able to imbibe those things right at the education while they are studying, and therefore they are able to do a lot of things in an improved manner. And then there is a there is a building called Transbay City Center, just heart of the San Francisco. The top terrace of it has got 1,100 trees planted in an area of 6 to 7 acres of land. And that kind of partnering, because otherwise there is no lungs for that patch of the city of San Francisco. So partnering or supporting or collaborating with these kind of actual scenario of the life, if is available to the students, for which every university, if can have these partnership resource centers, is going to be a beautiful things to achieve these SDGs, the targets, well within the stipulated time. So I think everyone is eager. Let me be just winding up right here. If there is any queries, I'll be happy to respond and interact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Soni, for the nice presentation.
Yes, sir.
May I invite the chair to wrap up the session? And since we do have time, we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience.
Yes.
And this will be followed by the chair summing up.
Yes. Any questions? Either from the audience or those on online. Yeah. Professor Puttraju, yes. Please.
Hello, sir. We have been talking these SDGs for the last 2.5 days and so many years. My only concern is there are so much of expectation on one side, and is it being really matched with the financial support?
I don't know whether I can answer or somebody else to answer. Yeah. Now we cannot have excuses. we have to find out the ways and means of implementing it. Otherwise, we cannot remain relevant. We will be fish out of water. Therefore, we have to find out ways of getting resources and to implement these things. Therefore, whatever education we give at our higher education institutions may not be of relevant, then it may be very difficult to attract students, talented students to our higher education institutions. We have no alternative but to do it. I do understand your problems.
One more point.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to the fund allotment for the education for the last almost 10, 15 years, it is not even 4% of the total GDP, whereas the GDP, the percentage of budgeting for other domains of development is increasing proportionately. When it comes to education, it is stuck at 4% only for the last 10, 12 years. But when you are expecting so much of development in the education system, this is the right time. I think the forum should give a representation to increase, for the good quality teachers, good for good infrastructure. Otherwise, where are we? We are demanding so much, but there is no supporting infrastructure. This is my concern.
Yeah, this the NEP draft committee itself has realized it. Therefore, it has made a strong recommendation. We can only effectively implement it only when we spend at least 6% of GDC on education. Otherwise, it cannot be effectively implemented.
Sir,
yeah.
I have one question to Dr. Sohani is online.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, you mentioned about a project which you got from RTI. Was that through any government schemes, which probably we can try also, or was it through any personal contact?
No, Miss, they have that kind of funding processes done. Like for the CPI you are asking about?
No, the RTA, you said.
RKDF University, yes. We have one project from MNRE. They have a well-established processes to fund such kind of projects. And you can submit your applications and get it done. I think it is more than about total funding for both the projects is about 1.1 crore.
Sir, you mentioned RTA University, USA.
Yes, RKDF University, Bhopal.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So
project was only from MNRE, right?
MNRE and that Ministry of Power, CPRI.
Fine. I
Yes,
thought you mentioned about the US university from where you get a project.
Right, sir. So, yeah, that's what. So earlier query, I would like to just have one point to put up before everyone, that unless until there is a kind of way out to balance up the have-nots and have, the countries which have, the countries which are falling under the category of have-nots, there has to be some solutions. We have to find it out, because it is one earth. Independently, if we do it in our country, in our institutions, and some part of the world, how can it be really achievable? So I think, of course, UNO representation is there, and of course it is very much floated the ideas from the United Nations only. So that aspect, if can be rightly taken care of, it will be in actuality, things will be done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sohani.
Yes, sir.
Rajendra Sindhe.
Hello. Just to respond to the earlier question about the financial resources, I totally agree with the chairman of the session that I think we are halfway through the SDG implementation. And frankly speaking, we didn't do anything. I mean, SDG rank 120 clearly says that we have not progressed. Maybe we can say maximum that we have mixed success, but frankly speaking, we are far behind. But what chairman of the session said, that we cannot give the excuses now. See, we had inspiring issues in the past. Nobody was giving us a technology for supercomputer. Now our supercomputers are faster than any other computer in the world. We were not being given a space technology. We started in ISRO with 6-inch rocket high. Now we are 105 satellites with commercial enterprise. We are now throwing in a space. So we can do that. Probably it took longer time. SDG probably has now only 8 years left. But there is something called as a financial engineering. There's a new subject which is coming up. And one of the examples of financial engineering is a ESCO. For example, if you have an energy efficiency project or renewable energy project, you don't require any finances. The investor will come and institute that, and then you pay from the saving that you get. So a lot of such things are coming up, which shows that the SDG related activities are not burdens, but in a long term, they are beneficial to the university campus. May not be all of them, but many of them are. And the last thing which I want to say, Chairman, is University Grant Commission. It's a grant, right? So when I'm there in a committee of there's SDGs, I've been saying that University Grant Commission should have a kitty to help the poor university campuses to carry out the SDG activities. The rich universities probably don't require it. And they have been considering it. I don't know when they will do that, because we are again 8 years left for that. But I think the situation will go. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add, eventually when the NEP takes final shape, there will be Higher Education Commission of India and 4 verticals. There will also be Higher Education Grants Council, which will award grants based on institutional development plan, short term and long term. We can include all these things and ask for grants, both from the central government and the state government agencies. That's what we can try to do it. We have only just started implementing it. Professor Veerabhadrappa.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir, I have one question to Ashok Khosla, sir. Ashok Khosla is online?
Yes. Yes,
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You raised a very critical aspect of poverty, where the privileged and the rich class, and the underprivileged and also the poor class. I think the critical issues that you really find in the Sustainable Development Goals, as to what are the strategies and as to what are the suggestions. I think our earlier speaker was pointing out as to what critical issues are there and how strategies that can be possible. And maybe in the name of smart cities, or in the name of globalization, or in the name of liberalization, as to how is it that we are actually finding that these are the burning issues of a developing economy. Khosla Saab, you were telling about developed countries and also developing countries, and as to what are the issues that you really find even after Azad ka Amrit Mahotsav bana rahe hain, hum kar rahe hain. What is the paradox that you really find in the context of finding as to how issues will have to be settled? Thank you, Chairman.
The question is really not a paradoxical one. It is a one-sided way of thinking that has landed us in a world in which we destroyed all our resources, our biomass, our forests, our rivers, our soils, and at the same time left behind half of the population of the world in various stages of poverty, some extreme. So it's not a paradox. The whole thing arises out of the economic system that we've chosen and the kind of technologies that we have spread around. These are all geared to making a few people very rich and large numbers of people in Mother Nature extremely poor. So it's not a paradox. I didn't mean to imply it was a paradox at any point, and I don't think it would be fair to call it that. I actually spent my 10 minutes that were allotted to me to focus on what universities can do to help fulfill the SDGs. There are many other things that need to be done. Politicians have to make policies, businesses have to make goods and services, people have, different sectors have to create jobs. Those are all given. Lots of different actors have to be involved in trying to fulfill the SDGs. I don't think they're going to be fulfilled by the year 2030, but whatever they can do. My job today that I took on was to tell universities what I think they can do in order to improve are meeting some of the SDGs. The SDGs that I chose were the ones that reflect the extreme deprivation of very poor people. SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 4, etc., which are to do with very little input from institutions of higher learning. The kinds of research, the kinds of innovation, the kinds of learning, the kind of value systems that we need among young people are not being produced by universities in adequate numbers. We have to think very differently. Our young people have to leave universities not thinking how much can the world do for me, but thinking what can I do for the world. They're not being taught that at universities. They are not being taught how to choose the kinds of innovation, R&D, research that is relevant to poor people. They are basically looking for ways in which they can become rich quickly, maybe get patents on a new IT device or something, or an app to deliver food to people in their homes, whatever it is. They're not looking at the world of 800 million, 80 crore, 800 million people, more than half of them women, who are totally deprived, who cannot read or write, who have to spend 5-6 hours a day getting water and fuel, and so on. So I was just addressing a plea to universities to open the minds of their faculty and their students to the world around them, that they have a responsibility to themselves, their future generations, their own children, to live in a country that is good for everyone. That's all I was saying. And I would say that the job of universities in India is totally inadequate towards that end. I spend a lot of my time teaching courses, going to universities, and I think they're wonderful people. I have no problem with the effort that they put into learning, but I think the relevance to their enterprise, to the future of India is gradually diminishing by the day. And that's all I was trying to say.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok Khosla.
Shall I have a question, sir?
Please,
question.
last question, yes, sir.
I'm happy that chairperson of this session is the former Vice Chancellor of the Bangalore University. I'd like to share some status of the universities of India. When we think about it, now a question before us. Sustainable development goal is your, our national education policy is your priority. There are two things right now. It's a challenge to us. So, as said by the experts, we Vice Chancellors are open-minded. We have very good faculty. We have very good committed students also. But having this alone will not serve the purpose to take the sustainable development goal to a level of maximum achievement. Sustainable development goal should be undertaken all the universities of 1,008. But as far as standard, the financial background of the university varies from university to university. There are universities 160 years old in India. They are not able to disperse the salary on first day of the month. Yes. They are not able to disperse a pension in time as well. So when it's a case, definitely finance is the major resources by which we can achieve anything sustainable development goal. But in national education policy, as it is today, the university has been categorized as category 1, category 2, category 3, category 4. But you are giving funding for category 1, category 2. Totally comes about 39 universities in India. And sustainable development is meant for all levels of universities of India. Am I right? And one side you are giving funding to 37 universities. Another time you want us sustainable development should be taken care of by all the universities of India. Why? These two type of treatment I am telling. So now we are ready, sir. We are open-minded. We have community commitment as well. We want to work for the community. So far we have worked for the student community. Now SST has opened a gate. Come to the community, do something to the community, take care of the community as well, for which we want the freedom to raise our resources. Major resource of all the universities previously was through distance education. Now distance education can be run only by these 37 universities. Where we can go other university resources. We cannot go to the student, raise the fees. If you raise resources as well. So that doors are closed. Can we reduce the salary of the faculty? No. Suppose 8th pay commission months means definitely we have to pay 8th pay implementation also. Sir, see, teaching, preaching, and conference and all, so telling, I agree, you are all intellectuals, you work for, you are preparing policy thing. Most of the policies are being made by, not by our own people. People who stayed many years in Western countries, they come here, they prepare the policy. At the time of implementation, we Vice Chancellors are the victims, sir. So, it is my earnest request. You are the former Vice Chancellor. You are the former Vice Chancellor. You can give a good reply to us.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir.
Sir,
Even
sir,
our
sir, sir,
universities
sir.
in Karnataka facing the same situation.
Sir, that's what, no, I was
Professor Hemant
about-
Kumar
sir,
and others
I-
know
I'm
about
going to
it,
tell the same
but
thing.
I don't want to highlight these things.
No,
We are
sir.
well aware of it, yes.
Why? See, you just see the education policy from 1948. Which policy could be implemented? It's a matter of adaptation. What you can eat, you have to eat it from the hotel. You can't eat everything. You can't implement everything. You start from 1948, then so the Kothari Commission, so many things. Which policy has been asked to implement 100% over a period of time or something? The next thing, you're talking about some commission, higher education commission. In what way it is going to be different from University Grants Commission? Where from they will get the funds? I'm just seeing, I was listening to your talk. Your state is the one where you claim that you started implementing new education policy. I'm telling from Tamil Nadu, I'm just adopting the good components of new education policy. The word we don't want to use implementation. When you are talking about implementation, you tell how to fund for your own state. You clustered so many colleges. Are you able to pay the salary? You are one of the person talking for a long time in the higher education secretaries meet. I'm one of the member. I'm member secretary of implementation committee.
Now, we have only implemented the academic part of it. To implement the other part of it, restructuring of higher education institutions would be a very difficult task. Now, we are aware of it. Unless the government spends money on it, it is very, very difficult to do it. I think the government of Andhra Pradesh has taken a step in that direction. It will have only private colleges and the government colleges. Therefore, it has asked all the private colleges either to hand over the institutions as a whole to the government or hand over the government staff so that they can run on their own. That is all right for elite class, those who can afford. What about those who cannot afford? Those who come from rural places and weaker sections of the society, can we raise the fees? Even if we raise the fees, are they afford to? Can they pay the fees? All these things we have to face. Therefore, unless the government increases its funding on education, at least up to the 6% of GDP as suggested in the NEP, it is almost impossible to effectively implement the NEP as a whole. Therefore, what we have started doing it in Karnataka is only the academic part, academic reforms that we are trying to do it. Even to implement them effectively, we need financial resources and the strong, good infrastructure. We are aware of it. You know, in the government setup, unless we start doing it, it is very difficult to implement these things. That is the reason why we have started. It's a very long way to go to implement all the objectives of NEP. And as you all know, the NEP and SDGs are interrelated. Therefore, the NEP takes reference to all SDGs and it talks about implementing SDGs. Therefore, to implement, to achieve the goals and objectives of SDGs, we have no option but to reconfigure our education system. Therefore, we have to bring about transformational changes in all aspects of education. Unless we do it, it is very difficult to remain relevant in the society. We are already feeling as if we are fish out of water. Therefore, it is very obvious from Dr. Khosla's lecture, we made an excellent presentation. Unless there is excellence and relevance, There is no way. There may not be any takers after some time. You know, it allows, NEP allows 40% online. One can earn credits up to 40% from online courses. That is in respect of the subjects without practicals or subjects with visual practicals. You know, unless we have good infrastructure, unless we have good faculty who can deliver effectively, it is where there may not be any takers. They say a stage may come in which our universities, public universities, HEIs may be similar to what our schools in villages are facing. Therefore, we have to take all precautions, and therefore our government is also aware of it, but it is helpless. Maybe because of COVID situation, things may improve in the years to come. Therefore, I am listening to all the deliberations and the presentations in the, regarding the SDGs, etc. Therefore, it is obvious from them, we have no option but to change. Therefore, it is not enough if we, the administrators, announce the policies. We have to change our faculty. Our mindset should change. We have bright faculty, all right. Unless they change their mindset, unless you put them on their toes, it is very difficult to get things delivered. Therefore, we have to implement all these things. Although our education is directly related to SDG 4, this education is also related, transversal to all other SDGs. Therefore, unless we incorporate all these things, implement one way or the other, we cannot remain relevant, and we cannot do justice, and we cannot produce employable graduates, and therefore we cannot think of development. I wanted to go into the details of all these things, but I have been told, asked to close it by 4:45. It is already 5:10.
Sir,
therefore, I stop at this stage. I thank the organizers, especially the President and the Secretary General of AIU and Professor Hemant Kumar, the Vice Chancellor of University of Mysore, and all others for giving me an opportunity. It was a learning experience for me, because I think we talk about lifelong learning in NEP. Therefore, even for us, there is a long way to go to learn all these things, to know about all these aspects. Therefore, I call upon all the Vice Chancellor, fellow Vice Chancellors of all the universities and the teaching fraternity. We have no option but to change our mindset, and therefore we have to remain relevant, update ourselves. Thank you for giving me an
Sir, thank you for
opportunity. Have a
strengthening
nice
our
time.
question. You strengthened our question.
Yeah.
I am bothered only one thing. The NAC, when they are going to come for various markings, the first question is whether you implemented NEP or not. When we tell that implementing means we have to put all these criteria. You have rightly pointed out, unless 6% is invested, it is not possible, and we have to make suitable recommendation that up to the time NAC should not come on our way and putting the hurdles.
Yeah, unless we fill up the faculty positions, unless we give basic infrastructure, it would be I'm well aware of it. It is very difficult to effectively implement objectives at NEP. If the governments, either the state government or central government, if they want to see the effective implementation of NEP, they have no other alternative but to increase the spending on higher education. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for the.
Thank you very much. We have had a very good discussion. We come to the close of the technical session 4, realizing SDGs through HEIs for promoting industrialization, employment, peace, partnership, and prosperity. On behalf of the organizers and on my own behalf and the university, I thank Professor B. Thimagoda for chairing this session and bringing in too many points together. What appears is that there has to be a convergence of NEP and SDB if we are to achieve either this or that. So okay. Thank you for doing the honors of giving them.
The timing is very, very important. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Mysore has made special arrangement for us. Where? What is that, Pawan?
KRS, sir, I'm telling that only.
But we have to maintain timings, I am telling. Unless we reach there before 7 o'clock, we cannot enjoy the special arrangement made by the Vice Chancellor and the light show also. Keep in mind.
Okay.
Go quick to the hotel.
Just a minute. Yeah, I'm announcing that. So we close this session and tomorrow we start at 9:30 in the same hall. At present, the arrangement is all of you will be returning back to your respective rooms at the hotels and freshen up as early as possible and need to leave there in another half an hour. 5:45. 5:45 from your hotel to the Krishnarajasagara Dam and the beautiful Brindavan Garden, followed by a dinner. Bon appetite for everyone.
Thank you.